getting all my stuff set up so I can finally self-publish that book that I've been like mentally masturbating over for the last 2 years.
Yeah.
Like, well, the hard part, I mean, like, yeah, I mean, you're a creator, so you understand. It's like,
dude, the eye of the creator sucks, man. It's one of those things where you're like, it's never going to be good enough. It's you see every glaring flaw, and you like, as soon as you got it done, you're like, I would do it over this way next time. And you're just like, son of a bitch, man.
Then you do it over, and like when you do it over, the whole like beginning portion isn't exactly how you wanted it, because when you first did it, the beginning portion was perfect, but then the end portion wasn't right. And then then all the different partitions get jacked up every time you try to redo it.
Yeah.
I used to do it all the time with my drawing. Like my drawings were pretty good, but then like I could still see like the left eye is slightly a little bit too big.
just like normal people.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, no, I did a little bit of art when I was younger, but I think I really started to observe, like that craftsmanship in woodworking. As soon as you start really getting into like higher end, and the thing is carpentry is one of those things. High end carpentry, I don't know that there's an end to it. It's one of those things where you can see what some guys can do with wood, and you see what other guys do with wood, and you're like, we're not even the same species, right? So like that's one of those where I'm just like, yeah, man, I'd go back and I'd do this and I'd do this, and if I had this tool or whatever it is, and develop this skill set along with these tools, like that's where I started to see, like, man, the eye of the maker is tough, and I think it was my grandfather was like, the sign of a great carpenter isn't a perfect piece of work, it's how he covers his mistakes. And I think that was probably one of the best ones. And you have to live with it. So I think we got Hunter here. If he's got a camera and a mic, and we'll throw him up here as well. Guys, we've got election coverage tonight. We're going to talk to as many people who want to come up here and talk about this election, what their thoughts are on it, where we're headed as a nation, and kind of the future as it pertains to Bitcoin. And we'll just have a good time tonight and not try to take this thing too seriously, because I think we all know, the fix is in one way or another, and it's better just to kind of roll with this thing and continue to pump the hell out of Bitcoin.
Do we is there like a dashboard where I can pull up like as the states are coming in so I can watch it on my iPad here?
You should be able to pull up something on X, and I imagine somebody's got like a running total of delegates and all of that stuff, because the popular vote doesn't matter. We're not a democracy. This is a constitutional republic. Hopefully more decentralized sooner than later, but yeah, I think there should be something.
Does this actually like update live?
And if anybody has, there I know
it's the one thing that Google is actually doing that I'm liking, is like you search for 2024 election map and it shows a map, but it looks like it's claiming it's going to update live. So actually, I'll just go to the interactive map here. No, I won't. Kidding.
And I imagine they're calling it. It looks like they've already called Indiana and Kentucky for fucking Team Red. Like, no shit, right? As Trump is, they've got a 90. They've got 6% reporting in Kentucky, and it's 70% Trump.
6% is reporting.
Yeah, 6% is reporting.
Yeah. Okay, guys, let's chill a little bit.
And then you got 11% reporting in Indiana, and that is 59% Trump. I mean, before we get started with anybody else on this show tonight, and I guess we can wait a couple minutes. We'll wait a couple minutes and we'll get everybody in here. Hey, Mike, Nico needs the link on. Yeah, I can probably get it to him real quick. Let me do this.
What? I sent it to him in a DM.
Simply. Yeah, we're gonna have some fun tonight. If you're a Bitcoiner especially and you want to be in on this, just drop us something in the comments and who
did I DM that?
We'll send you a link. I just dropped it to Simply. So Nico, if you're out there, you got a link.
Oh, it just failed to send for some stupid reason.
That's Simply Bitcoin TV.
I've never had that. Like Twitter on the desktop, like just failed to send a DM. Like
he's like, Mike, send me the damn link. Where are you?
He's like, he's like I had a bunch of messages from him. Whoopsies. Sorry, Nico. Got to keep it on do not disturb. Otherwise, so here's another thing. I'm just going to complain about since it came up. iPads need to have a toggle to where you can turn the volume off. Because I have obviously I have Signal on my iPad, and then there's also the messages for iMessage. I can put my phone in silent, but I can't put my iPad in silent. So that even if I have notifications turned off, I'm still getting the ding on my iPad. And our Signal activity just from Bitcoin veterans outside of all the groups that I'm also a part of between Telegram and Signal. This thing's a ding machine. That's all it is. And I can't operate with this.
I can't either. And that's the thing is after we talked in North Carolina about hey, turn this group off, turn this group on, and let's try to hone in even the groups that you've turned off. Now you've just got, the signal coming in from the groups that you're trying to pay attention to and need to pay attention to. Oh man, there are just strings of hours sometimes where it's every, few seconds, ding, ding. I mean, it is thousands and thousands of messages every day. You're just we need more people and
that's excluding emails too.
Yeah, this is one source of communication. It's literally Signal, and that's it. You keeping up with everything else. It's
my inboxes wherever I have an inbox is a clusterfuck.
Get less. Stop handing out information.
Yeah, it's disgusting. Well, I'm also a whore for information, So I guess I still have a lot of free newsletters and stuff. That's another one, Substack. I still have a lot of newsletters from people that I do like to get information from because I think they're good sources of information. I just don't have the time to get around to all during the pandemic, or when I was working for Great American Mining, I had an abundance of time. I could look at all that stuff, but I don't know. I'm a whore for information. I just need to fix that. That's my problem.
Well, and the thing is when you have time, it's okay. Hunter, we see you, man. We'll be there in 2 seconds. We're going to probably start the show to 7:01. Shall we do it? If you guys are out there, you want to share the show and help get more people here, drive the signal a little bit more. We'd greatly appreciate it. You can just copy the link and send it live, especially on X, man. This is where we get the most of our traction. So really appreciate it. Stand by. We will be coming back after the intro. What's up, everybody? This is Bitcoin Veterans. Bigger, better, badder than ever. We are Bitcoiners. We're veterans. Pretty self-explanatory. What we do on the show is try to put you back on the mission. If you're not familiar with Bitcoin, we will get you familiar with Bitcoin. If you would like to become part of Bitcoin Veterans, you don't even have to be a veteran. You can go to bitcoinveterans.org. We will get you into the groups fired up, and there is so much going on right now. We were just talking about it before we went live with the intro there's so much in terms of disaster relief, in terms of Citadel, in terms of freedom tech and communications, Citadels, Operation Bitcoin, you name it. It is absolutely it is pandemonium right now in the best way possible here at Bitcoin Veterans, and we'd love to have you be part of it. Again, you can go to bitcoinveterans.org. We are going to have a bunch of fun guests on the show tonight. We've got a couple of guys waiting in the wings right now. Let's go ahead and bring those guys up. Yeah. We have another Bitcoin veteran after my heart here. This is Hunter and the famous Nico from Simply Bitcoin. Welcome, guys. How are we tonight?
Yo, dude, it's gonna be I think this is the most important night in American history, man. It's my first stream of the day. I'll be joining the Bitcoin Magazine election live stream around midnight, which things are gonna get spicy. We're currently streaming it we're syndicating it from the Simply Bitcoin channel. But it's pretty crazy what I'm seeing, because honestly, like, this is the first election where we're not all just tuned in to like legacy media and just watching, you know, the election results come in. We're all watching it. Like, I have like 4 or 5. I have Steve Bannon's War Room. I have Steven Crowder's stream. I have the Bitcoin Magazine live stream. I have, of course, your guys' stream that I'm tuning into, that I'm being a part of too. So it's crazy because we're like circumventing legacy media in a way. So if any shenanigans happen, I know we're on YouTube right now, so I'll turn it down a little bit.
That's all good. Go for it.
It's our channel, man. You don't got to worry about that.
Any shenanigans that happen, like what happened in 2020, you know, they're not going to be able to pull that stuff as long as Elon's behind the helm at X, man. Like, good luck. Like that stuff's going to be brought up to light, man. So, did you guys see that meme by Alex Jones? It's hilarious.
I haven't seen it yet. What is it?
So essentially what it is like, I have to pull this up because it is freaking hilarious. But
you can hit the share or the present button down below if you find it.
Yeah, it's his prediction, and like the way that he puts it, he has like Trump's hair, and it was like, man, I have to pull this up. It's very hard to describe this. Wait, let me see if it's right here. Where are you? Where are you, Trump's hair? Anyways, so yeah, I think
the side where, because X is different this time around and you've got cameras everywhere and everybody's watching polling places, like if things start going down and going sideways, they're going to be broadcast live here on Twitter, which is or X. That's Twitter. A game changer.
Nobody's for sure. And I think that like that's the hard part that they're going to have is, like, here, I found it right here. So let me just share my screen real quick. Like, that's the hard part that they're going to have is, there it is. That's the hard part they're going to have is, could you pull that up, Shane? There we go. So you guys all remember 2020 and you know, like that, you know, that's you know, just
that's so good, man. That's
without adding any additional commentary, I think it speaks for itself. But yeah, I think they're gonna have a harder time just because a lot of people are a lot more people are gonna be watching this. And Trump's team has done an incredible job just getting so many people on the ground watching the polls. They have a ton of lawyers. They have thousands of lawyers in the different battleground states, but still, I still think there's going to be some shenanigans. I think it comes down to, have enough people come out to vote? Have enough people come out to vote? It comes down to that. Have enough people come out to vote to overcome the fortification.
I'll tell you what, minus Ross, Ross was my defining, like, this has got to be, like, I've got to do this and pull this for Trump. But the other side of that is, if you've got guys like me that are just like, no, never, ever, ever, ever again am I ever voting for like a Republican, and I'm getting out and I'm going to the polls, that is going to, I mean, that should tell everybody everything they need to know. Like, I swore off the Republican Party after, what I saw from, behind the curtain there. And for a guy like me to go and cast a vote for Trump today, boy, there are, I would say, probably millions of Americans this time around that are doing exactly the same thing. So yeah, if I think if you're a betting man, and I think Vegas has got this right, I think they're somewhere around 64-65% Trump on the money. Money doesn't lie, man, and it definitely doesn't go someplace to get lost. And if it's 60-something% Trump in Vegas, I think you can probably take that to the bank.
Let's see, man. Like, look, if it was a free election, can I say that? If it was a fair election, I think Trump would definitely have it in the bag. but you know, some things happened in 2020, man, that like have never happened before in American history. I don't know if you guys remember this, but like before every election was called by like, you know, we would find out who the winner was by midnight. You know, we would just know. And then simultaneously across all these battleground states, what we saw was just like, we're stopping the count tonight. And then all of a sudden, you know, like 2, 3 a.m., like all the battleground states, there was just enough, right? There was just, can you pull up that screen, the screen again? Right. So there was just enough, the blue line where, you know, it overcame the red line. So hopefully enough people, like we flood the zone with enough ballots where even if they pull off the shenanigans, it's not enough.
I'm glad they turned that chart into a meme, because I don't want the same shenanigans like you're saying from 2020 to happen to us again. Shane and I are both in Georgia, and we can recall the Fulton County stuff they did with the broken water main and just all sorts of just crazy games they tried to play. And I really hope that everyone learned from it. I'm glad that we can turn that chart into a joke, because that's what it was, you know, just to see them try to pull that on us. So yeah, I'm watching it closely, but not as closely as you guys. I'm trying to do the whole family thing. I got my kids at the door. I'm out on my deck, and they're right there trying to talk to me, and it's bath time. I got a bunch of little kids, so I'm doing the whole family thing to keep my mind off of it. But then I'll be checking in on it later on, and enjoy the podcast and watching you guys watch it so closely. So I gotta go. I'm glad I can come on here and say hello. But you guys keep doing your thing. I'll see y'all later.
Thanks, brother.
Good seeing you, man.
I see you.
Dude, if you guys don't know Hunter, man, that guy is a force. He showed up in North Carolina with us, man, and was just absolutely getting after it out there. I mean, helping other veterans, getting things out, providing security, you name it. To see, you know, all these guys come together and rise in that occasion, especially from, you know, the Appalachians up here, incredible, man. And, you know, we're absolutely humbled to have him. So cool that he's out there doing not only those things, but being a good dad at the same time, and being with those kids.
I don't mean to break up the conversation here, guys, but like whatever Ron DeSantis is doing down in Florida, like we need to templatize whatever Florida is doing for counting their ballots. They're already at 39% reporting.
Bro, I mean, dude, like
you're down there, right?
First of all, yeah, the voting process. It's so funny. So I go to like the polling place, and I wear a jacket that has a Trump's mugshot, and it says "Never Surrender." And I'm just like walking in. Some lady comes up to me with like, you know, like the abortion thing, and you know, like they're just like handing me flyers and like whatever, and I'll just turn to them with the Trump Never Surrender stuff, and then they just look at me. They give me like this passive aggressive, like grinding their teeth, like thank you for voting, and they just end up walking away. It was great, and thank God I live in Florida, because apparently you can't do that in other states. Right. And I just voted red down ticket, bro. I didn't even look. Like I was just like, I went out to the GOP for Florida, and whatever the recommendations are, I just vote. I literally didn't even think about it. I was just like red all the way down. So yeah, man, it's like I really like DeSantis. The state is moving red. And it was a pretty close election, actually. The first election with DeSantis, he won that by only a couple 100,000 votes. He didn't win that by a lot, but once he took leadership and people saw that he was no bullshit, the state has been swinging from like the purple state to lean red to like, I would say it's in the safe red column. Like if people are expecting a Trump to win the state by like at least 10%. You know what's crazy though? Like going back to what you were saying initially in regards to Florida reporting their votes relatively early. So if you look at France, or if you look at India, specifically India, right? It's the largest democracy in the world. They count all their votes on the same day.
Yeah.
how the fuck are you telling me that specific counties, coincidentally in the swing states, are coming out and saying, yo, it's going to take, like, why? That's bullshit. And it's so blatant in your face. Hopefully there's enough, like, hopefully Trump gets enough votes that, like, it overcomes all this shenanigans. But, like, this is ridiculous. And did you guys see the law that they passed in California in regards to making it illegal to show your ID to vote? That is there is no other purpose of that. Like, what would be the purpose of that? I don't know.
I mean, yeah.
Come in hot like in Fifth Element, just multi-pass, and then they just kick your ass out. Like, for real? Like, dude, give me a break.
Dude, it's just, I'm calling bullshit.
Yeah, well, and that's how bad, that's how far gone, California is. The people who are in control, let's just call them the communists, because that's where they are. The communists
it's a communist takeover of America, bro. Let's just say it. Let's just, like, we're at the Bitcoin Veterans Pot. Let's just call it for what it is, guys. I'm originally from Venezuela. I saw communism destroy my country in 19 years. This is a commie takeover.
So you brought it here, huh? No.
And I agree. And I agree with Elon Musk. I think that if Trump doesn't win this election, they're going to bring these immigrants to swing states, and just, like, proportionally immigrants vote Democrat, and those swing states won't be swing states anymore, and America will be essentially a one-party country.
Well, and they'll streamline the process of bringing those immigrants into the military forces too.
Oh, for sure.
They've already started doing that. Like, Illinois had the whole wanting to allow illegals, specifically illegal immigrants, to join the law enforcement ranks and carry, like, and walk around carrying, like, armed. On top of I can't remember the
it was
state.
New York. You literally had Chinese police in places like New York. You've got them definitely all over in Quebec, Canada.
Yep.
So you've got different organizations from outside of the United States that are claiming executive power here. So, I mean, it's bizarre. But I think, here's the thing is, I think we're much further down the line than that. I think if, it's not clearly Trump in this election, and soon, right? Like, the longer this plays out, the more it's going to skew towards Kamala. Or Kamala, or however the hell you say her name. But at any rate, it's going to skew that way. And the thing is after that, I think that's it. If they throw this to Kamala, that's it. It's not only toast, but now you're talking about the rejection of that by the MAGA nation. You're probably talking about that by the Maha nation, the Robert F. Kennedys out there. You're talking about it by some of the futurists in terms of Elon Musk. You've got, you've got an entire swath of the population that says, no fucking way, we're not doing this. This is absolutely cooked from the beginning. We're out. And now we're in a different situation that I don't think most people have thought through, because here's the thing is, and Nico, I know you know this, the communists are in their end game. And if they don't win, what you're talking about is literally treason, aiding and abetting enemies, not only here, but abroad. And now you've got treasonous charges, high treason charges, where now the state, if Trump is in control, you're talking about possible hangings. So yeah, what do they have to lose at this point? If they don't, if they don't go broke,
and Shane, like, they're projecting onto us, brother, what it is that they're guilty themselves, which is like that. And again, this is like, this is communism 101. This is rules for radicals, like Saul Alinsky's book. And everything, like, Trump's a fascist. Trump is going to use the military to lock up his political opponents. I'm so happy on the veterans, so I could actually speak my mind. And simply, I'm a little bit more inclusive. But yeah, I mean, it's kind of like they accuse the other side of what it is they're guilty themselves. Like, Trump was in office for 4 years. He didn't do any of that, but he was persecuted. They came up with a Russia hoax. They came up with they literally accused him. They persecuted him. They They accused him of a crime. They convicted the guy. They tried taking away his properties. They locked up Trump's cabinet members like Steve Bannon, serving 4 years in federal prison. Sorry, 4 months in federal prison. Peter Navarro, like, dude, like, you guys are accusing Trump of what you guys have been doing for the last 4 years. That's absolutely insane. This is insane. But this is what communists do. This is what people don't understand. And America hasn't gone down this. Like, it's not just about being like a libertarian or conservative. It's about being an anti-communist, because once you understand that's what you're up against, like Kamala's speech or what she says, where she's like, don't be unburdened by what has been.
It's Marxism.
That's Marxism.
Yeah.
Like, that's Marxism 101. And if you understand, like, I read this shit for a living.
Oh, we just lost Nico. Wait, what is it in the military? They say,
here we go.
When they capture you, deny, shift the blame. And
I read this for a living, man. I'm a political junkie, and I read this, and I'm very well versed in communist tactics, because it's not only a religion, but it's a type of warfare. It's a type of psychological warfare to demoralize the populace into essentially hating their country. And look, again, like, America isn't perfect, but if you come from any other country and you migrate to the United States, like, this is the land of opportunity. This is the New Jerusalem. This is the shining country on a hill. And depending on the outcome of tonight's election, bro, like, it's gonna have severe consequences.
Well, and that's the thing too, is that I don't think enough we'll just call them normies, enough people don't like realize is that what communist does is that it takes all of the emotional incentives and aligns them in the way so it's the least resistance possible. Like, the rules for thee, not for me. Everybody wants to engage in that because it's easier, right? The whole kind of like, oh, we're doing good things we care about in the environment, but we're just going to ignore the process of making the solar panels and the turbines and everything like that. And like, we're going to ignore all the slave labor that goes into the technology that we're bitching about the environment situation on. We're just like, we're going to cherry pick all these little things and all these little movements that we want to support and not acknowledge the reality of the entire picture. Because that's really like what's going on right now with the election, right? Is that you have the Harris side is cherry picking and virtue signaling literally themselves off of a cliff, versus the conservatives are like, hey, yeah, no, we agree. Like, we want the environment to be all right, but like, the environment is, it's still better off using all these energy sources. If you picked up an actual factual, like, nonfiction book and read it, like in Fossil Future with Alex Epstein, where he talks about the fact of like, yeah, we get it. Like there's a carbon footprint conversation to be had and all this other stuff. But using these sources allows us to control the environment so that we don't die from the cold, versus you're going to use all this wind and solar energy. It's not reliable. So we're going to rely on burning fire. So everybody's going to die inside of an enclosed structure anyway. It's just like, like, people need to just realize that, like, the Communist Manifesto is utilizing the individual's emotions and kind of reflex to defend their own ego against themselves.
100%.
That's the scariest part.
100%. And like, what people have to understand is that, like, the issue is the revolution. They're not really concerned about, like, equity and justice and whatever. They just see it as a mechanism in order to achieve their political goals.
Yeah, which is what feminism was too.
Yeah, no, and actually, it's really interesting you brought that up. So back in the 60s, Herbert Marcuse is basically, he's they call him the father of the modern left. And essentially what happened was, when Alexander Solzhenitsyn released the book, The Gulag Archipelago, and it kind of exposed all the atrocities that were committed during the Soviet Union, the idea of the bait and switch of It's the upper class oppressing the lower classes, wasn't catching on in Western countries because of the idea of the American dream and also social mobility. So if you're in the lower and middle classes, you had the ability to reach the upper classes. So they were having a really hard time convincing the middle class to revolt, to buy into the whole communist ideals. But what they realized in the 1960s is they did a bait and switch. And instead of the upper class being the oppressors and the lower class being the oppressed, they made it about sexuality and race. So if you're a certain skin color, you're an oppressor. If you're a certain skin color, you're oppressed. If you have a certain type of sexual preference, you're an oppressor. And if you have a certain type of sexual preference, you're oppressed. Right.
So like what you're saying is that they had a horizontal split before, but then they included a vertical split so they could effectively gerrymander wherever they wanted to gain support across all the different groups and spectrums.
Correct. And it's been extremely successful. That's what the woke stuff is today. So like, for example, like if you are white heterosexual male, you're an oppressor. If you are an African-American, homosexual or someone who's not exactly straight, you're considered oppressed, right? And that Marxist, that type of Marxist, kind of Marxist racial policies, and they all did this on purpose because they realized that the traditional form of Marxism and communism wasn't catching on, it wasn't popular, so they switched it.
Bolshevism was rough.
What'd you say?
I said Bolshevism was rough.
Yeah, they couldn't really convince people. They couldn't really convince people that like it was catching on. So they kind of did a bait and switch, and they changed it.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it's all about like it's like gender politics and all that stuff. But that has been very successful. I got to be honest with you.
Yeah. 100% it has. Take a break here to introduce Coleman. Coleman, welcome to the show, man. If you guys don't know Coleman, Coleman's not only a returning guest, but he hosts our daily show on Spaces, where he is absolutely crushing it, man. It was one of those things where I didn't know if we had, what we needed in place to do a daily show, but man, Coleman stepped up and has been doing this daily show, and I am absolutely thrilled to death to have you here tonight, man.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you for giving me the opportunity, and I hope I'm doing a good job. I just felt like there's someone that had to stand up, and I guess I was the first one that was volunteered or voluntold to do it. So, to be honest with you, though, I really enjoy it. It's fun. I've said it before. I've been watching kind of on the outside for the last 3-4 years. So being in the middle of everything, it's kind of like a dream. Get to talk.
Dude, I feel you, dude. I miss doing the Spaces. I wish I could join you in the morning so much, but like that's 2 hours after I'm going to bed, so I gotta get my beauty sleep.
Right.
Yeah, understandable. And so I want to say hi to everybody out there. Hey, Nico.
Hey, how you doing? So I figured out what the name is specifically. So it's called cultural Marxism. That is the specific terminology of this new wave of Marxism that has been very successful here in the West.
Professional victims.
Extremely successful here in the West. And that's where we are today. Like that's the basis of the woke movement. But if you look on the underlying foundation, what is the goal? The goal is to radically change society. That's really what they want. It's just a means to an end.
Yeah. 100%.
It's so frustrating.
You know what else is frustrating? This map hasn't moved a lot. Maybe I should probably go ahead and share this, and you guys can kind of take a look at what's going on. I don't know, Mike, if you got this in the background as well. Let me see if I can pull this up here real quick.
I mean, because like the feeds and everything are still updating. It's just like, okay, so now we got South Carolina showing.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, like the what we mentioned earlier is like just because the color shows up doesn't really mean anything, because like that color can show up and it's only 3% of the states reporting. So, but Florida's looking pretty strong right now. 64% reporting, and it's 53% for Trump. So
Yeah, I mean, Nico, you live in Florida. I mean, what's the feeling down there? Are you? I mean, you're way down south, which is, I mean, maybe sometimes a little more blue. Do you feel like it's a lot more red this time around?
No. So what's awesome about Miami-Dade County? First of all, Miami-Dade is the largest metropolitan area in the United States with a Republican governor. And the reason for that is because, like if you scroll into Florida, like zoom in a little bit, the bottom county is Miami-Dade, and the one above that is Broward. But that's a huge metropolitan area. Normally, what would happen in a metropolitan area is that it would be blue because of the big cities. Big cities tend to lean blue. Thing about Miami, though, is that where do you think all the Cubans and Venezuelans migrate to? So when they even get a sense, like a little sniff of this, they're like, no. When I was voting, I was voting, and there was this this older lady next to me, and she was Cuban, right? And she just got in there, and she didn't vote for anyone else on the ballot, and she barely spoke English, didn't understand anything. And she was like asking her daughter, and her daughter was like she was basically like in her accent, she's like, where do I vote for president? And their daughter's like that, and she's like, I'm voting Trump, and she just like put it in there. Why? Because the Cuban people have suffered 60, 70 years of communism. And then Venezuelans, the same. We just the last 20 years. So all of those immigrants moved to Miami-Dade County. And you have you don't really see this. Every time it's a major metropolitan area, it's blue. But in Miami, because of all these Venezuelan and Cuban immigrants, they're like, nope, we've seen this before. I know how this ends.
I left on a raft.
Yeah, exactly. I'm voting a certain way. I'm voting a certain way. So yeah, I mean, it's quite interesting. Florida's been doing great. DeSantis has been doing great. The fact that Florida, which is a much bigger state, to a lot of these states that are going to take like a week to count the votes, the fact that they can do it within 30 seconds, I think should tell you everything you need to know.
Yeah.
Well, the other thing too is because it is Bitcoin veterans, so we can talk about it. The scary thing about those countries between Cuba, Venezuela, and dozens of others that have really gotten toppled and destroyed because of communist influence and ideology. The really sad thing is a lot of it occurred because we placed those leaders there as part of the military industrial complex, through the CIA and other operations and initiatives. We kicked off coups to get those communists there because we could use those communists to control the machinations of industry and get access to resources and everything. That sucks. That's another reason to really kind of cast your vote for Trump is between Trump and Elon and Tulsi Gabbard and RFK Jr. of just waging war against the rogue deep state that is effectively its own nation at this point. It's just it has to be done.
And don't forget, I think you're starting to rope in Ron Paul. I think Elon Musk is starting to get him in there. So I saw a little thread going on there, but it looks like Elon confirmed to go on his Liberty podcast, Ron Paul's podcast.
Yeah.
Dang.
Yeah,
that's dope.
They've
been
Marvel
team up
days now. Yeah, and it looks like, guys, I know this is breaking here. With 0% counted, they're already calling West Virginia for Donald Trump. So we're up to 23-3 so far.
Yeah, 23. I'm surprised Florida has not been counted yet. That's come on now. It's
they're 71%, and he's ahead 4.3 million to 3.6 million votes. That's 53 to 45%. That's crazy. 30 votes going there. That's a big state.
What is that? 700,000? Okay.
Yeah, and another thing also too, and then I got to run, guys, because I got another stream later and I got to save my energy. But another thing to keep in mind is that like before the 2020 election, we knew the results on election day. And I'm just like scrolling on the New York Times like election thing, and like it gives an explanation as like votes are in the Florida one is like votes are counted extremely quickly with 99% of votes reported by midnight in both recent general elections. First votes are expected after most polls, and then you go to Georgia, it's like gives you another explanation, and you go to this, it's so like it's so blatant in your face, you know, that you're just kind of like,
Yeah, no, you know what's wild is this has been actually happening since before that. You know, a little inside baseball for everybody. When I ran for U.S. Congress as a Republican in the primary here in Georgia for the Georgia 7th District, we had this shitty, you know, like less than 50% constitutional voting representative who was never in the district. Went out there, kicked his ass, was polling at like 70 to 30% against this guy. And then on election night, we get to about, I don't know, 10:30, 11 o'clock. Everything's in by now. Our entire district is in, except for our race. 2, 3 o'clock in the morning comes around, and wouldn't you know it, now the race is flipped and he wins like a little over 70% to 29%. So
I'm noticing a trend here, Shane.
This is 2018, and I got to tell you, you know, that was like I was like, dude, this whole thing is so fucking rigged. Like, so this has been going on for a while.
Yeah, it's and it, again, like if you don't have fair elections, you know, they always talk about democracy. If you don't have fair elections, that ain't democratic. That's a fucking dictatorship. So, you know, but let's see. I really believe it. It really comes down to this election. You know, this might be the end of the republic, boys. That's really the way that I'm seeing it, because Elon said it clear as day on the Joe Rogan podcast. You know, like if he doesn't win, they're just going to flood the battleground states and we will become a one-party country. You know, that's Elon's word. That's not my words. Right.
Well, so if we get to that point, you're going to want to live in the middle of the country and in the southern portion primarily.
Appalachian Stan has some great warlords. In the making. I met him up in Western North Carolina.
You're gonna want to live in a red state, but they're gonna go after red states. That's what they do, you know. So, anyways, all right, boys. Well, thank you so much for having me tonight, and let's see what happens. It's gonna be a crazy day, regardless.
Have a good one,
man. Have fun.
Take care, Nico.
Dude. This is wild to be covering this on Bitcoin Veterans and having, you know, as much fun as we're having. I got to tell you guys, this is as a political junkie that I wish I could turn this kind of stuff off. Like, this is still kind of a fun thing to do.
Yeah, and I know Coleman pretty well at this point. I'm assuming you guys everybody here is going to be in agreement. It's like it's also kind of like watching. There's just something fun about watching like effectively like a battle. Like a battleground, right? Like watching as the territories are shifting and like the forces are moving back and forth. Because like on this note, buddy of mine at work, we have a lot of downtime because we're working overnight and just managing data centers. So he had found this like this war maps simulator of where it'll like produce random countries, kind of like Civilization. It'll produce random countries with different theologies and like organizational governance structures and everything. And it's perfect. It's like the dream game for men. Like you just randomize the countries, like the layout of the land and all that. You just hit play and you watch them go to war with each other.
Yeah.
And like that's effectively what this feels like to me. Is like we're just watching all these states like counting in their troops and seeing what the battleground assessment looks like. And I don't know. It's just fun, dude. Like especially the tactical focus of like, I think specifically between, even though they're going to say like all the counts have to be done today, like there's still going to be some fuckery between the hours of 1 a.m. and 4 a.m. I think.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. The fuckery is, we will not have an answer. And that's the thing is, this is like, if you guys like, if anybody out here likes soccer, you're going to love this election because this is not going to be over tonight. Like this is going to go on and there's going to be ties and bullshit. And it's going to be the fuckery has just begun. Go ahead, Coleman.
No, I was going to say It's going to be a very long, boring soccer game. 0-0 all the way until the 120th minute, and then it'll be 1-0. Yeah, it's
That's
crazy.
when the intensity is going to max out, is in that last 60 seconds.
Yes. But I'm, again, regardless of how this goes, I'm a big fan of just of making states a little bit more sovereign and getting smaller. Even if the country is in perfect harmony, everybody can get along. We're too big. Like people up in Washington State and Texas, we don't have the same needs or wants. We don't produce the same goods. Like again, and we're just going to naturally have different beliefs. So it's so tough to try and get a country that's this large to find common ground on a lot of stuff. So for myself, I would like to have something like the EU. We're just kind of separate nations. You can still travel through, but the states have more rights. And so I don't know if you guys feel the same way, but that's how I think things are going to trend. I think if you have a Harris win tonight, I think that timeline speeds up. If you have a Trump win, I think that timeline slows down a little bit. But I think in the end, in the next 20 years, I think that's going to be a reality.
I 100%, man. And I've really hoped for this for a long time. And, it's not that I want the dissolution of the American ideal. That's not it. The idea that you can, show some value in a meritocracy. I think, because of Bitcoin, especially, like Bitcoin is this force that people don't understand. And when you start to inject it into, the nation, that is America, and you watch it, like it's literally being injected into this country right now. You guys ever seen the map where you can see, it looks like it's coming out of, Antarctica, and it's just, you see where it's flowing to. You got some, in Asia, you got a couple others in Western Europe, but man, it is a pulsating laser beam right now to the United States, whether, it's just transactions or people are like literally, acquiring Bitcoin. And that doesn't go without notice. I think this is one of those things where this juggernaut, this, immutable, unstoppable money. And I'm not saying it's, it's not going to win without people recognizing that, but it's got a damn good head start here. And as it's injecting real assets into an economy, you're going to see people change. You're going to see, you can see it in the Bitcoin community. People are rejecting the pharmaceutical companies. They're rejecting the manufactured food. They're rejecting everything that we've ever been taught. I mean, and that's the thing, is everything that we've ever been taught or indoctrinated with, people are rejecting and going, you know what? No, we can do this better. We can communicate it better. We can produce it better. We can produce it more naturally. We have everything that we need in each other in terms of information. And now it's just, how do we cross-pollinate this and share it? And that just breaks right back into the States. Is we were never supposed to be this, centralized republic. We were always supposed to be this loose confederacy of, states that were, at best, under Articles of Confederation. And then, you had some very wicked, very powerful people get together, and through, very wicked money and means, they did what they've done. And so now that is unwinding, and you're seeing the empire around the world collapse along with the dollar that they built it on. Yeah, the natural, the natural order of things is, hey, look, we can do this better. We can do it more local. We can show everybody how we're doing it this way. And I think a lot of our efforts in North Carolina go to prove things like that, is, on fractions of the money that these guys have at their disposal, we've been able to make such an impact in those areas. That's going to be the change that is going to be incredible, as you start to see these local communities come absolutely roaring back. I think, the idea that Trump had about and I was never this guy that was like, oh yeah, tariffs are a good thing. Well, tariffs in terms of world trade on a dollar, it's tough, because especially, manufacturing coming here, but tariffs, when you actually get into sound money, that's going to force a creation here in the United States of manufacturing again. And, if that's one of those things that helps us, decentralize, not only globally, but here in the United States, absolutely 100% a good thing.
Yeah, I think that's going to be, I really hope Trump follows through with that. and abolishes the income tax and goes to tariffs. And I think the short-term pain on that is going to be pretty significant. I think it's going to catch a lot of people by surprise. Just naturally, the price of goods are going to have to go up. But I think if you take a longer view on that and you look it out 12, 18 months, you're going to see the significance and how strong that economy is going to be. People are going to have just that much more money. And we all can attest, we're better at spending our money than the government is. And so we can dictate what we want to use. So I really hope that he does follow through with that. But again, seeing the people that he has put in his corner and that are beside him, I think that could become a reality. In the future.
Yep. I think so too. Mike, you have something to say there?
No, I was literally, as I was listening to you guys, I was trying my damnedest to find a election map that wasn't from one of these sources that is mainstream media that's
compromised.
Yeah, and there is not a single one. So that was all of my facial expressions you guys were watching while you guys were chatting.
Well, let's open source this. Hey, if you're out there in the chats or you're watching this and you know of a non-compromised, election result counting, whatever we're looking at here, if you've got something that's better than Google, for God's sakes, we could definitely use that. That would be fantastic.
Yeah, one that's not ABC, CNN, NBC,
controlled by one of the six that is already infiltrated, right? I mean,
yeah, like Reuters is probably the most neutral that I've found, and that's still not great. So
I'll take a look on the backside of this.
I don't know if you guys are paying attention to the price of Bitcoin, but it just jumped up to 71.
Dude, did you? So speaking of that, I'm glad you brought that up. Mike Alfred made this very interesting tweet earlier today that if Bitcoin were to break 75,420, then he would give like all of this stuff, like one Bitcoin and $250,000. It's obviously all sarcastic, but I'm really hoping that the price action does go up there, because then I'm gonna actually tweet at Mike back, Mike, time to pony up, bro. Get that random number generator out and pick a random person.
That's it, man. It's coming. I mean, we don't speculate a lot on price on the show because we don't think it's important. It's a long time horizon. You stick around for a few epochs and you're gonna be fine anyway. But yeah, it's interesting to see after every election, shortly after every election, that Bitcoin just takes off, and that's that beauty where it doesn't give a shit whether it's Republican or Democrat at the helm. It's like, we know it's coming, and the prices, I should say the supply is tightening, and now that inelasticity is being felt, that's when you start to see things really change in Bitcoin. And you look at some of those jumps, whether it was a couple $100 to maybe a couple $1,000 into the $68,000 range last time, and you're sitting there going like, man, like what does this next one look like, especially given that now things have changed, because you've got nation states, you've got huge firms like BlackRock and Fidelity that have now gotten into the game. People are trading Bitcoin. Like it's different this time around, and God knows, like whatever happens to it, people are going to feel worse than ever about not getting into it earlier than later.
What I don't think we're just in an echo chamber in the Bitcoin circle or on X when the seriousness that these the BRICS nations are going to start mining, if they're not already.
They are,
which I have a doubt. But I think that they're acquiring this, and they're acquiring it in mass. And I think what's his name, Jason Lowery, is going to be right in this thesis that these nation states are going to have a race for hash power and for acquiring Bitcoin. And especially because Trump has floated out there that he wants to start the Bitcoin strategic reserve. If he becomes the next president tonight, you might see things like this price just might go absolutely bonkers with people just speculating that his theory. So it's going to be crazy.
Well, and that's the thing too, is that I agree with you. It is interesting to watch that, like, what was an echo chamber topic is no longer an echo chamber topic, because like specifically around like the BRICS stuff. Since the conversation started about BRICS, what was it, like a year or two ago, where they announced that they were actually like leaning hard into the conversation. all the talking heads have been like BRICS is a non-issue. Like there's like they're currently at this, like this. And I'm like, yeah, you're talking about the now, but you're not looking forward into the future. As long as the conversation doesn't stop, the Lindy effect takes hold. Like the longer that the BRICS nations continue to meet, and they continue to conversate, and they continue to try and find a way to work together into the future, the likelihood of them succeeding continues to go up. And it's like it's kind of like a step function. It's not going up linearly. It's gonna like have exponential, like rapid rises and everything. And because like the thing is like that, like, yeah, you could be right about how BRICS is not a threat, but you're right until you're not. And then when you're not, you're wrong. And like in the Big Short, and when you're wrong in a really bad way.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, and one of my favorite guys out there, Colonel McGregor, man, this guy has been laying it down on all fronts. He's been laying it down on the Israeli front, and he's been laying it down on the BRICS front. I've got a little clip of him doing it here, and I think he's spot on. Started from the beginning for you guys.
This is 2024. The rest of the world is not interested in war, contrary to what the neocons tell us. They're busy trying to do business. There's a thing called the BRICS Summit. It hasn't even been covered in this country. There are 44 nations represented there and another 40 that want to join on top of what's already in there. What's it about? Well, it's about commerce and making money and marketing goods. How does it work? Well, you've got this Chinese Belt and Road that's not built for military power. It's built to ship products all over Europe and Asia and Africa, made in China. And that is a money-making machine that's being built, not a war-making machine. And everybody now realizes that and wants to jump on board the money-making machine. We could do something very similar in our own country. I wrote an article called The Golden Spike that was published in Washington Times back in 2017 or 2018. I can't remember which. And it talked about building high-speed transport at sea, designed to bring goods from Asia and Europe to the United States and then put them on board high-speed trains and ship them back across the continent in very high-speed Atlantic and Pacific. And unlike the Chinese solution, it has to go through multiple nations where everybody has a handout. We're one country. We speak one language. So you're decreasing the time it takes to cross the vast expanse of Central Asia. Now, we're not in the game. We're too busy worrying about waging war in eastern Ukraine in a part of the world where we have no strategic interest and never have had such a one. Yeah, thank you, Gary. That's it.
I'll leave that there, man. But yeah, I mean, McGregor, that guy, as a colonel, even, you look at this guy who gets out there and he talks about the uncomfortable things that a lot of other people will not talk about because they're scared to death. They haven't gotten to that point where they don't understand that we are in the end game for the United States right now. If communists fucking win, like, and here's the other thing is, if it doesn't matter tonight whether Trump or Kamala wins, like, and I don't mean that in terms of like for the next 4 years. What I'm talking about is whether Trump wins or Kamala wins, we are in for the most dangerous period in world history from now until the inauguration on January 20th. Because if the communists lose, then the communists are going to continue to go for broke, and they're going to try to cheat this nation out of the quote unquote democracy that they have always, harped on. And, in terms of the world not reporting on these kind of things, well, we all know who runs every bit of legacy media. And they certainly don't want anything to do with an asset-based system that doesn't use usury, that they can't print money out of thin air, right? Like, we know the gig is up. The MO is old, and people are waking up in massive droves. So I hope it's reflected in the voting tonight.
Well, and one thing I wanted to comment on with the McGregor clip was the numbers of those countries. So like 40% or 40 countries of the world are, what do you say, are already in BRICS, and then there's another 40 waiting. Like, that's,
I think there's 198 countries now.
Yeah, I was gonna say
that's about 198.
Yeah, and I'll check that.
So 198 countries, like, globally.
Right.
That should be like the total amount. So that, like, the 40 that are in BRICS represents 20% of the world, and then include the other 40. That's 40%. That's 40% of the world wants to be in BRICS.
Okay, so 40 out of 190 countries. Okay.
Yes. So
Sorry.
like that would bring the total like of in and wanting to be in of 80 out of 198. That is like that's a meaningful amount of the world wanting to be a part of that system.
Yep. Yeah, I'm trying to find the exact number here for you guys, and the thing is you look at that and you look at the
while you're looking, Gary's knocking.
Yeah, I see him down there, but I don't see him coming up. So we'll add him. Gary,
what's going on, fellas?
Are you with us?
Yeah, can you hear me?
This is this is Black Gary for everybody. Welcome, Black Gary.
Welcome.
It's Dark Gary.
Dark.
So I wanted to check in, fellas, make sure we're over the target. You're talking about the right things, and I love what you're saying, Shane. But what I'd love to hear is a breakdown of actionable items that a Bitcoiner, that a veteran, that a local community leader can take from starting from now well into the future, right? Because Bitcoin is this tool that enables people to do well by doing well. And you can do that in your backyard. You can do that a block down the street from where you're at, right? You don't have to ask anybody permission to do that. You can do that, right? The time you free up by using this tool we call Bitcoin allows you to give that time to your fellow man and woman down the street, no matter what the fuck's going on, right? So I just wanted to drop in, make sure we're talking about the right things. It looks like we are, but let's get some actionable advice, actionable items that anybody out there listening can take and put into practice tonight, tomorrow morning, right? So let's start with you, Shane. Just give us 3, and maybe the rest of you just give us 3, and we can dive in where it makes sense.
Yeah, actionable items. I think ever since we've been up in North Carolina, this has been extremely heavy on both my heart and my mind. One of the big things is kind of coming back and briefing everybody that I know in my community that has some sort of kind of key leader experience, whether it's a sheriff, whether it's neighborhood leaders in the local vicinity, and obviously family members, right? Because those are kind of your interlocking circles. So you've got authority at the highest, and you've got your local community that's kind of the medium range, and then you've got your close-knit community. And so one of the big things that I started talking about is communication. We started a PACE plan in North Carolina, and the PACE plan is primary, alternate, contingency, and emergency. And so when you start to talk about these things at the nuclear family level, the community level, and the broader level, like a county level, you start to understand exactly where some of the weaknesses are. You can start to prepare that way. I think one of the biggest things that I took away was the fact when everything else is down, things like Meshtastic are still up, and that's one of those things where me and my family, one of the things that we're going to be doing is hiking peaks down here in southern Appalachia and planting repeaters as soon as I have a actionable, like, no kidding, unit that I can leave out there, and I know that it's going to survive season after season after season without
yeah, we've got the radio nerds on it, and I tell you what, man, we got it figured out, right? So be on the lookout from that coming out from Bitcoin Veterans HR4 BTC. He's on Nostr, heavy on Nostr. If you want radio content, especially like more ruggedized stuff, he shares it all. So
yeah,
I mean, that one's great. And PACE, any veteran should know PACE. If you go, hey, what's the PACE plan? Like a veteran, like that's a day one thing. So if you don't quite fully get that, find yourself your local veteran. I guarantee you there's one somewhere in your neighborhood.
I would tell you guys, everybody, if you don't have a Starlink system, get a Starlink system. You can buy it and you don't even have to use it. You can literally store it in your attic or wherever you store things and have that thing on hand just in case fiber goes down or copper goes down or whatever you're using, currently. And you don't have to pay for, there's the service is one of those things you pay for when you actually use it, and you can fire it up anytime. You can also gift it to people. So if you want to keep like a quad con, and this is one of the things that we've been talking about with Christian Rangers, is having a QuadCon. If you're going to be a key leader in your area and you want to stock up a QuadCon, possibly on your own property, where you have some units to start handing out to people that are going to be assets in those emergency situations, absolutely a phenomenal thing in terms of being prepared. And then, I think food supply. I think food supply is one of those things where if you understand, where you're going to have your, if you've already got electricity and water and everything and figured out, your food supply is one of those things you have to figure out. And I will tell you, that's probably the hardest thing to crack, especially given the extended period of time that you might need it for. So I would, in terms of those three, those would be, high priority for me in the situation that we're in now, is being, a force for not only your family, but your community, and then your county emergency personnel. So whether it's firefighters or the sheriff, or possibly even the mayors, if they're open-minded, they have people that have, budgets and can put forth things, like the PACE plan and emergency know-how in a no shit situation.
Yeah, in Bitcoin and these other freedom techs, these open source technology, Meshtastic, Reticulum, Tor, all of these different communication solutions, Nostr, right? All of these are sort of like, can be various aspects of various different PACE plans, right? So it's when it comes to communications, you can get very, very diverse with PACE plans, where you can do, what is it? Semaphore is like the smoke signaling or whatever.
No idea.
Yeah, go ahead, Gary. Bring us all.
No, I think that's a term for like smoke signaling, but like you can have smoke signals, right? Like that's like one of the oldest forms of like long distance communication, right? Was like light the watchtowers up, right? So like what I'm saying is, we have all these digital communication techniques, but the standards of PACE plans, like there's so many examples historically that you can look at.
Agreed.
That's it, fellas.
Hey, Gary, before you go, man, why don't you give us your three? Like, what's on your map in terms of, providing a solution to, whether it's, the way I described it or your own kind of understanding.
Yeah. I mean, neighbors that I walk to, right? Like that's outside of the family, right? This is just assuming like the neighbors that I walk to, right? Like I hope and I believe, and like now I'm going to make sure I go talk to her about it, but like make sure my kids know to go to my neighbor's house if something's wrong with me and my wife, right? But like just knowing that like, oh, hey, they're going to go to so-and-so's house. But then also knowing like I could ride my bike to so-and-so's house, right? That's not necessarily a function of proximity, but that's a function of like fitness, right? So that's a whole nother thing, right? With PACE plan, but it's like, I can confidently ride my bike to a couple other buddies' houses, right? So this is like a primary thing is just being able to do it on foot. And I know that if I can do that, and if I walk the dog every night and stuff like that, go for a walk with some of the fellas in the neighborhood and everything like that, you're just being a good neighbor, right? You're being a good community member. You can do that in so many different ways, right? Like you get very creative with the way you contribute your time back, right? Is it at the church? Is it at a homeless shelter? Is it at the VFW, right? Go wash the dishes at your VFW if that's where you go, drink your PBR. You know what I mean? Like these are ways you do it, but what you're doing is you're serving others. You're building a community, a network. And then maybe you're not the whiz bang radio guy, but guess what? You can get your bike to his house. Right. So just that's all. And again, it just comes down to Bitcoiners having the time and the resources too, of like being just a good person in the community, right? Setting an example. And then on top of that, being veterans, right? Like this was something that every time you go up for an evaluation or you go up for your whatever report, your annual, your boards or whatever, right? It was like, there was always this community service aspect. So I feel like it's a very, very tangible thing, especially for Bitcoin veterans. It's like, go look at your old evals and look at all the stupid shit you used to do in the military when they forced you to volunteer, and go do that, but do that for like a good cause, right? And like do that as a Bitcoin veteran. You know what I mean? Like this
like
is
area beautification.
Yes, exactly, dude. Go to your local small business meetups, rock your Bitcoin veteran gear. There's going to be some veteran bro that eventually is going to talk to you. and then he'll know you're a Bitcoin guy.
Dude, to that point, Gary, my girlfriend, while I was at work, she was at one of the local fights with her son, and a guy noticed her wearing one of our hoodies, and he like just walked up and he was like, "Hey, I'm a 40-year vet, like in the army." And I was like, okay, first of all, like I was kind of like, I was checking her. I'm like, 40 years in the army. I was like, either that bitch is lying his teeth out, or he was very, very heavy in from the point of where he graduated high school and he never left. But like to your point, Gary, is like wearing this stuff out, like for like, dude, I've been trying to figure it out, but it's got to be just the combination of Bitcoin and veterans, where it's like it causes gears to mesh, but then a lot of question marks to come out of those gears, and like people are interested.
But we were also taught how to present ourselves in public, right? With a uniform, with like being a representation of something, right?
Yeah.
And all it is you're just being a representation of a good dude. Like, you know what I mean? Like if you're a follower of Christ, you're being, a good representation, good follower of Christ, whatever it is that motivation for you to do it. You just do that. It doesn't have to be under a banner or anything. You just like,
just be your own. Lost YouTube. Keep going with the Christ stuff though. I like it.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, did we actually lose YouTube? Because I wouldn't care. It's just like
jokes,
fine,
people.
whatever.
Jokes. but
like another thing that I wanted to add on to like what Gary was talking about as far as like things to do, like part of the PACE plan, because he mentioned that fitness is part of the PACE plan. Like that, like that's like I don't think that can be stated enough. Like in like especially this. Guys, some of like the easiest, like not easiest, but some of the simplest workouts. Okay, I almost made a Freudian slip there, because like one thing that a lot of people do, especially when it comes to a matter of health, is they expect simple to be easy. Simple solutions are rarely easy in execution.
Dude, that's in everything.
Yeah, exactly. And a couple of the things that like all of us can do starting tonight while you're waiting for the tallies to come in, or you can start tomorrow morning as we're preparing for either side to not accept the outcome, is a couple of workouts you can do as far as just like picking up heavy shit and moving it. Like they're going to support, like, especially for men that are like getting up past their 30s into their 40s and beyond. Doing things like deadlifts, like heavy lunges and farmer's carries, like just those three alone, just picking up some heavy shit, whether it's a couple buckets of water or whatever. Like you don't have to do back squats. Everybody's scared of back squats, but just doing those things like really improves the strength. And then like you can do it outside, which there's a lot of science coming out where like if you're not getting exposure to the very low UV that comes from the sun, it maximizes the amount of energy that you produce. Like your body actually produces UV light, like all of the cells that help provide even more energy on top of like the calories you're consuming. Like working out outdoors in the sunlight is a big booster. And then like to Gary's point, you get out and like you do this in your neighborhood, people are going to start noticing you're leading by example. You're wearing the Bitcoin veterans gear while you're doing it. You're proving that you're a badass. Like just doing something like that, like on top of like the beef initiative Texas Slim stuff of going out and shaking your hand with the local rancher.
This is Joe Rogan, right? Like this is Joe Rogan was canceled for saying go outside and exercise, right?
Yeah.
So be careful. Yeah. Be careful, Mike.
Oh, dude, I don't give a shit. I was living in Texas when they called us fascists for working out and practicing MMA. So I don't give a damn. Like this, like if you're gonna go so far as to label men that are working on making sure that they are capable of defending themselves and their loved ones, you're gonna call them fascists for it, like you're going straight to hell. I don't care, or straight to jail at least, like with the meme, like it's just like not acceptable.
Yeah, I would challenge a lot of you guys too, man. Take it from a guy who's been broken, in a lot of ways, whether it's, dislocated shoulders, AC separations, hernias, double back surgery, knees, just really fucked up. There is a road back. And I think some of that easy stuff, that Mike talks about, whether it's taking a walk, whether it's going out and doing some pull-ups or push-ups, or, getting your flexibility back. There are so many people on YouTube that are out there that are real dudes that do like man type of yoga and, having a smoke once in a while, even, I don't know, to light the mood, but start there. And if you know, if you're one of those guys that has kind of let it go since leaving the military, get back at it. Start to eat, better, high density, nutritious food. You'll spend less money overall if you're literally eating high density food instead of all the bullshit that you're trying to like. I'm always like, if you're saying I'm always hungry, it's because you don't have the right minerals and vitamins in your system, and you're not going to get that from manufactured food or even cheap food, for that matter. So start there. And this is my challenge: is if you're there and you're that guy that can go and knock out 3 or 4 miles at a time on a trail, or you can do somewhere between 10 and 20 pull-ups, maybe start doing something harder. Maybe start challenging yourself and humbling yourself again. Where when you started into the military, you were busted. You were private. You were or a lieutenant colonel or something. I'm sorry, a lieutenant in most of those, and you got shit on all the time. I will tell you from experience, joining a jiu-jitsu gym that's a good jiu-jitsu gym, not don't go out and join a competition gym. Like, that's not your thing. Find a good family jiu-jitsu gym and get your ass in there and get your ass kicked for a little bit. And I mean that, like, literally get in there, and you will see, stick around for a year. You're going to be the guy that's not getting his ass kicked as much anymore, but still once in a while is, getting his ass kicked. And it is hard. It is a lot of sweat. There's pain involved with it. But if you've got all these things that are laid out before you, where you're taking care of your diet, you're taking care of, the flexibility and the nutrition side of everything, and then you can go and add this struggle. Like, there's something else that happens in this fight or flight instead of just going and working out, that provides a different type of dopamine in your, for your body. And that does something, man. And I got to tell you, like, from the time I started till now, finding the right place to go and roll with other dudes, and have that community, that this interconnectedness, where you're going to sweat on each other. You're probably going to sweat in each other's damn mouths. You're going to be covered in each other's nastiness by the end of the night.
Big yikes.
And at the end of the day, when you're done with that, though, like, you've done something. You know that whether you won or not, you probably have the respect, if you're not a dick, of going in there and doing some at least good for yourself. And if you take your entire family to do stuff, I got to tell you, like, I've got 5 in my family, and so when we mob into this place, like, we're bringing something good into our own local economy as well. So I just do something extremely challenging and extremely hard, especially in the physical world, for yourself.
Well, and like, one thing I want to tack onto that, one second, Gary, one thing I want to tack onto that too, is that not just like the physically hard, as in like it's going to make you sweat. I'm going to take it to the exact opposite direction. Like, for example, especially for pace, for like whatever could be coming in the next 5 months, 5 years, or like Coleman was talking about 20 years, as far as difficulty, like, you're going to want to be able to weather some of the elements. And Dr. Mike here is going to prescribe that if cold weather is like makes you into a bitch, Dr. Mike's going to prescribe that you do whatever makes you feel like a bitch. And that's going to mean cold weather exposure, and specifically like cold plunges. Cause like that, like having, like, knowing that you can tolerate something like that, like the temperatures of the water that will make your skin numb within 10 to 20 seconds, and you can tolerate it for 2 to 3 minutes. That might not seem meaningful. That seems like some bro science stuff. But when you get out to the point of where you're in the elements, and you're potentially scraping bottom, as far as like bottom of the barrel for your life, you at least know that you can tough something out like that. Like, that's not nothing. That's going to be really meaningful for when things start to actually get difficult.
Yeah, I think there's a lot to... Go ahead, Gary.
Well, I was just going to compliment you, Coleman, and then throw it your way, because I think if you're already hard as fuck like Coleman, like, the picture I know him most of is like he's got just the ice-covered beard and like just white out in the background. And I'm like, damn, that guy's fucking hard. I used to be so cold, but I was not that cold. You know what I mean? When I see that picture, I was not that cold. So I know you're hard, Coleman, but have you ever stared at lines of Bitcoin code just stared at it. Like, you think you're fucking tough, dude. I want
That's above my pay grade, above my wheelhouse. I have no idea on that side. I am not technical at all when it comes to Bitcoin. And I'm ashamed to say it, but I just get lost in it. I try and dive into it, and it is just, it's above me. I just can't grasp it.
We'll get you there. Mike's going to get you on the high jump. You're going to high jump up and grasp it.
There you go.
I hope so. But to go off of what Mike had said, I think you need to have pain and discomfort, because again, in extreme situations, you default to your lowest level of training. And so again, if your first reaction when you get stressed out is just to shut down, like that's what's going to happen in a high stress situation. So getting exposure to difficult things, pushing yourself, getting outside of your elements. So myself included, learning Bitcoin code and learning the technical sides of it. It makes you a more well-rounded person. And there's nothing more painful than just living life in comfort. You got to get out there and have some pains.
I like it. I love it.
Dude,
Gary, have we scratched this? Or go ahead, Mike.
No, I was just gonna say, while we've all been riffing on this, I was about to bring it up, but I'm glad I didn't, because it's corrected itself. But we already swore, so fuck it. These motherfuckers were trying to label Texas as blue. And I was about to bring it up while you guys were talking, but I'm glad I didn't, because it's
listen, Mike, go back. Listen, go talk about your election stuff, direction, whatever. It's been great, fellas.
Same thing.
Free Ross day one.
Right.
That's it, man.
Oh, okay.
Gary's out.
Gary.
Man, he's an abrupt individual. My kind of guy, though.
He's always serious.
I'll tell you, yeah, Gary's not always serious. I actually had the fortune of hanging out with Gary down here at TabConf a couple weeks ago, and let's go ahead and plug TabConf. TabConf is I think one of the most underattended high signal Bitcoin conferences there is. It's down here in Atlanta every year. It's been going strong, I think, for 4 or 5 years at least now. And it is technical, but the thing is like showing up. I got to show up this year and talk about what we've been doing. They asked me to come up and talk about Meshtastic, and there's plenty of guys in this audience that can come up. They can talk about Nostr, they can talk about Meshtastic, they can talk about ham radio, you name it. For a group of people, especially down here in the Southeast, this is a fantastic conference to come into. A lot of knowledge, a lot of people that are literally writing the code and doing what Gary's talking about, like staring at lines of Bitcoin code, coming up with new solutions. These guys, they might be the most critical piece of Bitcoin there is. And I mean that, Bitcoin developers, we need more and more Bitcoin developers that are, a lot like Bitcoin veterans. We need, those guys steering this thing the right way and at least being the white blood cells. And I will say that, about a lot of the guys in this, this group, we're all different, but a lot of the guys, when they see the infection and they see, what's coming and they understand it, and they're the first people that are like, dude, look right there. Like, this is our issue. This is where we need to start focusing attention. A lot of times we're met with derision. We're met with, things, that are unflattering. But at the end of the day, it's because I think a lot of us really care. And we have seen firsthand from experience. It's, nobody wants to be that guy. You don't ever want to be the turd in the punch bowl that's like, oh, and everybody's like, ew, no, I don't want to, let's not talk about that kind of stuff. It's, hey, listen, we've got some serious problems, and the sooner that we identify those and come to a kind of a consensus on this, the sooner we can act on it. And I think that's, one of the things that has gotten lost on this very soft society that's out there is they don't want to hear it. They don't want to hear, this is what's wrong, when it's uncomfortable, because it's something that they have to unlearn again and then relearn something. It's kind of a sad predicament in some ways.
Well, and it's also, it's like I've been trying to think of like what to call like our group, like the fire watchers or just the watchers or something. The thing too is that like the unfortunate reality of what you were talking about is that most people, they have the whole like quit being the buzzkill vibe, like you're killing the vibe, bro. Like they have that whole situation because they feel like you're bringing up something that needs to be fixed is like ruining the party. It's like, no, I want to keep the party going, but we have a keg that's leaking. Like, let's fix the keg first, and then we can keep the party going. Or like, hey, the balcony's about to fall apart. Let's fix that real quick, and then we can go right back to what we were doing. But nobody wants to stop and actually do the work to like fix the problem so that the problem doesn't turn into a catastrophe in the short term. And it's just,
hey, have you ever read some of the Native American books, like kind of what you're talking about? They were called the Firekeepers. And these were the guys.
Damn, I'm gonna add another book to my
that were extremely trusted. I'm trying to remember the name of one of the books that talked about this. The Firekeepers had to be of the utmost integrity and discipline, because if they didn't have the fire, especially in certain seasons, right, like your entire village, your entire tribe, whatever it was, like they could absolutely perish. And so this guy's one job was either keep the fire lit or have something to start a fire, because if you can't start fire, you can't stay warm, you can't cook food, you can't do all the things that you need to do, fend off, possibly, animals and enemies out there. So this idea of, the firekeeper and the white blood cells and all these guys that are like, look, no, hey, we're here for it, man. Like, we want the good times as much as everybody else, but we got to address some things so that the good times get to stick around even longer.
Well, and like let's humor me for a second. I'll do my Resident Doom Lord stuff and go down, since we've already touched on the communism stuff and we're getting here already. Like that's like one thing that that really concerns me just about the stuff, like talking about like the topic I like to talk on, which I've written on, is like the target softening and all these strategies that are being carried out against the US. And there's an aggressive aversion to reality and like what's unfolding right in front of our eyes from a meaningful percentage of the population, of just like, oh, well, nothing's ever happened to the US here on our soil, so nothing is going to happen in the future. It's like, that's retarded. Like it is like, and like I'm sure we lost a bunch of people that are listening. I'm sorry, I don't care. But like, because like to think that something that hasn't happened won't happen, because it hasn't happened, you don't know how to prepare for it, so it actually increases the likelihood that it is going to happen to you. And the longer that you go with that mindset, the longer it gets like more deeply ingrained into you, your friends, your family, your neighbors, and everybody else, the more fragile the entire system becomes, because we don't know how to prepare ourselves against that kind of vector. And we have not been touched on our soil by any of this ever in our history. We are the most fragile we've ever been in our history. And that's not including the rogue deep state that we have going on right now.
Yeah.
And that's not including like the different like election interference stuff that's been going on. Like the funny thing is that it gets wrapped up as like we know it's happening because we've been doing it to other countries. But then you watch like the whistleblower video that came out from Greg Brenson, worked for the CIA, talking about Smartmatic and the Venezuelan regime that created the Cartel del Sol, which I like, guys, if you do a little research, I bet you're going to find out that the Tren de Aragua came right from those fuckers. And guess what? Those guys came from the CIA.
That's
like, like how aggressively do we have to actually, like, do we have to go in and get the account numbers for you people to realize what's been going on? Like, it's not touching on like any of the infrastructure vulnerabilities we have. It's not touching on like the weakness in the military with the DEI and the recruiting issues. It's not touching on all of the money we sent over to Ukraine, which, guys, the money that's going to the Ukraine becomes part of the shadow dollar, the shadow banking system, which floods right back into the US and feeds the inflation problem, separate from the Federal Reserve's interest rates. Okay. And it's not touching on the food issues, which Texas Slim and Shane and I have ranted on about. And I'm pretty sure, Coleman, you were part about one of those conversations when you came on too. Like, everywhere you look, we have glaring vulnerabilities. And this election is going to determine whether we start actually like plugging those holes or whether we're going to keep ignoring them and then we have to deal with the consequences later.
right. Go ahead, Coleman.
No, there's so many different threads to pull on with that. But the last thing you said with the food system, like if there was a catastrophe with these mass farms or these industrial complexes, how many people would know how to go out and harvest an animal and butcher it? Like I bet you maybe 1%, if that, of the population.
I sure as hell don't.
But you could probably figure it out, right?
Oh yeah.
Would you say you could figure it out? But how many people would have no idea where to start? Would they even know that you're supposed to, remove its innards and remove the hide? Or so again,
they can't even stand the sight of blood, Coleman. There's no way they're removing the innards.
They have no relationship with their food. And that's the thing is, when you have no relationship with your food, that when you think that it comes in a cellophane wrapper and that's all you think about, that's one of those things where, I think when you're a farmer or when you're a hunter, especially, and you rely on these things as part of your diet, that grace at your table is a little bit different. You know what I mean? Like it's like, look, man, it's like things are literally dying for us, like for us to eat, to survive, to thrive in this world. There are other things that have given their lives for that. And, those are all obviously created by a higher power, whether you believe in Christ or not. Like this is one of those things where when you understand it and you go, oh man, I've actually seen how this whole system works together, and it boggles my mind, the intricacy, the divine in every tiny detail of it. And you go, wow, man, like this is incredible. Yeah, I would say if you're not one of those people that, or is one of those people that has been, I guess, kind of like pushed away from that type of lifestyle where you harvest a lot of your own food, man, maybe give it a try, because it is a lot harder and a lot more difficult and a lot more intimate than going to a grocery store.
I would push back. I don't know if it's a lot harder. I guess, going out and hunting is a lot harder, but picking the right food out of the grocery store is difficult, right? A lot of people have no idea what to do with that. And
you got to know, you got to, to that point though, Coleman, it's like, you got to know that's like, oh, it has the organic stamp, means fuck all. It does not mean anything.
Nothing. Yeah.
Like you have to know what information to look for, what to filter out, what specifically to look for as far as like the way the information is organized. Like if it's coming first, it's going to be in the greatest amount. Like if it's coming last, it's in the least. Like, yeah, that's a good point. I never thought about it that way.
Yeah, and so like single source food, like if your food has more than just a couple of ingredients on it, it's probably not good for you. And again, knowing your local farmers, like I can honestly say it's been well over 3 years since we've bought any type of meat from a grocery store. We try and do everything possible from our local farmers, and then whatever I'm able to do with sustenance with hunting. And it's amazing. I can smell the difference of meat now. If someone is cooking something from our local grocery store, I can instantly smell the difference in it. It just has, it's not rancid, but it has a distinct smell, and it doesn't smell appealing to me whatsoever.
It could actually be rancid, because what a lot of like Americans don't know, and like something that I have to constantly kind of like combat here in Iowa is that one of the problems that I'm going to get to the actual point after this is like one of the problems with specifically out here in the Midwest is that we have all this farmland, and people think that it's like, oh, well, if this does happen in the United States, we have all this farmland out here, we can use that for food. It's like, no, idiot. That's crops that are specifically grown for ethanol. You ain't eating that shit. Like even the cattle doesn't want to eat that crap because they've stuffed the cattle with it, and they stuff it in such high volumes for so long that the stomach acid actually eats holes through the cattle's like stomachs and out all the way out to the outside of the cattle. You can literally reach in through the hole inside the stomach and pull out like crap that's in there. Wow. That's how bad this stuff is for you.
And for anybody that's doubting that, just go Google that or do a search on it. That's a real thing.
Yeah.
What Mike's talking about.
But to the ultimate point that you brought up, Coleman, is that the reason it might actually be rancid is a lot of the beef that we're eating here in the United States is not from the United States, it's from Brazil.
That's right.
Yep.
And
so like the amount of time it takes to travel, it probably is rancid to some degree.
Yeah, they're coming in on the cart or the rail carts, and yeah, it's horrible. But as long as they have their last meal in the United States with some kind of organic food, they can label it USDA organic meat.
Yeah, and you also have to, like, when you're looking at that, you've got to, there are certain labels, and you should definitely understand this. Not only is it, raised in the United States, but it's absolutely, hormone and, vaccine free from, everything they do. And I don't even know that there are a lot of stores out there doing this kind of stuff, or providing those kind of products. And I guarantee you, in less affluent neighborhoods where people just don't have the money for real food, or maybe the education to look at this kind of stuff, they're not even offered. I guarantee you.
Well, go ahead.
No, go ahead, Mike. I was just gonna say it's sad.
Well, I was gonna say that it's gonna be one of the benefits of like all this economic difficulty is that it's gonna force consumers to start looking for products that are more in their price range, and the ranchers and the farmers that are growing produce and growing livestock and slaughtering livestock that's not including all these antibiotics and everything and these inputs, it's going to allow them to be able to sell a better product for cheaper.
That's right.
Because that's one of the biggest problems for farmers and ranchers is that you got to abide by this, like this antibiotic schedule, like, or this routine. It's like, okay, that's another, like however many hundreds of dollars per animal. Like you got to have like all these fertilizers, herbicides, and pesticides. That's how many hundreds of dollars per square foot or per acre. It's just, it's going to help like make things actually more economical again.
Well, guys, we've been going for an hour and a half. We are just getting into this evening. I think there's a lot more to come. I think we're going to have some more guests pop in here. We're going to get to our sponsors now. And I just want to say, we've got some of the best sponsors around. Obviously, we've been on somewhat of a emergency hiatus for the past few weeks. So, I mean, and last week we kind of had a special, and we didn't want to cheapen the recap of what we've been doing with sponsorship. And I don't say that as our sponsors aren't worthy. They say that out of respect for the people of North Carolina, South Carolina, and Georgia. This was one of those ones where we were like, hey, let's just do it straight. But our sponsors have stuck with us through everything. They're still out there, and I want to give them homage. These guys, when we talk about, going into our own communities, especially the freedom tech communities, and people who are out there putting their livelihoods into Bitcoin veterans, I want to give them everything that we can in terms of the props. We're going to take a small break. We're going to go through our 4 sponsors and allow Mike and Coleman to get out, use the restroom real quick, maybe grab a drink. If you want to come out and be part of the show, and you're part of Bitcoin veterans, this is obviously another cool part is that link is out there in the chats right now for some of you guys. If you'd like to come up, just come on, and we'll take a break now. We'll start covering the election when we get back. Black Sheep Ammunition. Veteran-owned and operated, Black Sheep Ammunition graciously donated 6,000 rounds to Bitcoin veterans for the Nashville Range Day event. Use Bitcoin 10 for 10% off. Black Sheep Ammunition is not made for the faint of heart. They craft ammo for the black sheep, for the watchful defenders called to hunt, provide, and protect, and for the brave patriots who boldly keep watch atop the hill, and for the weirdos who aren't afraid to stray from the flock. When courage calls you to action, Black Sheep will be there to answer. Their mission is to supply every freedom-loving American with enough firepower to get the job done twice. Check them out at blacksheepammo.com. Use the code Bitcoin10 for 10% off. A big shout out to our friends over at Punchplate. Coddle.co, that's CODL.co. Punch plates are a durable medium for your Bitcoin and can store 12 words or 24-word Bitcoin backups. Storing your Bitcoin in metal ensures your keys will survive in the elements, accidental spills, and in some cases even fire. You don't have to worry about smeared ink or ripped paper and can sleep soundly knowing your Bitcoin are inscribed on a punch plate. These are the best prices you're going to find in this industry. $24 for a 24-word punch plate. It's simple. It's a punch and a plate. No little letters, no stamps with letters on them, just a punch and a plate. Go check them out at coddle.co. That's punch plate at coddle.co. Solo Satoshi is dedicated to the advancement of open source Bitcoin mining with a steadfast commitment to the security and decentralization of the Bitcoin network. As a pioneering force in the Bitcoin space, their mission is to empower individuals and businesses worldwide with innovative, secure, and decentralized mining solutions. At Solo Satoshi, they believe in the transformative power of open source software and the potential it holds for the future of Bitcoin mining. They strive to foster a community of developers and enthusiasts who share our vision of a more secure and decentralized Bitcoin landscape. Our dedication to open source principles is at the heart of their mission, driving their commitment to transparency, collaboration, and innovation. They are passionate about supporting the growth and the development of the Bitcoin network, and they recognize the critical role that open source software and developers play in achieving this goal. By promoting and contributing to open source ecosystems, they aim to facilitate a more robust and resilient Bitcoin network, ensuring its longevity and success for years to come. At Solo Satoshi, their mission is not only to provide cutting-edge mining solutions, but also to educate and inspire others about the importance of decentralization and open source principles in the Bitcoin space. They believe that by working together, we can create a future where Bitcoin mining is more accessible, efficient, and aligned with the core values of decentralization and open collaboration. Paladin Tower Tactics offers professional-grade firearms and tactics training to equip men and women to be protectors of life. The owner and lead instructor, Scott Wiley, is a combat veteran, a former airborne infantryman who fought in Afghanistan. After the Army, Scott started Paladin Tower Tactics in 2015 while serving his community in law enforcement. He has 10 years of experience in law enforcement as a SWAT officer and firearms instructor. Over the last decade, Scott has had the privilege of training hundreds of students from all experience levels in the military, law enforcement, and the civilian world. His passion is to equip his students for the gunfight, the legal fight, and the spiritual fight. All three will take place in and after a violent confrontation. Check out PaladinTowerTactics.com to learn more about the course offerings or to host a class on a range near you. Follow Paladin Tower Tactics on Nostr, X, Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube. Yes, he does accept Bitcoin. Scott is a patriot who loves God and loves liberty. His training is some of the highest quality available. Go check him out and support his veteran-owned business. We're back.
Shane,
All right,
are we
guys.
sure it's pronounced Paladin?
It's Paladin. I have not had the time, and it's Scott Willie, not Wiley. Marines reading
I had
words. We're better at this kind of stuff. So.
Paladin actually sounds pretty good, so we might have to recommend to Scott that maybe he add an E to it.
I mean, Coleman, I blame you specifically because I think I heard you say it before I said it.
I've said it like 5 different ways. So I remember Randy yelling at me for it, and then you, and then Jordan. So I have no idea which way. You need to get him up here to tell us the right way.
I don't think I ever yell at you for that because I made the same mistake and obviously am still making it. Next week's agenda, get that thing fixed.
Actually, you know what? Yeah, that was the last one. I watched the video podcast. I saw you say it, and that's how I said it, and then someone corrected me again. So I'm like, I'm done.
I mean, what do they want from us? I mean, we're good for gunfights, going in first, and doing all that kind of stuff. Reading. Boy.
I mean, Paladin's not like a bad way to say it. I'm just saying, fellas. Just like I know I brought it up, and it's a little bit of a nerve, but maybe we need to talk to Scott. It's like, hey, man. Yeah. Like it rolls off the tongue easier. Paladin,
I thought it might have been ethnic. Paladin. I've never heard of Paladin before. So,
you know what? It's great for him because we're talking about it. So it's free advertising.
Scott Willie, man, good guy too. I'll tell you what. I don't know if you guys were watching. I think Coleman, you were definitely down there. Mike, you might have been talking up on the hill. But did you watch some of his draw times when we were? At the range?
Recorded it. I was specifically recorded him and I can't remember John. I think maybe that was his name.
Like, but sub 1 second, like on target. You're just like, dude, that is you flying point. I think
I was gonna say like
sometimes.
I was gonna say if you weren't gonna bring it up, I was like, he's got the fastest draw in the West for sure. Like it is terrifying how quickly Scott can get from the holster to lead in your face. Like you can't think fast enough.
Yeah, no, you're getting smoked. Like I would say 99% of people like that's the last guy you want to get in a gunfight with.
And guys, he's a giant. He is massive. and he's the freaking nicest, softest bear you could ever come across. Like,
those are the guys you have to watch out for. The ones that are quiet and just stand on the side. Yeah, those are the ones you never.
He's super polite, professional, big as hell. But then, like, if you piss him off, like you're gonna have a round out the back of your face before you even realize he drew it.
So we're not bragging or anything, blue states, but we're just saying communists. Like, the hills and the South are loaded.
He's like 2.8 million ahead now. Wow,
dude. Yeah. So a little bit of an update. Trump is up to 101 electoral votes. Kamala's got about half of that right now. The popular vote, he's leading 53%. But what's funny to me, guys, and I just kind of wanted to point this thing out. Florida right now is at 92%. And it's one of the largest populations on the East Coast. And it's got 2 time zones, for God's sakes. And you've still got 92% of the counties counted. What the hell is going on everywhere else? And it's obviously a rhetorical question. Like, I think Georgia obviously is a key swing state here, or at least they'd like you to think it's a key swing state. 52% of the vote compared to 92% down in Florida, just south of the border. There's literally no difference between these 2 states, minus the amazing football team that Georgia has. But these guys, man, like, I'm going to tell you right now, I think, you start looking around some of the South, like South Carolina, 42%, North Carolina's got 16%, and it has just swung from being blue to being red. They're only reporting 16% though. Virginia, of all places, 40% is in, and Donald Trump is now leading in the polls there.
Well, Harris just got 19 votes out of really nowhere. And if you click on Illinois real quick, they're claiming it a bold blue already. But click on like how many of the counties are actually like
you're 9%.
Look at how many counties have actually reported it, and they're calling it that aggressively already.
Right. And to be fair, if we go back in and go to Arkansas, 13% is in. Oklahoma, 22% is in. That's fair. Mississippi only 4%. Alabama, they can't count, so that's 1%. Alabama might be the sticking point down here in the South because it's Alabama. No, I'm just kidding, guys. We love you over there.
Alabama vote Democrat is the day that hell literally freezes over.
Yeah. Also, but I mean, this is an interesting trend over here, guys. So I will tell you, North Carolina has in the past couple elections been very blue. They've got Charlotte and Raleigh, and a couple places over there on the East Coast, like Wilmington, that are a lot more blue. You've got Virginia that has been much more democratic in terms of the hold because of the outlying areas of DC. That's just kind of switched over into Donald Trump's. It's not by much, just a fraction of a percentage. But then you also have Ohio, and Ohio is one of those that Trump's got to win. I think he's also got to win PA. There's only 11% being reported in PA, and that's the place where obviously history was almost made. Whether his ear really got shot or not, I have no idea. But the fact that you have some of this trending in that way now after beginning in the blue, that's a really good sign.
Go ahead, Mike.
I was checking on our chats. Did you see apparently there was 32 bomb threats in Fulton County, Georgia at voting centers?
I haven't heard anything about it, and I live here.
Wow.
32 in Fulton County, man. For those of you guys don't know Fulton County, let me show you guys Fulton County, because this is kind of a fun exercise. So Fulton County is, let me just zoom in on Fulton County here, because Fulton County is this piece of shit right here. So what you have up here is horse country. This is where Fulton County draws all of its money from. You notice what else is in Fulton County? Atlanta and Southwest Atlanta. So Fulton County gets all of its money from up here. Obviously a lot of the business here, but Fulton County is one of the most gerrymandered districts in maybe the United States, and for obviously good reason, right? Like, well, I should say for really, really bad reasons. But this place right here, this is where the heart of the money is. This is as red gets, and then they tie it into this down here, which funds all of that. It's crazy to me. But if that's the place, this is also Fulton County, the place where, you know, you had the water main break last time. Like Fulton County in Georgia, you want to talk about, you know, the most corrupt county in Georgia, it's Fulton County.
That's dope, dude. We need more people like you, Shane. They can go into the specific counties with like knowledge. It's like, see this little guy right here? This is where all the money's coming from. And they're manipulating all these little guys down below.
Which really kind of is infuriating. I imagine, especially, I mean, for the people who live in Alpharetta and Milton and in Georgia, I mean, don't get me wrong, it's a beautiful place, and you will never see, I mean, density wise, you can drive through this area and it's hill country, you know, beautiful, I mean, giant like estate homes with paddocks and stuff for horses and everything else. The fact that you've got that kind of money there and they've allowed the gerrymandering to stay that way here in Georgia, there's places like this all over the United States, obviously for you know, very simple reasons. But it kind of raises the question, like, man, why don't these people get together with all their money and change that shit? Kind of a weird thing. I imagine a lot of them are dependent on the system. I'm probably answering my own question.
What, dude? There aren't entrepreneurs like that in America.
What? Yeah, so let's see. Michigan trending blue right now. It's only got 7% reported. And if you guys remember 2016, Trump won Michigan. He also won Wisconsin. I think he won Pennsylvania and Ohio back then. So, you know, if he's going to pull, you know, some more of the Midwest, and he's got the entire South, and he's going to pull a lot of, you know, the Western territory out here, I imagine he will. Boy, I'll tell you what, it's going to be very interesting what these guys have to do to change that, you know, in the wee hours in the coming days if we don't have a settlement by tomorrow.
Well, because I mean, he's gonna get he's not gonna. Harris is gonna get California, Oregon, and Washington, right? Probably Colorado.
Yeah, what was it the other day? Was it either Washington or Oregon that was saying, "Hey, we've got a computer system problem out here, and we're not going to be able to search
Washington."
Yeah, for a week, huh? Something.
I didn't see anything that actually said like a full week. I think there was a tweet or a couple tweets that were suggesting like a full week timeline, but I don't know. I think that could just be like opinion getting interjected into it. But it was a strategically timed outage for like a computer network. like especially with like all the data center and like cloud computing support we have that is like very ample and extremely redundant. And you're going to tell me that the computers that run the government, the local government, are down? Like, you give me, and you knew the election was coming. You didn't do anything to prepare for this.
That's
like,
right.
Dude, I have a hard time believing that was just an accident.
There are no accidents in politics. I mean, and that's the thing is,
especially when Soros is involved.
Oh man, there's so much choreography going on, and you know, I like to get into this side of it too, you know, is when you look at, if you're being adversarial, I mean, and this is, I think, right up your alley, Mike, in terms of being adversarial, you can look at this, you know, in one of two ways. And it's not saying it's either or, it's saying there's a non-zero probability that we have a chance at both of these. And the one obviously being that Trump is sold out, right? Elon Musk is sold out. X is a honeypot. There's a bunch of data tracking, social, you know, scores and everything else like that are going, you know, he's literally, he's put together the best data tracking and data manipulating and gathering out of anybody ever on Earth in terms of figuring out, you know, where people are on whatever issues and everything else. And, you know, who knows if he's selling it. Let's hope he's not selling that information. But let's just say they're all in on it. You know, Tulsi's in on it. You know, RFK, and there are ties to certain organizations out there that maybe suggest that they are.
Yep.
Then there's the other side of this, right? Is like, all right, a lot of these people, I believe, are extremely red-blooded Americans, and they rose to power. They saw what the system was. They, you know, somewhere deep down and hopefully a conscience, they're going, I just can't do it. I can't go along with a wholesale selling out of America and now we're going to defect together. And when you look at history, there's a certain place in history that nobody is allowed to talk about, and it's completely demonized in terms of Germany, where a bunch of people stood against a really awful organization of banking cartel and stood against Western powers at the time. And it was, look at how they were painted. You start to see some similarities in these cases, and it's the same people a lot of times painting the same people as extremists, as homophobes and Islamophobes and all these phobias out there, and then saying these are the victims over here and these are the victims over here. It when we look at where we're at in terms of this election, boy, I'll tell you what, there's a lot of me that goes, man, maybe this is what we're watching and this is what we're experiencing right now in real time.
Yeah, I mean, you're effectively talking about history being rewritten, as far as to kind of not rewritten in a revisionist way, but being rewritten by those that came out as the victors and writing things in a certain way to where they are embellished and their enemies are extremely kind of like more heavily demonized. And like the unfortunate thing that defends them is that like we don't have a time machine to go back and be able to see what was actually going on, right? But like that is something that like both those scenarios you've laid out, like is something I constantly wrestle with on whether these are how things are playing out. Because the second one, like the red-blooded American and the patriotism, like that's the one I want, man. Like that's really the one I want. But like we know with adversarial thinking, if you're going up against an opponent that if you're going to be respecting them, you're going to expect them to have a higher intelligence, if not greater, or an equal intelligence, if not a greater intelligence to yourself. And so one thing that does concern me is like I would not like to find out that like Elon and all these guys are bought off, because that's one thing that's one thing that does need to be considered, especially when like the funny thing is there's a massive movement on the Republican side coming from General Michael Flynn, but I don't hear any of the conversation outside of really Twitter talking about it. And like, and he's also one that in the adversarial thinking, like we have to, it would behoove us to consider whether an individual like that who worked in psychological operations for the military, he was a general, for Christ's sake, like imagine the things that he knows.
Yeah.
And do we really think that he would not want to head up an organization inside of his domain of expertise? Like these are all things that I don't want them to be true. I personally, on like the General Michael Flynn and the Elon stuff, I don't think it's true, but we would be fools not to consider it.
I think you're right, because here's the thing is, if I was in a position of power where I needed these guys to do, those things, and I was in jeopardy of losing America, right? Like this is the golden calf, right? And certain people have called us exactly that. This is the golden calf, and we will, ride it and milk it until it's absolutely dead. So America is literally is ripping itself away from that. Pop culture has shifted, the pendulum is swinging, and more people are figuring things out, right? When you get to that point, is this, and could it be, you throw, Trump and Elon and the rest of these guys at them to satiate them for a time being, to try to draw it out even longer than that. And I think that's one of those things that, people need to be wise of, is like, all right, let's just say Trump gets elected. It is now time to fight more than ever, right? Like, and I mean that in terms of very peacefully, but now you have to hold that administration and everybody who's come out for them, you have to start holding them accountable, and you have to start watching their deeds and not what they're saying. And I think that's the most important thing. Is great. You know what? Trump wins. You better buckle down and get to work, because at that point, that's when things could go off the rails if that's exactly who they are. They were just thrown to us to try to satiate us for a little bit longer.
Well, and another thing too that people need to consider in like all these adversarial scenarios, just to get prepared for, there's also a possibility of a theory that I heard from what's his name, Simon. I can't think of his name right now. Simon on Twitter with the whole Bitcoin stuff.
Simon Dixon.
Yes, he has a theory that I think is very, very plausible, if not likely, that with what's going on over in the Middle East, there's a possibility that the IDF or Israel has Trump's ear, and that they have had conversations with him about pushing the conflict between Israel and Iran, or specifically like aligning like Western nations against Iran. And like that's something that everybody needs to be like considerate of, especially the MAGA people who are just, you know, I got nothing against you guys, but like you do treat Trump as a religion or a Christ figure, and there is a potential future where that comes to nip you in the butt and you start to regret it. And I think one of those would be if he does have influence.
Uh-oh.
He must have been onto something. We lost him.
We just lost Mike. Drone strike. Watch out, people. I imagine he'll be back here in a second. I wonder kind of sometimes it times out on an iPad or if he lost power. But yeah, I mean, there's obviously a ton to consider with what he was saying. You know, we've seen all of this drummed up hysteria over Iran being behind assassination attempts, which doesn't make any sense unless you're looking at this through an Israeli perspective, right? Is like, hey, you know, who we could really use in this fight is that 800-pound gorilla on the other side of the Atlantic, because if I'm not mistaken, I think Iran has something like 92 million people, and you know, Israel's got maybe 10 million at the most, I think is what it is. So in terms of you know, in terms of a fight, when they've also got, you know, Russia and China and, you know, some of the other BRICS organizations over there going like, look, don't even think about messing with Iran. This is one of those things where if you look at it through the Israeli lens, man, and go, there's a lot of moving pieces behind the scenes that nobody sees. Like that is absolutely how we were drawn into the Middle East. And here, Mike's back.
They freaking got me, boys. Holy
boy,
crap.
man! You said the magic words, man.
Yeah, dude, my freaking browser just locked up.
Dude, it's funny as that was what just happened to me on Spaces earlier. As soon as somebody would unmute and come up and talk, I couldn't hear that person. I had to leave every time. So, you know, X is great and everything, but there's some funny stuff happening out there.
Hey, like it's we sound like conspiracy idiots when we talk about this stuff, but it's a real thing that happens. Like my friend Colonel Towner Watkins, who talks about Operation Gladio every weekday.
Yeah,
she's constantly running into technical issues that like nobody else runs into, like getting kicked out of her own spaces, and it's just fun stuff when you're talking about the deep state.
Yeah. I'm looking at the map right now. Texas is already 53% reported. Hey, Georgia, we're 63% and we're a time zone ahead. Weird. Let's see what else. We got Ohio, another swing state, only 45% reporting. It is almost 9 o'clock. This should be wrapped up. 46% in Virginia, and North Carolina is only reporting 26%. Meanwhile, yeah, South Carolina 53%, maybe a little further ahead. 40% Tennessee. I'm disappointed. 71% in Kentucky is reported, and Indiana we've got 55%. You know, I think this is trending the right way in the South. I'm curious as to, you know, some of these other places like Illinois, 17%, and you got a difference of less than 100,000 votes at this point. Well, a little more than 100,000 votes. Like that could be erased pretty quickly.
Man, the popular vote numbers are pretty impressive, though.
Oh,
that's
what are the popular votes? I can't see them. Oh, there it is.
21 million and some change, 21.7 million for Trump right now, and you got 18.2 million. Somebody was just commenting earlier, I think it was Matt in the comments, was saying, what do you think this is going to be in terms of a total race? And I think, what do we have? Somewhere around 70 plus million for Trump last time, and just over 80 million for Biden after it was all said and done. So, depending on how many people were killed by COVID that were of voting age, which, let's face it, there was a pretty big impact in that voting group. We could see anywhere from 160,000, maybe more. I don't know, somewhere around that ballpark would be right. But if we're only at 22,000 now, and we got.
You mean million, right?
Say that one more time.
You mean million, right? Not thousand?
I'm sorry. Yeah. 160 million total votes would probably be somewhere in the neighborhood if you were expecting kind of the same totals as 2020.
Well, then add the 20 to 30 million undocumented individuals that have been piped through to get citizenship. So,
yeah,
190 wouldn't surprise me.
And then just all the fraud.
Oh, why are all these dead people voting? That's weird.
just non-existent people from California. Oh, well, look, we won the popular vote, and then this is a threat to democracy, and now we got to go back into a time machine and explain to everybody the big state versus the small state and the Constitution, and just the most boring election class you could possibly sit through in terms of why they've got a Senate and why they've got a House, and why the little states didn't want to just be the subjects of the larger states. So yeah, democracy.
I don't know if you guys follow the poly market at all, but they're projecting Trump just under 75% win and Harris at 26% win.
No,
what is this, the poly market? Who are these guys?
That's poly market. It's just a betting website, so people just go on and bet who they think they're going to win. So
that's the problem too, though, is one person can come in with like a $50 million bet and just skew the entire market. So it's like, yeah, it's right? Fun. It's fun to look at, but I'm like, no, Trump's not winning by 75%.
2024 election.
I would like to see how close this is, because I remember when Elon did his Twitter poll back in the summer. And it was very similar to what the poly market is showing right now. It was like a 70 to 30% Trump to Harris win. And I remember stating that I think that poll was more accurate than any polls that were being taken in the mainstream media. So it'll be interesting to see if he does win. And by what percentage he
I would be the happiest of schoolgirls if he won by 74%.
Well, I don't think it'll be that high, but I do think the sentiment is changing. I just think people have been living under this for 4 years, where they don't understand how money works, and they just know that inflation and things are getting more difficult. So why continue going down the path you're going right now, where you're barely making ends meet?
The count just jumped 120 electoral to Trump, 99 to Harris.
So yeah, okay. This is not updated on my end yet. Mike, if you want to try to share your screen, by all means, go for it.
I've got it up on my iPad, bro. I'm not bringing up another browser tab. Otherwise, it might not be the state getting me. It might
right
be
on. So, all right, who did they just call? So they've called West Virginia, South Carolina, Indiana, Kentucky, Tennessee, Alabama, Florida, Louisiana, Arkansas, Oklahoma, Nebraska, South Dakota, and North Dakota have all been called for Trump already. And I doubt,
Kansas and Missouri Democrat. Are you flipping kidding me?
Well, and that's the thing is, they got 6% in and 31% respectively. Missouri has 6% in. That's
Kansas, though.
And
Kansas voting Democrat.
I doubt it, especially this time around. Let's take a look and see what's being reported. So you got
it's all Kansas City and Topeka.
You got Topeka, and that's it. And you got a little over here, Kansas City at the border. This is.
I bet Wichita goes blue too.
Yeah. So if we go over here to Kansas City, you got Kansas City, and you got Topeka that are both, obviously heavily blue, but you look at the rest of the state and none of these have been turned in. And we could probably take a look at, you got Chicago, you got Springfield over there, and you've got all these other ones. And look at who's counting votes faster. It's because they're not rigging, they're not cheating. They're just going, hey man, this is what we got, and that's it. We did this straight up, and these are counted votes now. What we got? New York, only 15% in New York has turned in. Boy, I'll tell you what, I bet a bunch of upstaters wish that little bit of that island down there wasn't part of the rest of the state.
It's gonna take forever.
Yeah, you could definitely see, let's take a look. You've got, obviously New York City, you've got Syracuse, even got some kind of the surrounding areas down in Rochester that are red, but I think most of New York is pretty red from being up there.
Hey guys, I'm going to bounce real quick. I'll come back on a bit. I'm going to go eat some dinner with the family.
All right, brother. We'll see you, Coleman.
Yeah, thanks for having me on.
Yeah, bud. Thanks for coming out.
Yeah, we'll see you in a bit.
God, all right. So what is Tore Up is saying 269 versus 269. I mean, Civil War? I don't know. Who knows? Let's see. We got The Hill has Trump at 67% to Harris 32%. I'm not real sure which way the Hill is. And Dr. Nick says, hey, we're still alive. Yeah, we're still alive. Let's see. Coin Father out there. We already are. If we weren't, you would have these anti-Israeli pop-ups all over the world. Maybe he was referring to something we were talking about earlier. Shenanigans, 3 hours away. Buckle up. Yeah, so I mean, as things are turning right now, it's 9 o'clock on the East Coast. That means it's only 6 o'clock on the West Coast. You probably got another at least hour of polling centers being open. If they don't have extended, I think most polling centers close around 7 o'clock. So depending on the state.
What was circulating today is that as long as you're in line, I think the vast majority, if not all, of the polling centers are stating that if you're at least in line, you'll get to vote. So
yeah, curious, Mike. In terms of the way you think about strategy and voting, there's a lot of people that go out and vote early. What is your strategy when you go out and cast a vote? Are you same day, or are you one of those guys that goes early?
I'm a same day guy. I don't trust the anything early voting, especially at this point. But I also have a benefit being in Iowa. The trends for a lot of the country are not true here, whether that's housing, the job market, or voting. So the my voting spot today was, I mean, it's a local church, and we went over there at like 12:30. I was expecting it to be busy. There was no wait. I went in there, in and out within like 10 minutes.
Yeah.
So I don't have to strategize around the line stuff, but this year, if I would have had to be in a massive urban area like Chicago or something, and I knew I was going to have to deal with lines, like today would have been a day to like take off from work to make sure, because it's probably the army, but I cannot stand lines. I will shift every aspect of my schedule to not be standing in a line, because it's definitely the army, but whenever I'm stuck in a line, I can't help but think about all of the other things that I could be doing that would get so much value out of my minutes wasted standing in a line. Like I could literally be productive, or I could just be doing something I would rather be doing, and my time is more better used than standing and waiting in a line.
You ever heard the Stanley McChrystal? I think he was a general for SOCOM, and his parting remarks to Barack Obama.
No, I have not.
I hope I don't butcher this. Let me pull this up. So I don't
find the clip.
The punchline on this is absolutely fantastic.
Lines are a bane on the human existence.
Right. Yeah. So I guess there was something between the two, and I'm not going to be able to find it. But he says this is a true story, and there's obviously conflicts out there, but apparently when Barack Obama let Stanley McChrystal go, right? He said, I guess you're probably one of those guys that'll be standing in line to piss on my grave. And Stanley McChrystal said, Sir, after leaving the army, I'll never stand in line again. And I was like, that is, whatever it is, whether it's real or it's an urban legend, that is one of the best comebacks I've ever heard for that man, especially.
That's
Everybody,
good. That's a good snap.
Yeah, anybody who's like, oh, Barack Obama was great, dude. That guy dropped more bombs on innocent people than anybody in history, minus maybe Israel right now, which, when you look at the numbers of tons of munitions that they've dropped over there, dude, it is wild to look at. Let's see. Nothing's changing on this map right now, man.
I was checking the Bitcoin price, and it's pretty much doing the same thing as the map.
It
seems like as long as Trump is leading, Bitcoin's staying up.
Is that right?
Yeah.
I think, it's going to stay up anyway. I think, we're at what, 71,000? That's up. That's up on the day. Let's bring that back in. It's funny is I had some classes with my kids today on Bitcoin and kind of taught them about Bitfeed and the mempool and all that kind of stuff to kind of really drive it home for them. And if you guys if you guys are new to Bitcoin and you're like, oh, who are these Bitcoin veteran guys who are covering the election out there? This is something that we teach for free. We have groups. If you want to be part of Bitcoin Veterans, you can go to bitcoinveterans.org. We have tons of groups. Some of the ones that I mentioned earlier, some of the ones I didn't mention earlier are the groups that help people get started. If you're brand new and you have no idea where to begin, there are guys that will sit down and teach this to you. They'll adopt you like the little redheaded stepchild you are. You're not late. You just haven't been taught, man. And there's been so much, FUD out there for the past 15 years about Bitcoin that, people want to scare you away from it for good reason, because those powerful people, this is the end of their unlimited power. And so, I mean, this
it's a funny thing though. You mentioned most people thinking that they're late. And I just started thinking, and I was like, it's a funny thing to be concerned about where you fall as far as like first or last or early or late, especially to something like, it can be Bitcoin, it can be any investment or really any trend. Like, you're concerned about whether somebody came before you. There's always going to be somebody that beat you to it. There's always going to be somebody that came later than you. Just like there's always going to be somebody stronger, more good looking, smarter. Like, guys, get over it. Like, suck it up.
I know. Yeah. The one thing I know about Bitcoin is I know there are very few people that wish they got in later. And so now is now, right? Like, tomorrow doesn't matter. And yesterday is the past. So right now you got a chance to start learning. And I say learn because, you can go out there and climb Mount Stupid. You can try to get into other cryptos because you can't buy a whole Bitcoin. Don't make that mistake. I mean, Bitcoin.
Yeah, I climbed Mount Stupid and it's not pretty.
Yeah. Here's the trick to Bitcoin. I'll just tell you straight up front. Buy it, hold it for 4 years and see what changes. And once you have proof of concept and you start to see, oh man, this is revolutionary money. This isn't just, something to get rich quick. This is literally going to provide a, generational legacy for me and my family. Like, that's what we're talking about in terms of freedom tech. That's why we're here as veterans. We still believe in freedom. We still believe in liberty. We believe in private property. I think force and coercion are abhorrent, and the current system and all of its malincentives is dying. And one of the things that's killing this system besides itself is Bitcoin. It's soaking up all the damn liquidity and basically everything else. If you look at, and this is one of the cool things I was showing the other day, is, one of the guys that does some instruction in my gym, he came up and I got to talk to him about, this is the price of oil against Bitcoin, and showed him over the years, this is the price of the S&P 500. This is the price of an average home in America. This is the price of gold and silver. And you take all these different categories of, fiat and place them next to Bitcoin. You show them, hey man, they're all trending to zero against this asset that you can buy. This is literally the future. This is digital property that is the most scarce thing the human race has ever known. And, whether Trump wins or Kamala wins, I think Bitcoin's going to continue. I think we could accelerate it if Trump wins. And obviously, unless you're on the West Coast and you're listening to us for the first time and going, oh, maybe I should vote for Trump because maybe Bitcoin is the way to go. Like this is literally, this is civilization shifting technology. And for that, I think, at least Trump has got some of the right people in his, potential cabinet and behind him, like RFK for one, who is absolutely a rock star on Bitcoin.
Damn it, dude. You're making me. I'm like, I gotta get off this and just finish getting my book all freaking done.
Yeah. Well, hey, I mean, let's talk about your book for a minute. Do you want to give people kind of a rundown on what you've been doing?
I mean, like the reason that it came to mind is just like the whole synopsis is like the renaissance that's going to come from like what Bitcoin is doing to money and what Bitcoin mining is doing to energy generation and incentivization. Yeah. Right. Because like the ultimately the problem that we're having with the money is ultimately a problem with the economics of energy production. Like you can't, like when it comes to just straight economics without Bitcoin mining involved or HPC nowadays with AI. But one of the problems is that you could only justify producing so much energy until you started screwing with the supply and demand mechanism. And then you're overproducing supply and you're not making enough money because the demand's not growing as fast as the supply. Right. Yeah. So there was always like, you could produce so much energy, but then the infrastructure that came with it had to do a step function because you can't just, you're not just going to be laying power lines and everything like just in lockstep with how much demand is going up. That's not realistic. And this doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
But what Bitcoin mining does as an aspect of Bitcoin itself is because it runs 24/7 and it's never going to get shut down because it grows like a weed because it's open source. And the fact that anybody can run the code and earn Bitcoin if they've got mining capabilities. You found a situation now where energy generators and producers and distributors have 24/7 demand that the demand's never going away for.
Yeah.
Somebody is always going to be willing to buy your power. And they're going to be wanting to buy your power. It doesn't matter if it's nuclear or natural gas. Hell, it can even be solar and wind. There's actually a lot of stuff going on where Bitcoin is saving wind and solar farms because people didn't stop to think about it. It's like, oh, well, the wind blows mostly during the day and the sun only shines during the day. But peak demand is like right at the tail end of the day. So we're missing out on half of our business essentially.
Yeah.
So maybe we shouldn't have invested all that money and resources into wind and solar. Bitcoin mining is coming in and saving. I was like, oh, hey, like we can provide that demand for you for a price.
Yeah. And then, when you look at use cases, I think it was up in one of the Nordic states. So it was either Denmark or Norway where they shut down a mining facility and all of a sudden the energy rates in the surrounding area, they spiked, and not a little bit, but like something like 40 or 50% in terms of power. And so you're starting to see, real cases where Bitcoin is making energy cheaper, which means you have more power for the human race to go do things and accomplish things, move, whatever they need to. And that's whenever you have cheap energy is the fuel behind a thriving economy for everywhere you go. Like if you don't have to worry about energy costs, you can literally go anywhere, damn near anytime you want.
Yeah, and like one thing to explain before we bore the entire viewer audience, and they're like, I came here for election stuff, and you guys won't stop talking about Bitcoin. I'm regretting watching the Bitcoin veterans now, but
nah, man, we got more people than have ever watched. Like right now, we have almost 1,300 people watching this show. That's a record.
Yeah, that's dope. I had no idea.
That's amazing.
You guys are psychotic for being here listening to us rant. But like one of the one of the things that people have to think about, that I bring it up because clearly nobody's thinking about energy or anything like that nowadays, is that there are two primary factors that determine the cost of power. One is the volume or the availability, right? The second, which is probably the more important in my opinion, is the reliability, the consistency of flow and provisioning of the power.
Yeah.
Because what determines price first is whether the fuel is available to produce the power. But then the premium is going to come from whether the producer and the provider can actually provide it. So if he can provide it, but it's not a reliable way, he's going to charge more because he has to be able to capitalize on what little amount of time he thinks or he knows he can like provide you your service or your product.
Right.
And then if, say, for example, if that service is provided in a war zone, that premium is going to go up even more. Because then there's the safety aspect and there's the providing repairs and expanding his infrastructure so he can get more clients, all that.
Yeah.
When the reliability comes in to where you can sell, like, say, this is going to be a little bit more of like upper level baseball here, but when you have the reliability factor, you get to play in futures or forward contracts. So you can sell product forward and then get to basically capture that what's up, Jordan? You can essentially capture that revenue today for a product that you're selling 1 year, 5 years, 10 years into the future. So like that, like all of that provides it allows for the cost of power to keep coming down. And that was just the futures contracts. Obviously, if it's reliable power, like in a local area, like just normal business, then like you don't have to deal with the company doesn't have to deal with like the volatility and the provisioning of the power and the reliability. They can still afford to sell at a cheaper amount because they're capable of reaching a greater volume of customers. What's up, Jordan? How's your evening?
It's going great. Much better since I started listening to you guys about 10, 15 minutes ago while I wrapped up some stuff.
Oh, nice.
Good to be hanging out with you. Yeah, man, it's good to see you guys. I feel like it's been a couple weeks.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a couple weeks just for us. Imagine how the audience feels right now. They're like, "Oh my God, he's alive!" You know, the silver
I'm
fox,
back, baby.
Hannibal, he lives.
Man, you were just talking about how many, we broke a record for how many people watched, and
yeah,
I'm here to screw that up. They're gonna be like, "Who the hell is this guy?" I'm out of here.
No, man, it's great to see you. Glad you're still chain smoking. That's that's good.
Only for you guys. Like, I just see your faces, and I don't know. Maybe I get stressed out or something. I'm like, oh fuck, I need some nicotine.
So, maybe if you're new to the show, Jordan is one of the founders of Bitcoin Veterans. Was much more regular before the Nashville conference, and we all have schedules and getting adjusted to things, and just privileged to have him here. Jordan played an instrumental part in coming up to North Carolina with myself and Mike, and just want to, there's so much fun in misery together, where you're just burning the candle at both ends. You're working your ass off. You're developing bonds, and you're just, for lack of a better term, man, to see a team that is uninhibited by bureaucracy and politics go out and serve people. I mean, I gotta tell you guys, if you're not doing this kind of stuff, you're missing out, and you're missing out on some of the greatest people and service you can possibly do.
That was like one of the best deployments ever. I mean, there was no like chain of command. There was kind of all the boys in the background like helping coordinate stuff and share intel, but like there was we talked about this a lot, like especially with the Christian Rangers who we partnered up with, and you guys probably covered this last week in the show, but there was a few times where people would like pull one of us or one of the other guys to the side and be like, so are you kind of like running things? And it was like, dude, nobody's running this thing.
Right.
It's just guys are showing up, and if you've got enough wasta to have guys listen to you and follow you, they will. And it was just like this pure meritocracy it was beautiful. Like at any point you could tell somebody to do something or ask somebody to do something and they could tell you to pound sand if they wanted to. So to get things done, you really had to be influential and convince people that, hey, this is the direction we should be going.
It's like a chain of command made entirely up of NCOs.
Yeah, well,
that's what it seemed like.
I screwed that up.
and no, and I will definitely give you this. Like, having worked with some ODA guys, that was kind of the feeling where, the officers are a little bit different, especially, junior officers that have not made, the higher billets yet, where they're like, dude, hey, listen, we've got autonomy out here. Let's go do some shit. And there are, let's face it, officers have some different skill sets than NCOs, right? Where, they are taught some of the admin side that, a lot of us, like myself, I will be the first guy to admit, like, I'm not a big admin guy. I love operations, but I'm going to tell you right now, when you're going to sit there and like make me, make lists and read stuff and write reports and all of that side of it, there are some guys that live for that kind of shit. And Jordan, before we left, I saw him over there with a damn notepad, just like, hey, even down to the making sure that we were leaving the place better than we found it. Those kind of things, like taking that side of it, that the very admin, non-glorious side of, what needs to be done. Like there's definitely a need for that, especially for guys that can hang and go out and lead, with, the sometimes the very hard-headed, brunt, knuckle dragging, like let's fucking go, guys, right? And so it was an amazing experience.
Yeah, it was also cool to be the driver and not be the TC all the time. Like it was great. You guys both together made great TCs. That's truck commander for anybody that doesn't know.
Hey, listen, sitting in the back. So between being driver, a driver for my family and the navigator in my platoon, like that was a nice thing for me too. It's like, oh, man, I don't want to fucking drive. Like, you kidding me? Like, I'm glad he wants to drive so that I can sit back here and do comms and all the other stuff that I never got to do back in the day.
I mean, I had fun being TC personally. It was just anybody who was not there they have to understand, is like, if you're going to be TC with these guys, like you have to be ready to, like, you're in the middle of looking up a location. It's like, Mike, this music sucks. It's like, chill. All right. I'm finding out where we're going first. And then you go to like change the song. It's like, Mike, why is Google Maps taking us the wrong spot? It's like, dude, I don't know what to tell you, man.
We definitely made sure that everybody was, on their top game. We didn't want anybody to get rusty.
Yeah,
that's right. Yeah, I mean,
but it's like, that's the nice thing about like being with you guys and like being with vets in general, is like when you're doing difficult shit, like everybody knows, is like when you're doing the most difficult shit is when you need to really like prod each other too. It's like, hey, make sure you're not gonna get like a little snippy on us, are you? Like just doing all that, like this, it feels good to just like make sure you're getting checked every once in a while.
Yeah, 100%, and that goes on 24/7.
There was one moment in particular, and I want to choose I want to pronounce this very clearly so we don't get kicked off of YouTube. But there was one point where we were loading up a trailer, and I'm telling Shane, like, no, you should put this here, and he was like, dude, were you a rigger? And I was like, no, were you? He was like, yeah. I was like, oh, dude, I had no idea you were a rigger. And I was like, all right, roger that. I'm going to shut up and let you tell me how to pack this thing.
I was having a good time with that too.
Rigger with an R.
Not too hard of an R.
The most hard in the front rather than the back.
That's right. I will tell you, of some of the riggers that I used to know, what we used to call dark green Marines, right? Like, some of those guys would really lay into the ending R as well. Only, I didn't say only in the Marine Corps, definitely in the Marine Corps and the Army. And I guess, maybe the Air Force has some of those guys as well. But yeah, man,
we had a ton in our aviation. I mean, for Dart, like everybody has, I mean, there's one lead guy that is like the rigger, but everybody's kind of like brought up on that kind of training in some sense.
Real quick,
Man.
I do want to, in an attempt to tie this back to election coverage, in my lack of being able to help with that, I left my laptop back in Nashville. Realized that once I got back here, and I was like, oh
So you're
crap.
saying you're going back to Nashville soon?
No, my mother-in-law's over there, so she'll bring it back in a couple days. But
I
so
thought you were saying that's why you're not going back there.
No, she'll bring it back. But so I can't have like the multiple screens going. So I'm doing this on my phone right now.
Well,
so where are we at? What are things looking like?
So we actually do have an update. Trump is at 178 now. They've called Wyoming, Nebraska, South Dakota, North Dakota for him, Oklahoma, and Texas.
All of Nebraska, because Nebraska has like, they not all this. Or did she get one?
So it's actually funny.
What the hell?
She's actually winning Nebraska. And when you actually click on the state, she's got 53% of the vote.
But they probably already have Lincoln's votes are already tallied up, and they're still doing all the rural area, and they kind of know where that's going.
What's really interesting, what's developing, is Ohio has been called for Trump with 59% reporting, man, and that's huge.
Now, not to get too pedantic, but who is calling these?
This is
at least on this.
Yeah.
Well, this is Associated Press, like this one.
Okay.
Yeah. So this is Google, and it's being reported by the Associated Press. And Ohio, huge swing state for him to win. The other thing that's coming in right now is we got 9% reporting. This is Wisconsin and Minnesota. Well, only 1% in Minnesota, but the fact that they're even red right now is kind of interesting. I don't know what's going on in Maine. 1%. Do you guys have like 10 people up there? What are you doing? That's wild to me, man.
I think
they're all out. They're all out still catching crab.
I think
Georgia,
Maine is another state where like they can have some of their electoral votes go to different candidates.
I'll tell you what, looking at the state of Georgia right now, we've got 74% reporting, and that is in the Trump side. I'll tell you what, if I was on a news station, I'd call this for Trump, because you got Savannah and all of Atlanta already reporting and going for Trump. Macon is in there. Augusta is already in there. Trump could actually win Georgia here, and should probably win Georgia, but that's interesting. The fact that we got 53% now in North Carolina. North Carolina, I don't think he won North Carolina last time. And so to have 51% of the vote in for Donald Trump right now, at 53% reporting, let's see what they've got. They've got Raleigh, Greensboro, Charlotte already reporting. Fayetteville is probably going to go to Trump, I would imagine. And obviously all the northeastern counties up near Virginia going to go to Harris. But, with that going on, Trump could win North Carolina.
Can you click on the counties and see what the percentages of the counties?
Let's see.
Because that'd be interesting to know, like Raleigh, is it just barely going for Harris, or is it pretty overwhelming? Or
it doesn't. It's not letting me click in quite that far. Let's see if I can't. It's not going to show me anything else there.
Okay.
But the fact that you got Virginia and North Carolina and now Georgia moving that way, I'm wondering what PA is at.
None of that really matters until like 3 a.m. when all of a sudden there's 300,000 ballots that show up.
That's right.
They fucking tricked me 4 years ago. I went to bed, told my wife, "Oh, looks like Trump won." Woke up.
We just got a glimpse into what Grandpa Jordan is going to rant about to his family. They got me. They got me 30 years ago.
Never going to sleep on election night.
Yeah.
I can see it now.
I get up at 4:30 for the F3 workouts, so I don't know. Maybe by 4:30 it'll be called. I could just go to the workout. No. But have you guys gotten into like how they've kind of been prepping for the last like month or so about how it could be a week or two before we know the results? And
we
it was
touched on it a little bit. But you should also bring up when you get onto your what you're going to talk about here. You should also bring up Max Borders talking like having like the 40 separate events of voter interference.
And I don't know if you guys saw in the chat, I put in so I had earlier in the day when I was kind of like, I had all these tabs open for all the different like kind of legacy news agencies and how they were tracking things. And NBC, like right at the top of their page, they kind of had like the bullet points of what was going on. And one of them, it was Trump and his support and some of his allies are already spreading misinformation and misleading reports that that there's like fraudulent activity going on. And it's like none of that is, I mean, unless you're cherry picking like one thing that is misinformation and ignoring the list of like 40 things that Max Borders laid out in his Substack article.
They wouldn't do that, Jordan.
Yeah, and it's just like, come on, man. Like, and so me and Max were texting back and forth for a little while. What is today? Tuesday. Yeah. Yesterday we were texting back and forth a little bit, and he's like, what do you think? Like, if it goes this way or that way? And I kind of came down to like, I mean, one, I still believe that Harris is a sacrificial lamb. Like, they know that they're going to lose it. And so they kind of want Trump to have it so then they can just like tank the economy. But here's the thing. If I were in their shoes, I wouldn't, I just don't know what that seems like the smarter play is to let Trump do it and then just blame if all these people that he's getting in his cabinet supposedly really are going to start like diminishing the size of the federal government to like any capacity, even if it's like a fraction of what we would all like to see. They could just tank the economy and be like, look, this is what happens when you reduce the size. They could just blame everything on those policies, which they 100% will do.
Yeah.
Even though we all know, I mean, if you have half of a brain and understand economics to a basic fundamental level, you understand that the current trajectory and the current way the federal government is running is just going to collapse on itself. So that's going to happen anyway. But if they allow him to come in and do these things, they could just blame it all on him and all of these policies and then just see, we got to go back to doing it this way because this way worked. And it also provides the opportunity to push CBDCs and all the other tyrannical things they want to do. So like, regardless of how tonight goes, the fight's not going to be over. It's not going to be over anytime soon. But this is one reason why like Bitcoin is so freaking important, is because it really doesn't matter. As long as Bitcoin keeps doing what it's going to do, it's going to either get rid of the Fed or just make it obsolete. And all their little games and stuff won't matter anyway.
That's actually
being prepared for the fight that, like, I feel like too many people, if Trump wins, are going to be like, we saved America. I'm like, no, the fight is just starting.
That's exactly what I said earlier, Jordan, is if let's say Trump wins, right? Let's literally, let's paint this adversarially like, hey, listen, there are powers that be that are losing America right now. Literally, the narrative has shifted hard. Their goal right now in a collapsing communist takeover has got to be prolong this and do extraction for as long as possible. And how do you do that? You don't do that with a Harris win. You literally set the country on fire with a Harris win. I mean, literally, because everybody knows that they're like, when you look at how people are betting online and you look at, the social media engagement, right? The social media engagement is probably one of your best tells in terms of how popular somebody is in terms of politics. I think her best performing interview so far has garnered somewhere around 700,000 views on YouTube. And you compare that to what Trump did with just, with Joe Rogan. What was it? 33 million views in less than 3 days. And you start to understand where I think the majority of the country is at right now. Because if you're sick of the guy, you're not going to listen to him. I'm going to tell you guys, as a guy who considers himself fairly libertarian, like I still watched that. I still listened to it. And I still voted for Trump. So if you got guys like me doing this and going, all right, I'll at least vote, for him to, get Ross out of prison, hopefully, right? The fact that he's got, RFK in his corner for Bitcoin and, Tulsi Gabbard, who's anti-war. And, you've got all of these people who are who are going this way, you're exactly right. Like this would be the satiation, if you would, to say, dude, if we put Trump in there, we can still extract money for longer this way than if we did this the other way and just burn the whole damn thing down.
Well, and like one thing that, because I think Jordan, you brought this up while I was at your place, and I completely forgot about it. And it makes me mad because this is like actually really genius. Because the other thing too is that follows from tanking the economy after him and his party take the reins, is that it mimics the timeline of the Roaring '20s, which created the Great Depression, and then the Great Depression created the environment that brought about World War II. Right.
And the Federal Reserve, the Federal Reserve, I guess, was already established, but it set that on a trajectory of hyperdrive. Everything Woodrow Wilson did that just wrecked the country. You don't get that without that big collapse.
Yeah. And the depression would also be another depression would be the great environment to really push out the CBDC thing. And then they get complete control, and which is downstream of complete insight into economic behavior, right? Like that's the kind of like 50,000 foot level stuff that people need to be thinking about. Because now that, like, especially now that, like, with technology and communications and how fast everything's progressing, like, if you actually want to try and stay on top of the ball, you have to be thinking 10 years into the future now at this point. Otherwise, by the time you find out about something, it's already too late.
I kind of want to.
Whoa, who's that? Oh,
it's Coleman.
Sorry, I got the tiny screen right now. I'm looking on my phone like, who the hell is that?
What's up, Jordan?
What's up, brother? I was sad that maybe I missed you.
No, I had to go eat. I had to recharge.
Nice.
Hey, if you're out there and you're new to Bitcoin Veterans, or you're just watching, you can go share it on X. Pump the signal out, man. And I think we're having some pretty amazing conversations while staying on target and kind of giving you guys a pretty good analysis of what's going on, and some of the analysis in terms of threat going into possibly a Trump presidency here. And that's, like we said, we're just getting started. So if you're on X, or if you're watching this on YouTube, go over there on X and share this thing. Maybe send it to somebody and say, hey, look, you got some crazy Bitcoin veterans out here that are talking a lot of sense about what is going on, and help us share that signal. We got Coleman back. If you guys aren't familiar and you just tuning in, Coleman runs our daily show on Spaces. You can tune in 10 a.m. Eastern time every day. Dude, I think you've got almost as many podcasts as we're at now. I think we're at 63 and you're closing in on 60 already.
Yeah, I'm 57 tomorrow, so a couple more. Next week, I got you guys.
Yeah. And we got Jordan back, who's been kind of on a hiatus because of schedules and everything. Man, just fantastic to have you guys in here. The signal is extremely strong, and it shows. Obviously, we got over 1,300 people out there listening right now. I think this is our biggest show ever. Kevin Rash is in the audience, man. This guy, dude, I'll tell you what, Kevin's been doing some work out there as well, and him and the guys over at Mara, what a great group of dudes they are. So absolutely humbled to have everybody tuning in. If you want to become part of Bitcoin Veterans, you don't have to be a veteran. We've got groups for everybody. And when I mean that, like, we got a group for whatever you want to do. And that's, you can go to bitcoinveterans.org and you can sign up there and you can become part of our signal groups. And there's a bunch of them. We try to keep the numbers to about 150 a group, just because that's that key to, intimacy in terms of keeping a group intact without overloading people. And it's proven to work. Citadels, homesteading, homeschooling, if you need job placement in Bitcoin, if you want to learn Bitcoin and you got no idea, we've got PTSD, we've got, in terms of PTSD missions, I'm sure some of us still have PTSD. Yeah. Real selling point there, Shane. Yeah, we're into politics. Yeah, we're into energy. We are into damn near anything you think veterans are into. Guns, and
we're not into it, and you want us to be into it, join, start a group, and we'll start talking about it.
Yeah. The only thing we're not into is violence. We talk about being peaceful, not harmless, and that's basically one of the only rules we have. Anything is fair game to talk about, and that's the way it should be. That's the American way. This is an absolute killer group of guys up here right now. So if you guys are out there and you want to ask questions, ask questions. If you want to come out here and join us. This thing is moving, hopefully in the right direction tonight, but glad to have you guys here.
And I want to real quick. Oh, go ahead, Jordan.
Go ahead. No, you're good, man. You just got here. What's up?
I was going to say the guys from Marathon are going to be joining us on the Twitter Space Thursday at 10 a.m. So make sure you join in for that.
Nice.
Still mad at you guys for scheduling that on Thursday morning at 10 a.m.
Montana Bitcoin says, "Come for the PSD, stay for the friends." I love it.
I'm just kidding about the scheduling part. It makes me mad that if it could have been Wednesday, I could have woken up on my weekend day and been a part of it. But you know what? Maybe I'll just suck it up and just get 3 hours of sleep so I can take part, because Marathon guys they're my favorite mining group out there. And the fact that Fred Thiel and all, we got so many guys that are working with them now. Like, I want to try and support them as much as I can.
Marathon.
with meritocracy, no less. Yeah. No, and that's the thing is, if you're not in the Bitcoin industry, you want to be in the Bitcoin industry, you're a veteran especially, let us know. We've got connections within, damn near anywhere you can reach into Bitcoin. And there are a lot of great connections, guys who are looking for people with drive and people with discipline that are going to show up and get after it. So you guys want an update? We're up to 178 electoral votes called for Trump so far. We still have some of these key swing states, like PA right now. They're only counting 32%. We know some really shitty stuff happened there last time around. Kansas has already flipped over now to 45% reporting, and now Donald Trump is in the lead in Kansas with 50%. And let's see how Missouri is doing what Missouri does out there. 22%. In Iowa, what are we looking like? Iowa,
dude, Iowa's sucking it pretty hard right now. 17%.
They got a lot of places not even. Yeah, they got a lot of places not. So can we? Maybe you guys have already gone over this, but on this map, is it the light blue and the light red are the ones they're called, and then the dark blue, dark red are the ones that are still not been called yet? They're just leaning.
Let's call it vibrant, right? The vibrant red and the vibrant blue have been called, and the shaded darker ones have not been called yet. So, and then obviously gray, nothing's been reported because polls haven't closed. So yeah, I mean, the thing is apparently they've called North Carolina for Trump now. That's huge. He hasn't won. I don't think he won it last time. The fact that you have all the major, places like Greensboro, Raleigh, and Charlotte, already reported, and
it is important to call out though that it's not an official call for the states yet, because if you click into the state, it says that the race hasn't officially been called. Right. It's still just I think it's more like the color differential is more of a strength of the projected lead right now.
Yeah. Meanwhile, one of the most populated states on the Eastern Seaboard, run by Governor Ron DeSantis, is already at 95%, and 56% of that vote is going towards Donald Trump.
See if that one's been called.
It looks like everything's been reported, but here's the thing: these are not vibrant colors yet, so it hasn't been completely called. True. But that's still pretty substantial. 79% for Georgia. Like I said before, I think he's going to win Georgia.
Interesting. Mine's not doing the disclaimer like it is on yours, where you click into the state and there's the top thing. Dang.
Where it says Donald Trump leads Georgia, the AP hasn't called this race.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
What's he winning in Georgia right now? What's it at?
So he's sitting at let's see. I'll just back out. It'll just tell me if I hover over it. At 52%, 52 to 47% for Donald Trump right now, which is actually about the same as Brian Kemp versus Stacey Abrams in the gubernatorial election back in 2022. So sounds about right.
I kind of want to throw out a caveat because it seems like with most things Trump related, you got to caveat some things. And Shane mentioned it earlier. I'll just go ahead and let everyone know that this year is the first year that I voted for Trump because one, the Libertarian Party candidate is dog trash.
It sucks.
Trying to say it very nicely. I don't know a single libertarian. I know there's got to be some out there, but I don't know a single libertarian who supports that guy or would vote for him. And so it seems I will just, from my trying to be a little bit unbiased here, I would say that like our coverage probably seems a little biased towards Trump, maybe. But I would say that's largely because, one, we do have some personal feelings about it because when you look at the two, one clearly has built this coalition from people all across the political spectrum that seem to be pushing for freedom. So this is not like a conservative liberal. To me, it's a freedom versus tyranny race. So that's my perspective coming into this. So there's my bias. But it also seems like every race, it's kind of the center, it's the independents in the middle that tend to flip-flop back and forth. They're the ones that decide the race. There's the people that are always going to vote blue. There's the people that are always going to vote red. It doesn't matter who they are. The fact that anybody is voting for Kamala is proof that there are people that will just always vote for their party. And that's true on the Republican side, too. I just say that because she is a complete retard and has no policy. Whatever things she does have a policy on is completely different than what she had 4 years ago or even 2 years ago. So like, that's just like, those are just, in my point of view, those are just the facts out there. And so I think as we say, like, you know, as our reporting might seem like it's leaning a little more towards like we're rooting for Trump, one, because we are, or at least I am, and I don't want to speak for everybody, but also I think it's just,
we are.
I think it's just reading the tea leaves and seeing the sentiment across the nation. And it's very obvious that the people in the middle that tend to actually look at what the policies are and look at the candidates and like dig into things and try to find out what the truth is, they all seem to be going in one direction. So I would be kind of shocked if this isn't a landslide victory. Obviously, you're going to have the places like New York and California, the whole West Coast, and New York and the Northeast. But like the fact that, granted, this could change, whether truthfully or fraudulently, but like you've got Maine that looks like it's already leaning to Trump. You've got the entire South and a huge chunk of the Midwest that is starting, like, looks like it's leaning towards Trump. Like that for modern politics would be a landslide if it continues on this trajectory. Obviously, a lot of things could change one way or another. That's just my 2 cents.
If Iowa does not switch over to red, I'm going to be a very unhappy schoolgirl.
We will blame it on you.
They just put Missouri ahead for Trump. The AP is calling this race already at only 24% in. That's a hell of a time to call the race. But it looks like, you know, between St. Louis and Kansas City, the two democratically controlled areas in the state, that it's definitely
damn. I can't believe they called Missouri already.
Very red, and that just switched over from blue. So yeah, he's got 50% of the vote there.
And just in the past, like literally in the past 5 minutes, like Wisconsin has kind of flip flopped, Minnesota's flip flopped, Kansas, Maine. So just in the last like 5 minutes of talking, a lot of these states have flip flopped. So like you're gonna see a lot of change. Oh, so because they called it, I guess Trump's now at 188.
That's correct. Harris hasn't really picked up a state in a while. She's at 99. I can only imagine what's going on MSNBC right now with Rachel Maddow and company over there, like losing their shit. Like it's got to be
well.
Like, the memes
I don't know
are going to be awesome.
That's what I'll do. I'm going to go on mute and I'm going to do a little recon on that as soon as
I'm sure. Let me just tell you what they're probably saying while you dig into that, Mike. So what you're going to see as polls continue to close, the further west we go, later into the night, you're going to see probably New Mexico, Utah, Nevada, Montana, Idaho. They're all going to probably go towards Trump. I mean, Nevada, I know, is a swing state, so like maybe not. California, Oregon, Washington, they're going to Harris. But their coverage, they're going to just kind of assume all those things. Their coverage is probably going to be focused on still Virginia, North Carolina, Georgia, Wisconsin, Minnesota. I don't know how close Michigan is. They're going to, and Pennsylvania too, I guess. They're going to just be focused on those. And they're doing all their little projections of like, here's what the totals, here's what our current number is, 99 to 188. But then here's what we're kind of projecting that we think things are going to go to. And they're just going to focus on the 4 or 5 states that they always do. And for some reason, Georgia, North Carolina, Virginia, and Pennsylvania will take fucking all night to figure out while they figure out how to fucking count.
That's right. And to be fair, you know, you look at Maine, that's literally the furthest east of any state. Almost in a different time zone, shares a border with I think it's Nova Scotia that is a different time zone, and they've got 4% of the vote counted. Meanwhile, down here in New Mexico, they're already reporting 19% of the vote. Like, this is the fuckery that is exactly the reason why nobody trusts these people. And it's I really hope I hope people are out there with cameras right now. I hope they are on X and they are just absolutely documenting the shit out of everything that's going on in terms of the fuckery, because it's got to happen. I mean, 4% in a place that literally has probably less than, let's say, 5 million people. I mean, we can't get a vote on that. Meanwhile, in Florida, they're 95% complete. They've counted over 10 million votes. What do they got up here so far? Oh, that's right. Just 37,000 votes counted so far. That's incredible to me.
That's what happens with these.
1%. Wisconsin, 32%. Donald Trump is now closing the gap up there. Let's see, what they reported. They've got Madison, Clarion, and let's see what else, if I can figure it out. Yeah, they've got Milwaukee and Kenosha coming in, I think. So the rest of Wisconsin could go very red, and that could absolutely go Trump's way.
CNN is being very awfully CNN right now. They're doing their hardest to try and manipulate the screen to try and show Harris on top of Trump, even when it's funny because like when we're watching anything like this, like any other election, once the candidate that's on top always gets placed on top of the other, right? And they've been manipulating their screen to try and show states that have Harris leading and leaving them up on screen for as long as they can, or if Harris is not leading, they're still keeping her little name and everything over the top of Trump. Like it's very clever, like a lot of the stuff that they're doing. But then as soon as like conversation gets to the point of like talking about how Trump's leading, like they were just talking about Wisconsin, they've been bouncing around quite a bit, it seems like, trying to just like steer the conversation away from the fact that Harris is losing.
Interesting, out of Las Vegas right now, I guess this is where this is at, the poly market betting. You've got 1.3 billion bet on Donald Trump, and he's they've got him at an 81% chance of winning. Kamala Harris is now down to a 20% chance of winning.
Damn.
And what's very interesting is some of the videos coming out about blind polling on very liberal college campuses were actually in line with exactly this: 80% Trump, 20% Kamala, and it's now going up. It's now up to 82%, and now Kamala is down to 19. It's shifting. Other big news, fellas.
I was about to say Bitcoin is also rocketing right now.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh,
73,
dude, it went up like 2K in the last like 30 minutes.
Yeah, and so this is the thing about money. Money doesn't wait, and it doesn't hang out when there's a maybe a for sure thing going on. This is absolutely something to watch as well. I think it's a strong indication of where the country is at and where the world's at. That's going, hey, you know what? Maybe if we've got a commander in chief in America that's more focused on building an economy instead of war, and he's got a guy that's in his ear about Bitcoin, this could be a huge sign for Bitcoin.
Well, and not just that, but like that. If Harris had ever come out and talked pro Bitcoin or acted like she knew anything about it, I think you would have seen Bitcoin ripping a lot earlier, because people would have been comfortable knowing that like both candidates supported it. But the fact that they've made this race, at least as far as Bitcoin goes, where one candidate and the people that he's got behind him are for it, and one, you don't even know if she knows about it. That's why you're seeing the price rip tonight, and you saw it rip like, a week ago or whatever, kind of projecting these things out. Like, it didn't have to be this way. Like, it's not that Bitcoiners are Trump supporters. It's Bitcoiners are Bitcoiners, and they're gonna, back the guy who seems like they're more in their corner, just like any other interest group, right? I mean, we're not an interest group because we're just a freaking commodity that is crushing it.
That's right.
But it's just like, and it's also, again, going back to like, this is about freedom versus tyranny. It didn't have to be this way. You could have, if they were smart, they could have at least played this up. Like, you've got one candidate that just like appealed to the far left, and that was it. And you had another candidate that appealed to a lot of people on the left, a lot of people on the middle, a lot of people, libertarians, everybody on the right. Like, we're seeing a tectonic shift in politics, and I don't even want to say one party, one guy and one group of people around that guy understand how the nation is shifting, and everyone else in that party, the Republicans and the entire Democratic establishment, basically just the establishment, you could just call it the establishment, left and right, Democrat and Republican, just don't fucking get it.
That's right.
And it's not all Bitcoin. Like, that's a factor in it, but to me, it just goes back to freedom versus tyranny. That's what this is down to.
Well,
so all you fuckers out in California that are listening and haven't voted yet, like, don't be an idiot.
Let's go. Very interesting what's happening in Pennsylvania right now. Most of the blue, non-rural areas are in, and there's quite a bit of space for some catching up in some of the red counties here. Interesting, because right now they're showing PA is somewhere around 49.6 and 49.5 respectively for Kamala and Donald. That could shift in a heartbeat, and that could go.
And only 41% reporting.
Yeah, and
Polymarket shows Trump winning Pennsylvania with a 72% chance.
Nice,
dude. If he gets Pennsylvania, Virginia, North Carolina, Georgia, Wisconsin, it's over. Did you see that? Montana, Wyoming, and Utah. Hello.
When Pennsylvania pivoted back over red at the same time.
Oh yeah.
Wow.
That was an update.
Yeah.
You heard it here first, folks. Pennsylvania could go red, and then sure as shit, there we go.
You just saw, is that Wisconsin too that just turned red too? Or is
Wisconsin is back in the red, and we were kind of talking about that earlier. Most of Wisconsin, the blue areas are already turned in, and there's a lot of red out there that Donald Trump can make up. So there's only, I think, 35% reporting there. But most of the rural areas out there, that's left for Trump to win. Minnesota's not going to report shit. They've only got 2%. You can't have Trump win in Minnesota, for God's sakes.
Hey, can you hover over Michigan? How much has been reported there?
Yeah, so Michigan's only at 16% too. So
You're a Michigan guy, so give us the breakdown of Michigan.
So down here in the southeast part of the state, this is, I guess, more of your fluent part of the state. You got Lansing, which is home to Michigan State University. Just east of there is Ann Arbor, which I imagine you're going to see down here. I think that's Genesee County. You got Grand Rapids over in the west, another liberal holdout, and then maybe Marquette, because there's Marquette University up here. Not a ton of people in the UP. So, but you've also got the Traverse City area up here on the western coast, and you're going to have a lot of people. This is like secondary cottages that come up from Chicago on the west coast of Michigan. So, this might not be so much going to go blue as it will red, because there's also a lot of farming and things like cherry farms and other soybeans and the rest of the crops that they grow. But the heart of Michigan out here is going to be mostly red. So I'd say with only 16% reporting, the fact that you've got Detroit in, Lansing, some of the southern areas down here, plus you've got a bunch of people, I think, in the auto industry from Flint all the way down to Detroit that are probably going to be going more for Michigan. That could definitely go. So I tell you what, man, if Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Michigan, and he got them in
Michigan flip.
Yeah, he got them in 2016, guys. So that's
Oregon.
It's less.
But that's probably like
less than
2%.
Yeah,
1%. So yeah, Michigan.
But Arizona looks like a new one, and they've already got 34% like reporting in, and they're projecting it for red.
Yeah, but they haven't counted all the Maricopa, all the dead people in Maricopa yet.
Yeah, that's going to take days.
Oh shit.
34% between basically the Tucson area and Phoenix. Good. We'll see how that turns out.
Hey, what was somebody shared in one of the chats? I missed a bunch of the conversation, but I saw this. Somebody was saying that in Texas, Trump was doing way better than Ted Cruz, and so kind of as like a signal of people care more about Trump than they do Cruz. I don't know if you have a tab open for
Cruz,
the Senate race.
Cruz won Texas. He beat Alfred.
But what was the percentage compared to where Trump's at?
Oh, I don't know the percentage wise. I think it was pretty close actually in the Senate. I think there was maybe about a million votes that separated it.
Because I know it seemed like the Democrats were pushing hard to try to topple Cruz. Like if I had to single out one senator that they were pushing to try to get, they put a lot of funding against whoever Cruz's opponent was.
Yeah, Colin Alfred. Let's see. Yeah, so there was less than 800,000 votes separated to 53 for Cruz, 44 for Colin Alfred.
Who's practicing that violin?
That's my daughter. She's got to rehearse for her recital next month.
Dude, I think it's great hearing it in the background.
You are a saint, my man. I've got a drummer in this house.
I'll be completely honest with you because she's playing. She can't hear me. It sounds amazing now, but when they first pick up violin, especially, man, you need to have some patience.
I think it's amazing.
It's
amazing background music. I think that's
at this point. Yes.
What Coleman's not telling us is he's got the noise cancellation going on, so he can't hear it, but we can.
I do have the noise canceling, but no, I can still pick it up.
Oh man. Trump is now in a commanding lead in Vegas at 87.9%.
Jesus.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Hey, can you zoom? Does that let you zoom in? Like it shows all, but can you just go to like?
Yeah, go to the 1 hour.
I would almost like to see. Yeah, I would like to see
lower
like
left of the
minute
chart
by
sheet.
minute.
Yeah, I
There
got
you
you.
go.
So Bitcoin, well, we're getting that is at 74,400.
Oh, new high. Is that a wait?
Not yet.
Dude, Mike Alfred better.
Oh yeah,
Mike Alfred better be getting
high.
nervous.
All-time high, yeah.
74,000,
dude.
Guys. Let's go.
Mike Alfred needs to be.
We can get freedom and we can get rich. It's almost like those two things go together.
Holy hell! 74, fellas. Where were you? 75. Man, it's climbing like a freaking rocket.
I was hanging with the boys on my first drink.
Oh man, interesting. Wow, man.
Congratulations, man. God, if this goes like how I think we all hope it goes, like we could be hitting 100K by the end of the year.
Boy,
You think sooner?
I don't think it takes till the end of the year. I think
was
it
gonna say,
just
do you
starts.
think it's sooner?
No, you're almost at 75 right now. You're 74.8. So
I don't know if you guys had covered this earlier or not, but let's say Trump wins tonight, and they call it tonight. Like all the news, NBC, CNN, they're all calling it for Trump. We still have until January 20th. So have you guys discussed that time period yet?
We have, but we've probably got some viewers that are coming in and out, and I think it's interesting to kind of to go in and talk about that. I mean, in terms of now to then, it's one of the things I think we've talked about is this is the most dangerous time in world history. You've got communists failing, you've got the dollar failing, and you've got people who are maniacal, psychopathic megalomaniacs out there that just don't want to give up.
Well, and we're testing like in the hours following the completion of the election, we're testing a hypersonic nuclear missile. Like,
what could go wrong?
Did you also see the wargaming for a cybersecurity attack that was scheduled for today, and then after everyone made like an uproar of like, oh, you're really going to do that on election day, then they postponed it.
Yeah, that doesn't raise some red flags.
Which means, okay, they postpone it, and then they do it a week from now while we're still in kind of, because either way, not even getting into like that period between today and inauguration day, all the shit that could happen. But regardless of how today goes, like I'm pretty sure you're going to see riots from either side. I mean, more likely.
Well, okay, so I'm glad you brought that up because I was actually going to ask Shane earlier and I forgot about it. So Shane, I was going to ask you, since you're the more politically inclined out of all of us here, is it typical for Washington, D.C., downtown to board up everything before election night?
So this is not a first.
Okay.
Yeah. So definitely not a first, and there was a lot of boarding up, I think, during the actual inauguration last time around as well. So I hate to be, it's the first time ever for no.
I mean, good, and it's good to know that because then if it is kind of a trend, it's like, okay, then we don't need to listen to the actual fear porn.
It's a trend because of Trump. I don't know if that had ever happened before Trump.
Well, and it's not only a trend because of Trump. Let's give credit where it's due. We have some major provocateurs, right? And so you've got the MAGA and you've got the Kamala crowd, and I think most of those people, 99.9% of the people, are pretty peaceful. Not mostly peaceful like the Summer of Love in 2020. But I think a lot of what you had was provocateurs, even then that, could stir some things up. You had people who were literally dropping pallets of bricks off in places. And when you've got provocateurs or groups of provocateurs, I think that's the smart response is if you're in an urban area that's, got a history of provocateurs, man, take precautions and film everything. This is what we were talking about earlier with Gary is this is where building your community, whether you're, out here in the sticks, like a lot of us, or you're in urban areas, man, is like, hey, do you know the shopkeepers in your area? Do you know the apartment complexes? Do you know all these people? Because if shit hits the fan, these are the people you're going to be stuck with in terms of a bad situation. And it's better to know who's who before, things kind of get sideways.
Was Gary on earlier?
Gary was on earlier.
Oh,
yeah, you missed that.
I missed him.
Guys, 75,000 all-time high. It's coming back down a little bit, but I don't think that's going to last. I think we're moving. That's what it's reporting on BitBo is 75,000.
Yeah.
Well, it's going down. Switch back over to the electoral map.
Let's go.
Switch blue.
Let's go.
Let's see.
So Kamala's picked up 10 called for, I guess that's Colorado that just came in with 10 electoral votes for her. Only 48% of the votes. But yeah, I mean, look at that.
That's a lot more blue counties than I would have suspected, even in Colorado.
Yeah. It's wild is there's not a lot of people out here in these areas. So wild to me that those people are are going blue.
It's just your ski towns out there. That's all that is. Right through there. That's all ski
There's
towns.
not a lot of
Resorts.
people, but there's the small group of the wealthy and influential who tend to ironically lean towards one party now.
Weird.
Huh, wonder why that is. Wouldn't be the Cantillon effect.
Yeah. That's just something that like just gets me with like just your normal like Democrat. Like I get it if you've been a lifelong Democrat, but to still have this belief because of the last, 60 years of propaganda or whatever that you've lived through, to still think that like the Democrats are the party of like the average person or the working class. And it's like, again, going back to the tectonic shifts that are happening in politics, like that is just not true anymore at all.
I don't get sticking to a political affiliation or faction for a lifelong thing. Like politics is always going to shift. Like what? I'm sorry, but you have to be either trapped or an idiot to stick to one political faction your entire life just because it's the political faction you stuck to your entire life. Like that's stupid. Like why would you do that? Because like then you run into the problem that like the Democratic left are running into right now. Like their party has evolved into something that it wasn't before. So why would you stick to it?
I just don't think people like change. They get comfortable and they just don't want to try something new for fear.
I mean, you're definitely not wrong on that.
Yeah, and there's also that public perception, which this is one of those things that I relate back to indoctrination in schools. It was one of those things where if you weren't liked and you weren't popular and somehow you stuck out and you were going to lose friends or lose family or any of those kind of things, just as this psychosis of peer pressure, right? And I think that's one of those things where a lot of older generations especially are so entrenched in this idea that they have to be liked by people. And it boggles my mind, especially when it comes to, this relationship, which basically in politics is the battered wife relationship, is like, dude, why on earth would you have any allegiance to any of these people? Whether it's a party in general or, a politician or any of these guys, man, these people are not for you.
Well, and it's like, and to be fair for anybody that's watching that's not used to us, we're not saying this for one particular party or the other. Like,
yeah,
basically both and all parties are like of the same position. It's like neither, like they're all like, especially the left and the right, they're all part of the same bird. There's just one wing, right? Like they're all being directed or they're all incentivized in a very similar fashion. It's just they like to poke fun at one side or the other so they can garner support over one side or the other. Like it's all a game.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had a guy after my daughter's karate today. We always stop by Little Caesars and pick up a pizza. The kid at the cash register was like, "Oh, did you vote for Kamala or Trump today?" And I just kind of looked at him like, "I'm not gonna fucking tell you." And he was like, "Oh, did you vote?" And I was just like, "Dude, no politician's gonna change anything." And like, I do believe that. Like, did I vote for a certain person because I do feel like that is the better choice? Sure, but it's not gonna change anything. Like until we, the people, start changing things, nothing's gonna change. Now, this I do think is an aspect of changing it. I mean, Trump has always been just like the middle finger to the establishment vote. But it really is. I mean, again, going back to the tectonic shifts and just showing them like, no, you don't run this shit anymore. We're taking it back. There's that aspect. But now it's like, okay, what do we actually do? Trump wins and he actually like gets inaugurated. Like, what do we actually do to make these changes? Because it's not going to be Trump. It's not going to be all these cabinet guys that he puts in. Like, they might be able to make changes, but what do we do to ensure it? And as we talked about earlier, all the nefarious activity that's going to go on after that and all the blaming and pointing fingers, like what do we do to educate people in our communities, educate people on Bitcoin, just teach people like, no, they're still just lying to you about what's going on. that's the real fight, is just like educating people. And I'm super surprised. Like more and more I talk to people who are straight line, like Republicans always have been, and more they sound more like libertarians and they don't even know it. And it's because the veil has been pierced, and it's not because the Libertarian Party has done anything special. It's because and again, this is just my opinion, this is my bias in this situation, but to me, like, the philosophies of libertarianism really are just seeking the truth. And if that is your goal, is to find the truth, you're going to tend to fall in line with a lot more of those principles and those concepts when it comes to the media like falsely reporting things, the government being corrupt. Like, you're just going to start seeing those things because you're just interested in finding the truth. I pissed off Shane. Sorry. Got a little too real for Shane.
There was one interesting thing that I was looking into while you were talking. Is Shane, you clicked into Utah.
Yeah,
the AP is calling. They're
reported.
Calling Utah red with nothing reported.
It's so ridiculous.
I'm hoping that I'm hoping, like, I honestly am hoping that that's just like a glitch, or they have reasoning
Somebody
to believe.
slipped up.
Yeah, because I would rather it's not like some nonsense, you know. It is interesting though if you look at all the states that are now coming in red: Pennsylvania, Virginia, North Carolina, South Carolina, Wisconsin, Minnesota.
Click on Utah, because obviously, like, I would imagine Salt Lake City and Park City. Oh, he's gone.
Yeah, I've got it pulled up on my iPad. They've got nothing's reporting from any of the counties. So
it's showing the same on my end. There's nothing reporting for Utah.
Yeah, it's a little weird. Just saying. But again, like, I'm going to give the Associated Press the benefit of the doubt. Like, I'm sure they have reasoning for calling Utah already. Like, somebody's already told them that's like on the ground that's seeing the counts. Like, I have no idea, but Shane, you're muted.
He's like, I know. I gotta
let out a big old fart.
Yeah, they know the Mormon leader there, and all the Mormons are going for Trump.
The Mormons and the Amish.
Yeah. Have you guys seen any more, like, the reporting on that Amish stuff? Because I heard that, like, from my understanding, and I could be wrong, the Amish kind of just stay out of politics. They just do their own thing. But then, like, this year they had, I don't know what the population is of the Amish, but there was something like 300,000 Amish, or maybe it was 30,000. I don't know.
I heard like 100
registered.
So 200 would be a fair, probably.
Yeah,
fair
so
number.
like they registered to vote, and the assumption is that they're voting for Trump. But, like, that's just an interesting take. Like, I don't know if that's enough to. Well, I think
the feds went after the rawhide. The feds went after the raw milk being produced by Amish.
Yeah, I saw that floating around today too. So I didn't know if it was made as a joke, but
I believe it.
Yeah, with the photos and videos people were posting, it looks like they were coming out in force.
Like they're like the Amish are a particular group that I envision as, like, don't fuck with me, like, just leave me alone.
Yeah.
And then you come after their raw milk and, like, their source of income, because, like, I don't know how many of you guys have grown up in areas where you can get Amish products.
Yeah.
It's great.
It's incredible.
Oh, yeah.
And you, like, it would make sense that those guys are like some of the pinnacle, besides like Appalachistan, of like, don't mess with me and, like, you don't have to worry about me. But then, like, you start going after their people and their way of life. It's like, okay, we're stepping up.
Kentucky has a lot of Amish. A lot of people don't realize that. They think Amish and they mostly think Pennsylvania, but Kentucky has a lot of Amish.
Iowa has a lot too.
So does Michigan.
Oh, yeah? Really?
Oh yeah, like middle Michigan, up near Midland and Saginaw. That area is crawling with Amish.
Literally crawling, because they don't use cars.
There's no cars. They just walk around on all fours and raise barns.
Dude, speaking of that, there was a
you-
video. There was a
Hey, we don't have
video
to
of
worry about
some-
offending them because they're not watching.
Speaking of the moving houses though, there was a video from like the Amish like that was circulating on Twitter. They built like a whole barn, like an industrial sized barn, and it looked like 100 Amish dudes inside just picked the whole damn barn up after they'd already assembled it and they were moving it.
Shit, we built it 30 feet in the wrong spot. All right, pick it up and move it.
That's what it looked like. I was like, dude, no way. Like that is like the amount, like, do you guys understand the amount of coordination that would take to get all those guys together in unison to lift at the proper time so that half the group doesn't throw their back out?
What did they just call? Because Kamala just went to 112.
Yeah. It was probably a small state in the Northeast. I imagine maybe Vermont. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Well, no surprise there.
Yeah, nothing there. But Trump is now polling ahead, now at 88% in Vegas. So let's go. And
now, and I know, like, so just again, because I'm trying to parse through some bias and stuff. But so, like a month ago, there was reporting on the poly market bets, and there was like, yeah, there's like this $2 million from like this one group that is like swaying the results a lot. Okay, let's just say that's true. To have this late in the game, to have people still betting that it's going to go in this direction and the number keeps ticking up, that is, people are no longer just throwing the money out there. Like most of the votes are in. Nobody's changing their mind in the next 30 minutes to 3 hours. Like people's minds are made up. So this is just people putting their money where they think it's going to go. So I mean, that's a pretty strong indicator in my opinion.
yeah, and I'll tell you what, man, PA, the fuckery that's about to go on there right now. I mean, 54% is in. Donald Trump is leading. You got one red county out there, which is now over 50% to Kamala's 48%. About 100,000 in separation in terms of vote count. Like that is incredible, man.
Again, that's very easy to make up at 3 a.m. though.
That's right. It looks like most everything is turned in Virginia, so they're just waiting on their ballot stuffing. Oh, you know what? There's actually one little tiny. Yeah, they're
What's
gonna
the percentage in?
67% in that one. So,
and what are the?
You're looking at
it just switched blue.
Yeah, it just switched blue. You're looking at
it's so close.
10,000 votes right now in terms of separation.
That's going to be a good one to keep an eye on.
Yeah, and that's the thing. The closer you get to the flagpole there, I think the more fuckery that's going to go on. Let's see what Michigan is reporting right now. We're up to 20% in Michigan. Pretty close race. You know, less than about what? I'll actually just switch there. No, we got a little bit of ground to make up if Michigan's going to take it, but only 21% reporting, and most of this is going to be
only like 10,000 or 20. It's under 20,000 difference.
Yeah. A lot of that's going to come back red as well, and we should probably bounce over here to Wisconsin real quick. Like Wisconsin is 48% in.
Green Bay all red. That's surprising.
That's
well, you know, you got Aaron Rodgers. People still like the guy.
That's right. Okay. Maybe they're listening to him a little bit too.
If they were smart, they would be. Yeah. They loved him so much. It's like maybe you should actually listen to what he has to say instead of just caring about how he throws a ball.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, man. I think my thing is you know, until these are actually called and really, you know, and the thing is, it doesn't matter what the AP says, right? They could sit here and say, hey, it's called, it isn't called, whatever. It doesn't matter until the Secretary of State puts his seal on these things. These elections are not over. And I think we saw last time very clearly what was happening. The Democrats were getting trashed in the middle of the night. They made up some ground, and you know, we're not in a dissimilar situation right now.
Did y'all ever watch the show Succession?
I have not.
Succession, yes.
Yeah. So like the last season was all about like a presidential race. And the last episode was basically came down to like, you know, they're in control of basically the show basically is supposed to be like the Murdoch family and running like Fox News, and it comes down to them like calling a race, and they're having this infighting in the family of like calling it because they know that once you call it, once the media like reports it, it becomes truth to a lot of people. And so, obviously they wanted most of the people in the family wanted a certain person to be president, but then there was others, and it was very obviously it was supposed to be Trump versus whatever Democrat. And but there's a lot of truth to that. Like when the media starts reporting it, a huge percentage of the country is just like, well, the media reported it. That is until I think last election really kind of changed it a little bit because people went to bed thinking one thing, woke up thinking something else. But this year, like, they're not going to be able to get away with that. Like, I don't think just because the New York Times and CNN call it a certain direction, are people going to buy it? Either way, whichever way they call it, people aren't going to believe it.
Yeah.
I think. Oh, go ahead, Shane.
I was just going to say, Coleman, you sent me this. I was going to ask you for if you can read it. If not, I'll kind of go through it. But if you had something else to say, go ahead.
No, I was just going to feed off of what Jordan said. I think if you just say something enough people buy into it, everyone just thinks it's truth, right? You start to question people who aren't saying the same thing.
Well, and the way you say it, like how you deliver it, increases the likelihood of it being uptaken. So yeah.
I thought this was pretty interesting, Coleman, that you just sent me. This is the poly market, or basically betting from Vegas on who's going to win the swing states. Georgia looks like a 95%. Pennsylvania is 87%. Wisconsin is 86% Donald Trump. North Carolina is 98% Donald Trump. Michigan, 77% Donald Trump. Nevada, 82% Donald Trump. And we got Arizona going 90% Donald Trump, which doesn't. I don't know. I don't
look at there's some more interesting ones if you go back. The odds for Kamala Harris to win a solid red state, 4%.
Yeah, I'll take that odd. Oh,
what about the odds for Trump to win a solid blue state? That would be like, how does that compare?
I don't know.
12%.
Yeah.
So it says
12.
Let's see. Yeah, solid red states. Kamala Rust Belt swing state sweep, 8% chance. Trump wins every swing state, 52% chance. That's kind of an interesting stat.
Well, I have to start playing around on Polymarket and just making markets here so I can make some money off these bets.
But the crazy thing,
people.
But if this like turns out to be pretty accurate and the people putting this money down turn out to be right, like what does that do to all the pollsters? Like you're now out of a job.
Good. It takes more power away from the big Mockingbird media. Like,
yep.
Well, okay, yes and no. But then once they figure that out, then how much do these groups, like the Soroses or whoever, start pumping money in just to be like, see, we're going to win.
Like the stock market.
Yeah. I mean, unless it's, I don't know.
The problem is you can't get away from the gaming. Right?
Well, that if
humans.
You game it, if you try to game it, but it's not based on facts, then you lose a shit ton of money. And they don't really like to lose money.
Yeah.
So it would
in the future on a Bitcoin standard, you're not betting Bitcoin. Well, I shouldn't say you're not betting a lot of Bitcoin on this kind of stuff. And that's going to be a very interesting transition, as well as places like Nevada. And I think we've talked about this, Mike, like when Las Vegas crashes because nobody's willing to bet their most valuable asset anymore instead of this bullshit funny money that we have now. Like that's going to be an interesting time. Oh, something just changed. What did we see?
Changed? Was it New Mexico?
New Mexico and Arizona went back leaning
red. 35% reporting in New Mexico now. Trump now leads in New Mexico, 48%. Yeah. And over in Arizona, they're 49% in.
4,000.
This is a tight race over here.
Yeah, those are really tight races.
That's interesting.
4,000 difference.
Yeah, that's not much. And so let's click over here in New Mexico and see what's going on.
I bet Carrie Lake is just fuming right now. She's from Arizona, isn't she?
She is. So
bet
Santa
she's
Fe, Albuquerque's not in yet, which I imagine will go blue.
Yeah.
But a lot of the other, I mean, there's good potential in both of these states right now. So, good Lord, if he wins the Southwest, holy shit, man. I mean, he's got. I mean, right now he's leading in Minnesota. Minnesota's still only at 4%. What are they doing up here?
Yeah, Iowa's going to be solid red here soon.
What is
Yeah.
the yellow color there?
Is that just?
Is
Is that
Chase
libertarian?
Is that libertarian?
Is that Jill
I mean,
Stein?
it's the first time I've seen a yellow.
Is that Jill
county.
Stein up there?
There's only one dude that lives up there. Oh man, but yeah, Minneapolis, St. Paul looks like that's in. Duluth is in. And outside of that, man, it's farm country out there, guys. I don't see a lot of this going towards her, and I don't know what this blue county is up there, but man, that would be really interesting. It looks like Wisconsin's definitely trending towards Trump now. 51% reporting.
Dude, it's to the point where like I can feel myself getting excited, but I know exactly what happened last time. So it's just like, dude, like I can't even let myself get excited about like what I'm hoping this all means. But dude,
attention on deck. We got another officer. What's happening?
You're on mute.
You're on mute.
Oh, yeah, you gotta press to talk like when you're flying.
Hey guys,
there you go.
What's going on?
Can we start that every time a new person comes on? What's that?
What's that?
So like 1999.
She's not wrong.
No.
Very early 2000s at the latest.
How you doing, brother?
Interesting night, gentlemen.
Yeah, what are your thoughts so far?
It's not over yet, so
Yep.
I don't like to get too optimistic.
Hey, perfect timing for what I was just saying.
No, just you gotta get the West Coast.
Can
In
you
there,
turn the
and-
TV down a little bit?
yeah,
Rookie. It's all right.
I am a rookie. I've never done this before.
Fair enough.
Yeah, so I think
Just take your time. Try not to blow your load too quickly.
Yeah,
That's my recommendation.
she's right next to me.
Well, New Mexico's going back and forth pretty good right now, guys. I mean, we were just in Trump realm, and
Is that a 12,000 difference now? No, that's more than that.
Yeah,
what
it's
is
more.
that? 50, 40.
Ooh, man, a lot of these northern counties up here in New Mexico just went all for Kamala.
Yeah, about a 51,000
Okay.
difference.
Man, I wonder what's Arizona doing.
Arizona still sitting at 49%.
4,000 difference still. Okay.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's a close one in Arizona right now. Michigan has just moved over to the red though. Look at that.
Man.
What do we call it, guys?
Man.
Yeah, buddy. And I will tell you, to see this area up here in Traverse City go red, that's pretty interesting. You've got this area over here, Grand Traverse and Charlevoix, and then Petoskey up here. That it has potential to go either way. Some of the the western side of these is kind of like I said, is anything on the lake could be Chicago money, but then you've got all of the farming out here to the east of that, that's not on the coast. So good go red.
So when you say like the Chicago people, but those are people that would be voting in Chicago because that's just like their vacation home or something.
Exactly right. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah. There was quite a bit of that on the west.
Damn it.
Well, now Michigan's back to blue. So
Yeah. We saw it happen though. We saw it. It blinked at us a little bit. So.
It was just a tease.
That's right.
It's Rocket
just a
Raccoon
tip.
winking with the wrong eye.
Totally
God,
see you.
damn
Right?
it. Damn it. Am I winking with the wrong eye again?
Man, maybe I should go to the next room over and everybody's looking at me like, what is wrong with you guys?
You got a group full of people there in the hotel room, or what do you got? Are you at home?
No, I'm just in bed with the wife.
Oh, right. On.
That was a weird way to phrase that.
Getting that side eye.
So when are the polls going to shift?
They're shifting right now. It's shifting from blue to red.
Clever.
Well played.
Yeah, the wee hours of the morning are going to be very interesting. I mean, this right now, as in last time, we saw Trump with a huge commanding lead, and so many of these things just went absolutely upside down overnight. Just trucks after trucks of ballots coming in. Everybody's seen it. You've seen the falsification, under oath and everything else. So, like I said, we can line ourselves up like Lucy, but better to proof of work and verify everything than what we're all hopeful for in this case.
Shane, were you planning on doing this until like the wee hours?
Man, at this point we're almost 11 o'clock. I'm gonna, if people want to come hang, if you guys want to hang out, I'll continue to go, and we'll see how far we get.
Okay. Oh, I think with Michigan just switched back over.
Yeah.
But I was gonna go spend some time with the girl, and then I'll rejoin you guys here a little bit later when we get into the more crucial times to be watching for some tomfoolery.
Absolutely, man. We got a lot going on here. The chat's going nuts right now. Mike, we'll see you in a little bit, man. Thanks for hanging out for this.
See you guys in a bit.
Yep. We got.
I blame Sippy Cup talking about his wife. Got Mike thinking about, maybe right. I should go get in bed with a girl.
See, she's grinning.
You're a good influence.
She's grinning because she's like, now it's your turn.
Doc, Big Nick says the polls shift when the stripper is over 200 pounds. Oh man, let's go, vets. I mean, this is a different type of coverage. I think we can have a lot more fun here than most people will. We talking about all-time highs tonight, guys. We've got 1,500 people watching. That's an all-time high for this show. Kevin Rash absolutely agrees here. And we've got Diligent News. That's Eomar. Yeah, Eomar. Yeah, man. He says pretty wild to see PA, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Minnesota right now. And yeah, I not surprised, man. There's a lot of people out there that are done, especially Minnesota. Minnesota is Tim Walz's state, and that guy fucked everything.
Is retarded
in 2020 as the governor in that state. So
I really think she should have picked his son. He would have been better.
I don't know if that's a retard joke or what.
Tampon
Tim. Not the kid, guys. Kids are off limits.
Oh,
hey.
Is he a kid? Oh, 204.
204 for Trump, guys. We are now under 70 to win it. Nice. Well,
yeah.
What did they call?
211 right now.
Fox is calling it. So, what did Montana just come in?
I thought Montana was already in.
4%. It's almost 60% Trump up there. So, yeah, probably pretty safe to say. I mean, there's nothing. There's nothing going in, but some of these guys, this is what I like to see inside the states when we look at them, is these counties are like, no, that's it. We're done. Nothing else is coming.
What's crazy is if you go to Montana, that blue county in the south there.
Yeah.
That is, so that's Paradise Valley. That is like literally where Yellowstone is supposed to take place. And you've got a bunch of celebrities that own property there. Like Look, I did some cyber stalking, and I went through all the different properties there. What's his name? The owner of the Atlanta Falcons owns like a quarter of that valley. Jeff Bridges has property there. There's all sorts of these Hollywood people that have bought that. It's a beautiful, like, as long as they don't develop it, it's a beautiful, like, as long. It's one of those, like, when I went there and I saw it, I was, obviously Yellowstone is a fictitious show, but when I was there, I was like, yeah, I could see fighting over this land to make sure it doesn't get developed because it's gorgeous.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll tell you what, man. Minus the fact that it looks like Joe Biden sniffing Idaho and it's built on top of a super volcano. Like an awesome place.
Oh my God.
Really killer.
Oh, where did you hear that from? Or did you come up with that? It looks like Joe Biden is. Oh my God, I can't unsee it now.
You've never seen that
No.
No, that's a first.
Oh yeah, Joe Biden. Montana looks like Joe Biden is sniffing Idaho.
Oh my God, I'll never look at Montana the same again, or Idaho.
Yeah, and I don't know if you guys have ever heard of this one.
Oh my God,
this is fun with states. If you look at Minnesota, and then Iowa, so we're going to build a person, and
yeah,
it looks like Iowa, Missouri, Louisiana being the foot. Here's your person right here, and Tennessee is the tray, and they're serving Kentucky fried
chicken. Yep,
I love it.
I've seen that. I've never seen the Joe Biden smelling Idaho. I don't think that's.
I can't unsee it now. Yeah.
Yeah. You're welcome. You're welcome.
You don't get election coverage like this on CNN.
Never gonna see that anywhere else. Let's see. What have we got? So some of the chats going on right now in the OG Bitcoin Live Liquidation Watch election night. Who's this and what is going on over here? I'm not gonna. We get music with it at the same time. I'm gonna mute that shit.
Oh, is this Mario?
Yeah, sounds like it.
The liquidation.
We're gonna get copyright infringement now.
Yeah, no, you guys can't see this, but I'm kind of looking at it. This is kind of silly. I don't need to see that. But hey, I'll tell you what. I think there was somewhere around $7 billion that was absolutely evaporated by us reaching 74,000. Like some people just got wrecked.
Yeah, I mean, it's not awesome.
Some people got wrecked, but they should have been. Don't play stupid games.
Yeah. For anybody that's out there that's watching this and you're not a Bitcoiner, don't bet on Bitcoin in terms of like the ups and downs playing the market. That is old school. That is fiat mentality, chasing Bitcoin up and down. That is you looking for yield. That's not it. Hold Bitcoin for 4 years. Just buy it and hold it. It will change your life. That is all you have to do with Bitcoin. Buy it, hold it, put it in your own cold storage device. If you want to figure out how this works, you can go to bitcoinveterans.org. We will plug you into all of this. You don't have to be a veteran. We'll teach you Bitcoin for free. Best deal in the market. We've got regional chats out there and everything else. So if you want to learn Bitcoin, I mean, literally it's pumping. We're at 74,300 right now. We hit the all-time high tonight of 75,000 even. Incredible. I mean, just to kind of watch all this playing out. We've got over 1,600 people watching the show, another all-time high. I mean, the only thing that could go wrong right now is what always goes wrong with elections.
What?
Yeah. So Polymarket just jumped up. Trump winning is now 93%.
Jesus Christ.
Wow.
Look at that, man.
That's insane.
That's...
It's so fascinating that we have that this exists now.
Yeah.
That we have something like this to watch that might be a better barometer than anything else. And to just kind of juxtapose the way we're doing, going back to the map, kind of like the electoral votes and looking at the votes coming in, and to juxtapose that with the Polymarket numbers.
Yeah.
Okay. Hey guys, I'm gonna head up.
Good to see you, sir.
Later, sir.
Let's see. Trump, Rogan. I wonder if they've got the whole podcast still up here.
So it looks.
You got to do it to pilots, especially. I mean, you just got you have
Yes,
to do it.
stroke that ego.
That's right.
So it looks like Polymarket is also predicting a complete sweep of the House and the Senate for Republicans.
Whoa.
What are the numbers on that?
I don't have the exact numbers. They're just reporting that they're going to win the Senate with 93% certainty and the House with 77% certainty.
That's wild. I'm gonna do something here. I'm fairly curious, as you guys can see. I'm searching YouTube. I just searched for the Trump Rogan video, which you can't find. It's not here.
Yeah.
It's not.
You have to go to X to find it.
Yeah, that's wild that it's not on here. Let's just do.
Weird. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah. Let's see
Some
what
might call that election interference.
some of the biggest videos for Kamala. Watching live. Let's see. Did 3 hours ago. 3 hours ago. Here's the thing: is Kamala Harris only has 825,000 subscribers on YouTube. That's not a lot, especially for somebody who's a VP and a presidential candidate. Like that's not a lot. What else do we have? I'm trying to see if she's got anything else that's big numbers out there. I mean, she was on. Was this her on General?
What was that?
Like, Who's Your Daddy? Whatever stupid fucking show that was.
That's supposed to be like the left's big show. It used to be like
Call Me Daddy, I think.
Call Me Daddy. There you go. See what that is, because that is like the left's equivalent of Joe Rogan, apparently. So it'd be interesting to see. Like that might be a more apples to apples.
That's what I'm trying to find is like her biggest. Yeah. So here it is. This is 4 weeks old. 795,000 views.
That's it. That's amazing.
That's. I mean, when I was looking at this, probably a couple weeks ago, between Polymarket in terms of Vegas, who's betting on this, and the social media engagement, there's just no appetite. You cannot manufacture what she needs to overcome Trump. Like it's not in the cards. She is more.
Well,
no, you can manufacture it.
Oh, I mean, but
let's not get ridiculous.
What I'm saying is you can't manufacture views. Like they I mean, and I'm sure some of those are even bot views. You know what I mean? Like that's the thing is you look at her Twitter engagement, you look at Trump's Twitter engagement, it's not even close. For example, por ejemplo, for my Spanish-speaking veterans out there.
I'm super impressed that you know how to say "for example" in Spanish.
Hey man, I did a little speaking of Spanish back in the day.
Little habloing.
Little hablando, I think is what it is. Hablando, speaking. All right, let's see real quick here. Kamala, yeah. Let's see. 21.3 million. How many followers does Trump have? Donald Trump. 92 million. Get the fuck out of here. 21 million for this unlikable, ridiculous.
21 million. It's a pretty good number. It's not bad. But
DEI higher versus 92 million people follow Trump. That is. Here we go. Yeah, I mean, and that's the thing is it really close? Is it? I mean, do they just want us to think it's as close as they can possibly make it? It's not close. This shows it right here. Now 93.9%.
Drop off
at what was that, 10:30 or so?
Yeah.
Whew.
Dude.
Oh, she picked up one more. Where did she pick one more electoral vote from?
Is it Maine? No. Maine is now 16%, and that's ridiculous. New Hampshire, 4 electoral votes. Rhode Island's got 4. I don't know. Who's got 1?
Kansas, maybe check Kansas because they do it, or not Kansas, Nebraska. Maybe she got the one.
That's 5 up there. I don't know where she got that one. Delaware? What's Delaware got?
Well, all of them
3.
are going to be at least 3. So to get one, it had to have been the one from Nebraska or something.
Yeah. Oh, you know what? It probably is. There are some states that split. And off the top of my head, I'm not real familiar with which ones they are.
Nebraska and Maine, and so I think she probably got the one in Nebraska or something.
Gotcha. Interesting. So Maine looks like it's trending to Kamala. Meanwhile, the entire Midwest minus Illinois, which is just a cooked state anyway in terms of, democratic corruption. 53 to 44.
Is like in 2020 during lead up to the election, people were saying especially a lot of people like us who are kind of both of these candidates suck. Neither of them are great. But you still at least had people being like, but if Biden does win, it's going to be hilarious because he's going to provide so much comedic material.
Dude,
you don't hear any of that now because she's so bad. It's not even going to be funny. It's just going to be sad and pathetic and dangerous. Yeah.
She is. I mean, Hillary Clinton was, seething with just unlikability. I mean, she was the most unlikable person ever. And but you felt more of like a Satan presence with her. With Kamala, you're like, man, she's just a clown.
Sad.
Yeah. Just sad, drunk,
drunk.
Yeah. Almost 60-year-old.
Not drunk with power, just drunk.
Just drunk. And obviously a DEI sleep your way to the top. Like that's insane. Did we just get more for Trump? 210? Are they?
No, it's been at 210.
Okay. Starting to go cross-eyed looking at some of these numbers, man.
Yeah. I'm trying to lock in. That's why the 113 popped up. She was at 112.
Yeah.
Let's
see, constitutional carry. I don't know where that came from, but yeah, let's go.
That was Thomas Manasseh, right? He wanted to do. He put a bill for constitutional carry.
What in the U.S. Congress?
Yep.
Right on, man.
Yeah, he wants to get it passed. So it looks like they have everything. They're able to do it. But guys, I gotta take off. I gotta put the kids to bed and
buddy.
Some stuff. So thank you for having me on. It's always a pleasure, and I'll talk to you guys tomorrow morning.
We'll see you. Hey, if you guys don't know Coleman, go check him out on the 10 a.m. Eastern morning show Spaces for Bitcoin veterans. He runs it every day. Absolutely fantastic host. Even some amazing guests that show up there and good panels every day. So keep it up, Coleman.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the kind words. Enjoy your evening.
All right, brother. We'll see you.
Jordan, let's go over some of these swing states and see where we're at.
All right, let's just start with Arizona and we'll work our way east. Reporting 50% right now. That's pretty damn close.
Less than 3,000.
Yeah. What do you think, man? You think Arizona this time has the poll watchers and everything that they need in place to maybe make sure that this doesn't get taken from them?
And I don't know, because the question is all right, what are these poll watchers really able to do? I don't know. I know, obviously it's been well reported. There's been actual people videoing how they can't even show ID. So I don't know what Arizona's case is with that. If people don't have to show an ID, I could see there still being some fuck games. But if they do, and there's poll watchers, yeah, I would imagine that's hard to do. I just don't. That's just too close. That's just something to keep an eye on the rest of the night.
Yeah. You got 65% in New Mexico, which could be, people are saying it could be a swing state. It looks like Kamala's got a pretty commanding lead right there. So, there's only 65% reporting.
It's only 4,000 difference in the votes, though.
Yeah.
I don't know if those rural areas are going to be. I would imagine they're enough to change that difference.
Yeah, I'm not familiar enough with New Mexico. I know New Mexico generally goes Democrat. At least it has in the past few elections, and yeah, it kind of surprises me. There's a lot of ranching and stuff that goes on out there. It just doesn't seem. But I know there's also not a ton of people. So I think probably the biggest story of the night, man, is the Midwest right now. Tim Walz's home state right now is reporting only 9%, but with Duluth and Minneapolis in, this definitely has potential to go Trump's way. Donald Trump is up 61% to 36% in Minnesota.
75,000 lead. That's going to be hard to overcome, and especially if the cities are already in. That's going to be. That's not 75,000. That's a lot of ballot stuffing.
Yeah.
That one seems pretty safe. What's Wisconsin doing?
Let's see. Sorry, the dog is barking in the background down there. Trying to see what's going on.
59%.
Yeah, 59% Donald Trump up in Wisconsin. I matter about 30,000. So yeah. Yep. So yeah, I mean, obviously, all these swing states are critical.
Click on it and let's see the by counties.
Yeah. So most everything's in. I guess you could get a little bit up here in terms of blue, but I don't think there's not a ton of people in these areas. So, I don't think it's going to carry the state. It's going to be tough for those guys to overcome.
Where's okay, yeah.
Head over to Michigan. 27% in right now. Look, Grand Traverse up there has definitely now swung over to blue. It was reporting red earlier. That's changed.
Yeah. What's the where are our vote totals at? I don't see it on.
So vote totals in Michigan right now, we've got Donald Trump leading by over 50,000. Yeah.
55.
Yep.
I mean, that's pretty solid. Well, there's only 27 reporting though, but that's probably mostly rural areas.
That's right. Yeah.
Man.
It's
that'd be huge. Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Michigan go to him like that.
And PA and Ohio.
Woo!
Yeah.
Go back to PA. We're at
PA is at 67%. Trump is now up.
Oh man, he's over
100,000, 130 up right now.
At 67, I feel pretty comfortable in saying he won PA.
I'd say so. Yeah, I'd absolutely say
100,000. Unless it's like I don't know. Unless Philadelphia hasn't reported.
Virginia, it looks like now with this little bit that's come back in. What are we saying? 74% is in. And it's leaning towards Kamala now at 50. Well, yeah. I mean, now you're looking at Virginia at a little over a 1.5, which 56,000. Boy, that'll be an interesting one to kind of watch overnight. And then North Carolina. This is where I think it gets very interesting because some of the backlash after the whole Hurricane Helene out there, not favorable for the Democrats, I don't think. 86% is now reporting. Looks like you got a couple of the Outer Banks counties out here maybe that have not fully come in. But if they're showing 86% now in North Carolina and Trump is up over 200,000.
He's
about to
140,000.
Yeah. That's going to be extremely hard to overcome.
At 86%, pretty safe to assume.
Yeah. And then Georgia, 90% reporting, 51%. And this is actually pretty close.
He's over 140,000, 142,000.
Yeah.
California just came in and Washington.
Yeah. So
huge surprise there.
Yeah. So Kamala just picked up Washington and
she's at 179.
And so
Trump got 4 more. What did he get? Idaho? Yep.
Idaho is now coming in 0% reporting, but they're going to call it for Trump. It's very interesting. Again, Utah's in with 0% as well. I expect probably it's now 11 o'clock. We'll start to see Oregon, which means 11 o'clock, 8 o'clock on the West Coast now. those guys will start wrapping up, and we'll start getting some reporting in out of those. But we know where that's going. That's going to Harris. Nevada could go to Trump. Might be interesting though.
So,
But-
all right, Trump needs 56. So let's add up.
Georgia. Georgia's 16.
16. Okay.
Yep. We got another 16 out of North
That's
Carolina,
32.
which I feel pretty comfortable giving them both of those.
Yeah. What's PA?
PA is a whopping 19 electoral votes. And that, I'm going to say, man, PA is probably going to go his way.
Yeah. And then you throw in either just one of Minnesota, Wisconsin, or Michigan, and it's over.
15 from Wisconsin's got 10. Minnesota's got 10. Dude, if he wins Michigan, man, that's a ball game. So Michigan, PA, North Carolina, Georgia, which all look like they're going to Trump. That could be the ball game right there.
Yeah.
And he doesn't have Nevada.
You heard it here.
I mean, he could win Arizona too. That's super close. They're 50% in, and they're only separated by about 3,000. That's interesting.
Dude, I would love to see like what is CNN, MSNBC, even Fox News. I would love to just see what they're all reporting, or like what is their conversations.
Decision. EMR says Decision Desk has the Trump campaign at 246 right now.
Is that a Decision Desk? Is that Fox News?
I don't know who that is.
I think that's who that is. Decision Desk.
What is it? All right. My favorite part is math for Marines we get here, not found on other election coverage. Yeah, you got that right. Tell your friends, tell your friends we're great at spelling and doing math. That's Marines, but we do have a pretty good command for what's going on in the political scene right now, which is interesting.
Oregon's coming in, leaning towards
Kamala. Yeah, so she's making up some. She got 8 electoral votes there, 12 there, and then obviously the behemoth down there, 50 fucking 4.
To get 54 and she's still at 179. Like, all right, so we did the math. Let's do some math for her right now. She still needs
91? She needs 91.
Yeah.
Like if we were to add up, let's just say what is Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Michigan? Let's just say those go to her. How many are we at there?
I say Minnesota and Wisconsin. So that's just 20.
16, 10. Oh,
yeah,
20.
So
what's Michigan?
Michigan's 15.
20. So 35.
She's still not there.
What's PA again?
PA is 19.
19.
Yeah.
So that's 50. I mean, she's not.
She
still needs Georgia and North Carolina, I think. I mean, she needs all of them. She
has to have them all. There's Nevada is
because that might go that they don't even show us what the
6 electoral.
Oh, 6?
That's
yeah, that's
nobody lives there.
I mean, Alaska's Alaska's 3. Hawaii might be like 5. Where's Hawaii?
Hawaii is 4 electoral votes, and
I mean, she needs like every swing state. But this is where the fuck games. This is what I said earlier. Like, as all these Western states come in, it doesn't really matter. The coverage is still going to be Georgia, North Carolina, Virginia, PA, Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota. Like, that's what they're going to be talking about all fucking night long, because that's where everything is. And I mean, they're all pretty heavily going. I just don't see, even if they did. And now I will say, this is what I said. I've been saying this for months now. Like, if they were to cheat for her, it would have to be so blatantly obvious.
It's gonna be.
It would have to be like 200,000. It's not just a 20,000 votes in this one county. Like, it's gonna have to be 200,000 in a populace that's already been reported in. Like, that's just, it's going to be insane. So if they try anything, like, I just don't see how they do. Like,
this lady who didn't even win a primary, who is extremely unlikable by just social media standards compared to, Donald Trump. I mean, 21 million followers versus 92 million followers. The fact that now
Those like when Trump wins, geez, 93%.
Yeah.
When Trump wins, they're all going to be like, well, they're going to act like, well, you know, we always knew that she was really unpopular.
Even though they've been pumping her up, acting like this race was going to be close all along. Well, the polls say.
Yeah, the polls.
Do any of these numbers
rigged as hell?
Do they have? Okay, they do have total votes. Like for just
so
popular vote, 45
popular vote
to
right
51.
now is Trump's got 51.6. I'm sorry, 51.5 million, and she's got 45.5. That's a pretty good spread as well. I mean, when you're talking about popular votes, you know, California and New York alone are loaded with people.
Those numbers are kind of wild though, because I believe the articles that I've read the last couple days were saying that we've broken all these records for like early voting, and that we were already at like 80 million votes for early voting. Like we were at like 40 or 50% of like what the numbers of people that normally vote. And so to only be at, with all these votes coming in, to only be at under 100 million, it's like, what, if we only counted an extra 20 million votes since that has come in? That just doesn't, if there only been 20 million people that have voted today so far.
Here's the other side of this, and I don't know how they come about this, but when you're looking at votes, right, I would say it's kind of binary. It's a fairly binary vote. It's either Trump or Harris. I don't understand how you can have 52% in for Trump and only 46% in for Kamala. I don't understand how that statistic comes about. If anybody's in the chat out there that wants to explain this to, you know, a knuckle dragging Marine, please do. But it seems to me like this should be, you know, both 52% or both 46%, not different. That's a weird statistic to me.
I mean, it also just seems like it's just not. If you were a regimist,
Is the juice even worth the squeeze trying to pull off some fuck games at this point for her?
No.
And I mean, the only reason I could see is like, oh, you get another puppet that's just going to do everything that you want. So maybe, but then also like if they've already, these aren't things that they're coming up with tonight. These are plans that have been in the works. If we're just playing pretend for a minute, if this is how they're trying to operate, they would have to be plans that are already in the works. And it's not like you can just be like, all right, this is going to look pretty ugly. Can you call it off? I guess you could just say, hey, don't have that semi truck deliver 100,000 ballots because it's going to be too apparent.
Yeah. Oh, hey, I got the answer from Umar. Here it is. He was saying that this is 52% of this is for I got you. 52% is for Trump and 46 for her. I thought we were talking about, you know, all the votes not already combined. So yeah, no, good point, Umar. Appreciate that, man.
2%. So
there's no way that Chase Oliver got 2%. So that's something else to look at. Like, how many votes has he gotten?
Is there anywhere that shows those? Just like his overall numbers?
I wonder. Let me see if I can't scroll through some of the key races over here. How to register.
I don't know. That'd be interesting to see what those numbers look like.
Let's see. Jill Stein has got, so down here, Chase Oliver's only got about 0.4% of the vote. Jill Stein, another 0.4% of the vote. Let's see.
More results?
Yeah. Let's see if this is good. Robert Kennedy, 0.3%. He's not even running.
He's got almost as many votes as Stein and Oliver, and he's not running.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Oh, fun times.
Fucking retards. And I say that as a staunch anarcho-capitalist.
Right. Yeah, when you got anarcho-capitalists going, yeah, you guys have lost the narrative over there in the libertarian space. You might want to rethink some things.
Thing is, like, I think the problem is, like, for anybody who's tracking, like, there's been the Mises Caucus takeover of the party, and they've taken over most states, and they've got their, they got oh man, Angela McArdle in, and like they've got all these great people in, but when it comes to voting and like the primaries and stuff, I think what people don't understand is you have to be like a member, and you have to be a delegate in order to vote in the primaries for these candidates. And what I think it is like the takeover just has not whittled away at that core group of libertarians that have been there for decades and just like are still just like the most autistic retards. And I don't mean that. I mean that as a prerogative, as a pejorative. I don't mean that as like all the other autistic retards that I love and respect. They're just too. I just think there's still that core of them that are just, they just can't let certain things go. And they actually thought Chase Oliver was going to be a win. Like they think we're sticking to our principles. Like one, I don't think he's principled at all. But two, even if he were, like, look at the shift that's happening right now. And I think like most libertarians did, they were like, oh, we're going to go with this Trump guy this time, even though we don't really like him. And he still pretty much sucks, but it's better for our position to do this and to be able to like understand that. What's up,
Yomar, man? What's going on, man?
You're on mute.
Yeah, if you're talking, you're on mute. I'll tell you what, if you guys don't know Yomar, he hangs out on Spaces a lot for the Daily Show, and he's another crayon eater like myself, another Marine. Guy is a wealth of knowledge, except for the mute button. Other than that, he's killing it.
I actually had my my headset muted, so I couldn't hear all the praise. I just heard the last part of it, and I muted myself so I didn't talk over whatever you were saying. So it sounds like I made a good decision because there was some not kind words in there. So that's
good. Yeah. Hey, welcome to the show, my man.
Thanks. Yeah, I figured I'd hop in and chat for a little bit, see how everybody's doing there. I'm a couple of bourbons deep now, so excuse the slurring.
Yeah, that was a one provision. Two drink max, one bowl minimum. All those fun things from the very beginning. So yeah, I think you're in good company here.
Nice. Yeah, it's a little bit more tipsy than the usual 10 a.m. So
yeah, right on. So what are your thoughts on tonight so far, man? How's it playing out? I mean, did you kind of expect this, or is this one of those things where you're like, damn, this is worse for Harris than I thought it was?
I mean, I think this is worse than I thought it was, honestly. Like, just seeing all that red up there is it's pretty bad for Harris and the Democrats, and for me, that's good, right? Like, I think you for the people that don't hear me on the Spaces a lot, I talk about a lot of our foreign policy thing is kind of my focus. There's been my focus with like the ongoing genocide and stuff in Gaza, and to me, like, I still have a lot of problems with Trump and his like pro-Israel stance. Yep. But I think the worst thing to do would be to send a signal that you can do all of that and still be elected. So I think at the very least, sending the message that, you can't do that with impunity is good. And I think it'll be good for the Trump camp or the Trump administration, assuming these numbers hold through. I think it'll show like that it is a voting bloc, right? And I wrote about it before, like the actual like Zionist, like Israel first voting bloc. It's not that big, it's really more about the money that they get from the donors and stuff like that. The voting bloc is a voting bloc that isn't only like 4% of American Jews like vote Israel first. The Christian Zionists, like, they don't have anywhere else to go, like, who are they going to vote for? They can vote for Harris and, pro-abortion and pro this and pro that. They're kind of stuck, so, hopefully this
And I'm not delusional. I don't think that we're going to be, pro-Palestine or anything, but we don't have to be. And I honestly don't need them to be. I just want us to be pro-America, and that means us not being involved, and everything else will kind of sort itself out.
Amen.
So if him and Vance just follow through and are consistent, if they take their Ukraine logic and they apply it to every other nation that we support, America will be much better off. We just have to hold them to it,
Yeah, and that's the one thing about Trump is he does have a track record of selling weapons, right? He sold a ton of weapons to Saudi Arabia, and I forgot exactly what the $1 billion price tag was on that, but he's not opposed to using American, the MIC to at least manufacture and sell weapons abroad to states that are going to do some terrible things. Like, obviously, I think especially with the three of us here, when we talk about Yemen and our proxy war with them through Saudi Arabia, that was a huge disaster for the Trump administration, which there wasn't a lot of press coverage of, but kids were literally dying of diarrhea, like not being able to get the electrolytes, and that's not a good look for Trump. It's not a good look for America. Selling weapons is kind of one of, I think, the worst parts of Trump's I should say first 4 years. So I agree with you wholeheartedly, and you're right. We don't need to be pro-Palestine. It's not binary. It's like, hey, listen, this is not our fight. This is not our thing. We should obviously, if we have an opinion on it, it's stop killing innocent men, women, and children, and let's try to make some peace, which I think he's probably done better than any president in my adult lifetime. Talking with Kim Jong-un up there in North Carolina. Golly, North Korea. It's getting late, guys. Yeah.
How many bourbons deep are you? I think you're ahead of me now.
Yeah.
I don't think he's had enough.
Yeah, no, I haven't. And then it shows. But, seeing that, his relationship with Xi Jinping over in China, there's so much that he kind of did in terms of walking the war machine back. But yeah, I think you're right with him in arms. So we shouldn't be doing that kind of stuff.
Let me play a bit of a devil's advocate with you too. And I'm not saying that I support this opinion. It's just, it came to my mind and I would like to throw this against the wall and see what sticks. Would it be better to have a foreign policy where we just sell arms to other countries and not actually get involved personally, like sending our own soldiers to go fight these wars, than getting involved directly into these fights? Like, I think it would be fair to say that, like, if you want to keep the Mick happy for a little bit while you try to de-escalate all the wars, that might be better. Again, I don't want to support any of these wars, but it's kind of a step in the right direction. Oh shit, 230. Trump's at 230.
North Carolina just went to Trump.
Nice. Look, it's because you referenced North Korea. I mean, North Carolina.
Get old Kim Jong-un up there in North Carolina. They all went to
Rocket Man rocketed those numbers right up there. So.
And I'm not, because just going to this concept of, like, Trump is better on a lot of these issues, but he's not really that great on any of them. Right. Like, that kind of seems like maybe that's his position, is like, we're not going to get involved directly, but we can make money selling weapons to these people. And, like, anybody who has read or knows the concept of give war a chance is the idea of, like, I guess maybe this is counterproductive to that argument, but, like, letting these countries fight whatever regional fight that they have on their own and coming to their own stalemates or their own, like, we've got to negotiate this on our own because we've reached some kind of deadlock. And I guess you can't really do that if we're still arming one or both sides. But
well, I think a couple of things. Like, so I actually wrote about this. I have an article, American Victory, that I write about this, and I say, like, the way we do it now is we sell airplanes, right? We sell these airplanes, and they require training, they require crews to maintain them, they require all this support, and that usually means our troops are there, right? So if you look at the landscape now and you see like these non-state actors and state actors and the easy to manufacture and easy to launch missile and drone technology, I think it kind of takes a lot of the advantage that we have from like the plane platform, and it kind of gives us that ability to shift, right? Like you said, like we can shift from these I think Bill Bubert calls them like exquisite platforms, like high cost, reusable, you buy it forever, type of thing, and you buy that contract with it. You can shift over to like these expendable resources that are a lot lower risk to use, a lot cheaper to maintain, and we don't have to be as involved. And I agree. I mean, I think there is going to be a stepping phase that we go from that. Like we can't, like our carriers are so vulnerable out there that, like we pretend they're not, but they are so vulnerable with drones, with hypersonic missiles, with all of that technology out there. They are not the thing they were in the 1990s, right? And that's the problem you have when you have 70, 80-year-old politicians deciding foreign policies. They don't recognize that
They're
it's
not
not
up
the
with the
1990s.
times.
Yeah, exactly. And it's not just me saying this. Like I reference like actual think tanks and stuff. I think it was like CSIS had a report. There's another one. I forget what his name is, but it's in some of my articles. I can loop back to it. But that's the reality of like the stage today. So we have to start moving away from that and moving into something different. And like some of our policy changes kind of reflected that. Like we've started developing more missiles and stuff. We've dropped some of the agreements with Russia and stuff on missile development, and maybe that's the reason. So I think that is a viable path, like shifting away from like these platforms that need us to be in country. And in terms of like the evil of it, right? The inherent evil of it. What makes it inherently evil is that we do it with a blank check, right? A lot of people reference like Reagan in the Israel at one point was doing what they do and killing civilians. And he basically called up the phone and said, like, stop. I think he actually used the word Holocaust, stop this Holocaust right now, or, you're going to be cut off. And they did, what makes it as bad as it is the fact that we have no strings attached, that we give them a blank check, that our politicians are running cover for them. If we said, hey, like, we're going to give them enough to.
Terrible foreign policy. Like that's just,
it is.
You don't hold any leverage. Like if you're going to give people a blank check, you should be doing it with some leverage. Like we're doing this because we want to get something out of it. And so you've got the leverage as far as like, hey, we're going to fund you, but it comes with doing X, Y, and Z that's in our favor, not a blank check that you can do whatever you want, even when it's not in our favor.
And
Absolutely.
I think that's the crux of the argument there, right? Is like you literally have a government who's not being run by, I should say you have an executive branch that's not being run by a president right now. You literally have a bunch of Israelis who are in charge of the most powerful bureaucracies on the planet right now. That includes intelligence. It's the DOJ. It's parts of it is the State Department. I mean, we can go down the damn laundry list here. And when we have a blank check, it's not in America's interest. It's in their interest, and that's I think really, unfortunately, the really dynamic part of this that a lot of Americans are waking up to, but there's still a much larger swath that they don't understand, or I think they would care more, and they would definitely, I especially this older boomer generation that's aging out right now is, convincing those guys that this is what's happening in America when they've been fed their entire life this, Judeo-Christian nation bullshit. I think that's the piece that is changing in America very fast. And once that does come about as popular knowledge, that I think that's when it changes.
Yeah, I think
I just sent you a
link because it reminded me when you said this, like it's like what's in the special interest, not like in the America's interest.
There's this clip where they've used AI to change all these news media outlets. Like when they say democracy is threatened, they change democracy to bureaucracy. And it makes perfect sense when you listen to it like that. So if you wanted to pull that up while Eomar says what he was going to say before I cut him off.
You just send me a link in the chat.
Just in text.
Gotcha. Let me pull up this real quick. You want me to play this?
I forgot what I was going to say. So
sorry, man.
It's all right.
2 seconds here.
Like when you hear it, when you realize when you say every time they say American interest, you think of like corporate interests, then what they're saying makes sense. And that's what this clip here does.
All right, let me zoom in and we'll play this guy. Well, this is playing. I'm going to say goodnight to my middle child here. Back from the beginning.
If the Democrats fail, it might be the end of American bureaucracy.
Our bureaucracy really is in fundamental peril.
The foundations of American bureaucracy under attack. They want to destroy our bureaucracy.
We are a bureaucracy in danger.
We're watching an election where people are on the ballot openly advocating the end of bureaucracy.
That's what Republicans are doing, attacking bureaucracy, attempting to destroy bureaucracy, and they're doing it with glee.
This is the end of bureaucracy in America.
When will America stop sleepwalking towards the end of bureaucracy?
Right. It's Democrats versus, as Bill Kristol says, the end of bureaucracy.
We are essentially, as Neil put it, one vote away from sort of the end of bureaucracy as we know it.
I think our bureaucracy and the stability of that bureaucracy is really the thing on the ballot and really so important.
That is gold, my man. Absolute gold.
If the Democrats fail,
that makes me want to vote Republican for the first time in a long time.
Yeah. These clowns, that's really what it all comes down to, is because if it's about democracy and everybody's voting
For Trump, that's democracy. And what they hate is that a vote for him is to dismantle literally the deep state and everything that's happening behind the scenes. And some people will hear deep state and think like some conspiracy or something, but literally it's just the same word as bureaucracy. And I mean, time and time again, I've talked to people even before like the Trump era where people have this concept of like, yeah, there's politicians and politicians have bad incentives, which is true. But then they think, well, but luckily we have things like the Fed that are independent, or all these groups that are independent that just make decisions based on like what is good for the country. And it's like, no, that's even if what the decisions they were making were good for the country, that's not what a democracy is, right? It's supposed to be the people voting for someone based on actually doing what we believe that they say they're going to do. And even though we all realize like that's not going to happen, and even with Trump, it's probably not really going to happen, maybe to a degree, we hope, but like that's what they're pissed about. They're pissed that like regardless of who gets elected, we're supposed to be able to do whatever the fuck we want.
Yeah. And that's, you know, they talk about the Constitution when it's cheap and easy to talk about the Constitution. For anybody that doesn't really know the Constitution, you know, Article 1, Section 8 is really about all the powers that the government at the federal level is given. They are enumerated and they are few, which means they spelled them out. And if you don't understand the difference, and I know late night constitutional talk is right where it's at. But when we get into the idea that clauses are powers, they are not. Clauses are not enumerated. Clauses are a general statement that have no power. So, you know, the ability to make laws and, you know, do these things, that's not an enumerated power, right? You've got a very specific, very spelled out set of powers. They talk about this in both the Federalists and the Anti-Federalists. And if it's not one of those delegated specific powers, then it's not the government's, you know, it's not a power, you know, and that's one of those things that we have to get back to. And the thing is, if we're not going to actually run a government by the governing document that spells it all out, then there's no agreement between the people, and the people have absolutely no obligation to fall in line with any of the claimed authority that government has.
Yep. Yeah, I saw a meme or
something recently, and it was like the Second Amendment doesn't give the right
to bear arms to the people. It denies the government the ability to take guns from people.
That's right.
So while we were talking, it looked like Kamala got 8 more votes. I think that might have been Oregon. If that's 8.
8.
That 8? Yeah.
Yeah.
So Oregon was called for her.
Yeah, which
Minnesota has turned towards leaning with okay, what the we need to start screenshotting some things because now she's up over 100.
Yeah, so it looks like St. Paul came in down here. Minneapolis, St. Paul area came in.
I dropped a link in the studio chat there. If you switch over to Fox, you can actually look at the individual counties. They give you the percentages for the counties.
Oh wow. Okay, here we go. Let's see. Oh no, that's not it.
I mean, we were just talking about, he's up. God, we're gonna have to start screenshotting some things because I swear he was up at least 50,000, and now all of a sudden she's up 100.
Minneapolis is at 90% now. I'm assuming like that county.
I think that's what did it.
Yeah, I'm assuming that they just got a huge they started counting there. That's probably what pushed it over.
All right, we're looking at Fox News now, Fox Live.
Is that interactive?
Yeah, so let's go up to Minnesota. Yeah, 55% to 42%.
46% votes
counted. Yeah. 2.2.
I like this. This gives us other candidates too.
Yeah. 2.2% going to other candidates, which Kennedy 0.7, Stein 0.6, Oliver 0.5.
She's up almost 200,000. So that means 250,000 came in just from St. Paul.
That's about right. I mean, in terms of a city, like it's still fairly liberal there. I mean,
well, I mean that makes me think like some of these other states we were looking at. Now that we have like the percentage of the counties, maybe we should go back to some of these others and dig into it a little bit more and see. Yeah, like Georgia, like what's Fulton County?
Yeah, so I mean, you're looking at Fulton County. Looks like it's in
90%.
Yeah, and that's a huge Democratic stronghold.
I expect that.
Cobb County, this one this is kind of surprising to me that it would be 56 to 42% and Cobb doesn't seem right. And then this is probably what, Gwinnett County. Yeah, this is where I grew up, and it used to be very strong Republican, but that's obviously switched. 58 to 40%. Yeah, that doesn't seem right either. That's interesting.
Can you switch back to the overall state and what the percentage of votes counted is at?
Oh shit. Yeah, you just
kidding.
Just did it. Let me grab that link again. All right. Come on. Our producer, I swear to God, that guy.
I mean, you get what you pay for.
That's right. That's right. All right. Let's zoom in a little bit so people out there can see what is actually happening here.
So 91% of
dude.
Jesus Christ.
She's touchy. One more time. I think we're still doing a better job than CNN.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, we're going to try not to go backwards now.
Easy.
All right.
Don't cut the blue wire.
So, yeah, up here, Donald Trump is leading in Georgia, 51% to 48%. You've got, a little over, 130,000 or so.
91% in.
Yeah.
I mean, but so the big blue areas are already in. So you would imagine that.
Yeah. So
there
with that,
be.
I mean, Savannah, Augusta, Columbus, Macon down here, which is Bibb County. Those are going to be in Henry County. Those are going to be your big strongholds. Everything else is going to be Republican here in the state of Georgia.
So I don't know if you followed any of some of the there was the James O'Keefe reporting, and there was some other stuff where basically they were saying, look, if you're going to do a bunch of ballot dumps, you're going to do it in a big city. So I would say go back to Georgia and hover over Fulton County.
Yep.
And do a screen grab of that to get those numbers, because this is going to be something to keep an eye on, is like what the numbers are now at what it's saying 90% reported. And okay, yeah, sure. There's like a over 200,000 gap between votes. But if all of a sudden that jumps to a 300,000, you're not going to get that much with 10% still needing to be counted.
Agreed.
So it's things like that to like keep an eye on right now.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously, clicking back and forth between all of this, we've got a recording of it. So,
well, that's true.
Be very interested to see PA now too. Yeah, I mean, you can kind of start to see, some things are solidifying. Obviously, Philadelphia looks like it's solidified. That's a good sign. Means they're probably not adding anymore. And then you've got, well, no, never mind. This is a different.
What's the percentage for Philadelphia?
Philadelphia is now at 71%.
71% counted.
Yeah,
it's 77 to 21. Is that what the split was?
Yeah, the 77-21%.
Even that seems wild. Like, what would be funny is if they had already like counted extra votes or something in there, and they're still losing PA. But
it was 81. I'm looking at the 2020 numbers. It was 81.4 to 17.9 in 2020 for Philadelphia County.
So it's actually more people are going towards Trump. That'd be another thing too. Is like, what are the population numbers of these areas, or just compare it to the previous vote totals?
Yeah, I know North Carolina has definitely made up ground since the last time with Trump, and this is heavily Trump now, and obviously they called it for him still with 90% of the vote.
Virginia's barely. Where are we at?
Let's take a look at Virginia here. Let's see. Donald Trump's got about 120,000 votes to make up in Virginia. It's going to be tough to do without major cities.
Yeah, that's probably not. Virginia's probably going to her.
Yeah, I mean, Virginia, the last time he lost by 500,000 votes about.
So he's made up a lot of territory, even with popular vote here.
Yeah. I don't know if you guys saw it earlier, but a couple hours ago, New York Times was predicting that Trump would win the popular vote, which I don't think was on anybody's radar. So that'll take a lot of teeth, because like the first thing they'll go to if Trump wins the Electoral College but not the popular vote is they'll start attacking the Electoral College. But if he wins them both, then they got nothing left.
Yeah, and I mean, here's what's wild to me. Let's take a look at Florida. The demographics of Florida have changed so much since 2020. What you got?
Just 1.4 million votes ahead with 97% in.
Yeah. Well, and think about this too. Think about everybody who relocated from New York and the Northeast during COVID to Florida. And this is what you have in Florida. 56% at 97% of votes counted for.
It's crazy. In 2020, it was about a 370,000 vote difference that won for Trump. So,
that's why that is such a that's such a crazy swing.
It was 5.6 million to 5.3 million roughly, and now we're seeing 6 to 4.6.
Yeah,
so that's a huge swing. I don't think that's just migrants, like other like New Yorkers and stuff coming down. I think that's just a lot of people, and I think that's what we're seeing in the other states too. A lot of people are just. I mean, Kamala does not bring much to the table. She didn't bring many new ideas. Everything was big government. And I think I hope maybe people had enough kind of big government after COVID. They saw what big government is. Like a lot of people for the first time, like really interacted with big government. And I'm hoping this is kind of like the rejection of that, like that they don't want that. And that's kind of my hope, that's the way we're going there. So
this is interesting.
Go to Florida.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say this. Is this the first time in a presidential election DC has actually had electoral votes?
I think I want to say they've always had 3, but then they also have the whole no taxation without representation, like on their license plates, because maybe they haven't.
well, that's because they're
no.
not a state, so they don't get House and Senate seats. I don't know about the electoral.
Yeah, how would they
votes.
have? How would they have 3 electoral votes? Because it's supposed to be off of.
Yes.
Well, it's off of population, isn't it?
Yeah, it's all population driven.
So, well,
it's population driven, but the population driven is because that's how they factor in the House of Representatives. So every state gets 2 because they have 2 senators, and then they get 1 because they're going to have at least 1 representative in the House. We might need to Google that because I don't remember DC ever having.
I don't remember them having delegates in the past, or I should. Yeah, I don't remember them being counted.
Go to Florida and look at Dade County. I think it's Dade County where Miami.
Yep, Miami-Dade, Broward.
How close was that one?
Well, it just took it away from me. Miami-Dade is looking 55-43%. That's huge. That's
124,000 ahead.
And it's 95% already voted.
So
that's huge.
Biden actually won Miami-Dade last time, 53-46.
Whoa!
So they basically swapped.
Yeah,
that's crazy. So
actually
all
better
these
than
people
for Trump,
and obviously, like the non-citizens, getting them to vote, and how that would affect things, that's a different argument. But the actual, like, you've got such a big Cuban population there that is just like so anti-socialist because they literally fled from there. So this whole argument of you got people coming from more communist areas or socialist areas or like leaving California and they're going to come here and change things. I just never bought into that. Like the people that were leaving California and New York because of COVID or whatever other policies, they weren't going to these other states to flip it. And I feel like Dade County that's a huge example right there. For that to flip that dramatically just kind of tells you like, no, these people that have left those areas left them for a reason. And so I think it's going to make it's obviously swinging a lot of swing states more red. And yeah, it might make the blue states more blue, but also their population. I think we just had a census in 2020, which I'm sure that was fucked up beyond belief given 2020. But how much things will shift in 2030 when they do the next census?
Yeah.
I mean, that could be really, along with these political tectonic shifts, and then you get a census change that just completely redefines the Electoral College. Like, no wonder they want to get rid of it.
Yeah. I think Wisconsin's pretty interesting right now. It's leaning towards Trump, and that's not what I would have. I mean,
scroll down a little bit. What's the vote difference? 1.2 to 1. All right, so 80,000 vote difference. Go to the counties of like the big Madison's in.
Yep, Madison's in 74%.
88%. Milwaukee 54%.
Yeah.
Can you get that to pull back up over Milwaukee?
Milwaukee is 66. 54% is in.
Okay.
But then
That's all they really got.
Yeah, but then you've got all these, suburbs of Green Bay, even Green Bay itself. I mean, 61% Donald Trump in Green Bay. That's huge.
35% counted. So that could change. But.
Yeah. Let's see here. I mean, these are just the outskirts of Milwaukee and Madison. So, I mean, to see this kind of turnout for Trump in the suburbs out there, that's huge. And then obviously rural is going to be big for Trump. So
I actually heard I was listening to some other coverage earlier too, and they were saying that Trump was winning a higher percentage of like white suburban women, which was kind of unexpected, I think. Unexpected if you think of like the talking points, but when you think of like what's at stake with like I think a lot of that comes down to like the like I see signs around my neighborhoods about like girls sports and stuff like that. I think that's something that really does weigh on people's minds. You know, from both just like you want your kid to have a chance to compete fairly, and then also like there's the, if you're thinking far enough in advance, you're thinking scholarships and stuff, and all the scholarships you could lose for it. So I do think that had an impact.
I don't care as the woman vote, like no matter how you feel about like abortion or whatever, you also get really pissed if your daughter has to compete against men in sports. Like it's just a bridge too far for a lot of people. Like they might be in favor of abortion, but they're not in favor of their daughter having to compete against men. Like that's just not there. And I think when you look at those two issues, it's like the abortion one is one like maybe you can control. You could go to a state if you needed to get it or whatever. Like it being a state issue now kind of changes things. Like people still feel like they have access to it even if their state is not doing what they support. But like you can't get away from like your daughter has to play sports here against these people. You can't get away from that. And so that probably is a bigger issue to people. What did Dr. Nick say?
So DC has had 3 electoral votes since the 23rd Amendment has passed in 1961. So, just a couple of years ago.
All right, so we're just retarded. Look, we'll be the first to admit it, unlike CNN. We're not sure about something, but when we figure it out, we'll admit we're retarded.
No, that's let's see. All right, let's go back over here and see what they've been saying on Google here for a second. Man, she's closing the gap a little bit. 230 to 205 Trump right now.
Mexico.
We need, let's see, Georgia 16, PA would be another almost 20, 15 out of Michigan. I mean,
when it comes down to it, they're not going to call these swing states until they may not even call them.
Yeah.
Tonight. Like that's.
I think it's a balance of like they want to be the first ones, but they also want to milk this for as long as they can, because otherwise nobody's watching CNN and Fox and that stuff. So
That's the thing that's going to be interesting too, because I've been even before like we decided to do this show tonight, I was like, what am I going to watch? Because I don't want to watch legacy media's coverage. Like I've always done that. Like it's the one and only time like that I will kind of tune in because I want to see what they're all saying, and I'll flip back and forth between CNN and Fox News and MSNBC to see what they're all saying. But even like in 2020, I just remember like even like Fox News was like being bitches about it. Like they just all sucked. So I was trying to figure out like, what am I going to watch? And so I do see maybe people will look at the online stuff, but I feel like more people will be tuning into shows like this that aren't legacy media. That's just like podcasters doing what podcasters do, just like shooting the shit and like giving their take on things. And I feel like more people are probably going to tune into stuff like that. That would be interesting to see what their numbers are like, because they want to milk it to get the viewership, and they probably will to some degree, more than what they're used to. But I would love to see some of the bigger shows, podcast shows, compared to what legacy media is doing.
Yeah. Do you know how many electoral college votes does she get for Ukraine? Is it?
Damn.
Oh man, I gotta tell you guys, I was actually kind of waiting for the number. We've passed it, 1776. Our highest show, we're now at 1779. Really appreciate everybody out there who's watching this. If you want to become part of Bitcoin Veterans, you can go to bitcoinveterans.org. We'll plug you in. We'll get you up to speed on freedom tech, which includes Bitcoin and a whole lot of other things that we're into. And it's all for free. We're just a group of vets that love this country. We love freedom. And we are building a parallel system so that we don't have to use the rotten, corrupt system that these guys have provided and indoctrinated us with. So welcome to Bitcoin veterans.
And it's more than just Bitcoin. Like when he says freedom tech, like we're talking about Meshtastic and, you know, Starlinks and stuff. And like you should throw up the video on the BV Twitter of what we did on Bald Mountain or Big Bald Mountain in North Carolina, where we went up there and we set up a Meshtastic repeater. Mostly I just want to watch that video because that song is just the catchiest damn song.
I'm still trying to get in touch with him for my new intro. Let's see if I can find this in here real quick.
What do you think about that one song I sent you and Mike?
You know what's funny, man? I haven't got a chance to listen to it yet.
Oh, well, fuck you.
I haven't got a chance to read Mike's book yet either.
Oh, no, yeah, I haven't. I have to figure out how to get that into audio form first because it's not going to happen unless I do that.
That's exactly what I said, man. All right, so let me zoom in and then we will play this bad boy. Bad Leroy. All right. So
I threw in my pack. So we had Starlink running while we were walking through.
Welcome to Terror Dome. I'm your host, the friendly neighborhood baritone. Vocal channel, the spirits of old poets. I don't drink, a glass never will hold a wet. Similar to Paul Orange Dunbar. From the crew you thought was just all chorus and one star. Now,
hey, we also wanted to give a big shout out to Elon. We came up here and we're running the Starlink Mobile Mini in a pack. Elon, this thing is incredible. We're running off of battery power. We've been out here for hours now. So, you know, to be able to come up here, do this and have that, it's awesome. Don't get us wrong, but we have some thoughts. So if you want to get in contact with us, yeah, let's talk about this. There's so many applications that we need to think about for Starlink. Maybe you guys already have a team doing this, but if you don't, maybe you need one.
A couple guys that are available.
Love to help.
Yeah. See ya.
Guys, Bitcoin veterans here, Jordan, Mike, Shane, with a big announcement. I think
we are high.
We are 5,516 feet high.
Altitude high, guys.
Altitude, yeah. Bitcoin is like floating around 69. It's high. Everybody's high right now.
You're welcome.
Yeah, you're welcome.
We brought it up here.
Yeah. The Freedom Tech Revolution has just been started. We just planted a flag, figuratively. Forgot to bring the flag. But we just planted a Meshtastic repeater up here on Big Bald Mountain. And we just connected a huge chunk of the Southeast. Knoxville to out here in Burnsville, Tennessee, to
Atlanta.
Raleigh, Charlotte, Atlanta is all connected with Meshtastic. Over like 150
Greenville
nodes right now are connected.
So those of you getting a lot of notifications on your Meshtastic app, wondering what the hell just happened,
just happened.
You're welcome.
Jeez. BB veterans, top of Big Bald, man. Establishing decentralized comms for emergency situations, maybe even trail hikers, man. This is killer. You guys should see the view up here. Maybe come up here.
Why don't you show them the view? Give them a quick view of this.
Here's the view, guys.
Click through. Our commercial counterparts are in constant conflict. A lot of details.
We're not actually high, but we feel high on life because it's just amazing what we just did. We did not expect to connect to this many nodes this far out.
Yeah, I was expecting like
hundreds of miles.
Yeah,
it's I'm flabbergasted right now.
Guys, this is all thanks to you guys. Thanks for getting us out here to establish comms and do what we're doing. We hope we're making you proud. We are absolutely humbled to be part of this group and be out here doing this kind of stuff. I mean, this is incredible.
This is insane.
Yeah. I don't know what else to say. We're giddy, guys. So we're going to go have lunch on the mountaintop and then we're going to get back at it.
Peace.
Oh. Also that. Bye, guys.
This is the coolest part right here.
I'm right, all day when I say that I'm much more than just some backpack crap, intelligent rap act or militant black cat. Killer venomous platinum plaque max by forever spitting relevant.
Man, when all those lit up, that was just wild. And then you'll see in the top all the other nodes that are coming in while we're actually watching this happen.
Yeah, when we said that, it was like 150, but then by the end of the day, before we left the top of the mountain, it was like almost 200.
That's right.
That was crazy.
Got Raleigh there.
So I've not gotten a chance to talk to you about how TabConf went.
Yeah.
And talking, did you get to talk to some Meshtastic devs?
Yeah, man. So I'll go ahead and kill this guy as much as I love the music. TabConf, man. I spoke about it a little bit earlier, not much. We got to, myself and Gary, we got up and gave a short presentation, probably about 20 minutes or so, on what we were able to accomplish up there, why it was so important. They had a bunch of Meshtastics in terms of devs and everything. They were sitting around tables helping people like even solder wires, and to see the kind of the outpouring after we had been up there. I had a Bitcoin Veterans t-shirt on, and first and foremost, these guys are, a lot of them are developers and a lot of them are not, the outdoorsmen, right? They're definitely not the ops guys, which I can appreciate. But the outpouring of support and saying, dude, what you guys are doing, man. We've been watching it. We saw, the Meshtastic, extremely warm welcome from all the guys at TabConf, and to be able to interface and kind of see where some people would like this to go. They're excited about it. And this is obviously something that you don't need a ton of. It doesn't cost a lot of money. It provides communication when everything else is down. And the use cases for this, I think, are going to go through the roof as more and more people find out about Meshtastic. And I don't know if there's anybody out there that wants to work on a project that's got a solar panel built into an IP67 rated box with a battery that can sustain itself, especially in the lower part of the US, without snow loads on it and all that kind of stuff. I don't know, Elon, if you're out there, we got some guys here that are pretty talented and have some good use. Could probably come up with a pretty interesting line. Batteries, solar power, kind of up your alley anyway, not to mention decentralized communication to a certain degree. I think Meshtastic is one of those things that is in my hobby list here for the future. It's got everything you need. Like if you want to climb mountains and go set up, repeaters and routers in places that other people, shy away from because it takes a lot of physical exertion, like it's going to be a good hobby.
Yeah, man, that was cool. It kind of, I look back on that, all the stuff we were doing that week in North Carolina, saw some pretty awful stuff and people going through some hard things. And I almost felt bad for how happy and giddy we were in that video, but it was so cool for because we just didn't expect it to be that successful. And so it was awesome. So I hope people understand why we were so giddy and happy in that moment. That it was just we expected to connect Burnsville and Irwin, Tennessee, because it was we're literally on the border of Tennessee and North Carolina. We're just let's connect these two towns and build it from there. And it was oh, we just connected the Southeast. This is freaking amazing.
Yeah, honestly, it was really cool work that you guys were doing down there, that you were able to get out there and be boots on the ground to help the people there. So that was really awesome from my standpoint. I'm locked up with kids and stuff, so I can't deploy and do stuff on the ground. So from my standpoint, that was awesome. So hats off to you guys for doing that.
Nice to you, Mar.
You were with us in spirit.
Yeah, I think we kind of needed that day. I'd been up there for almost 2 weeks at that point, and been running, very thin. And so to have a day where we were actually getting back on, the Meshtastic mission, outside of many other missions, which will be revealed in time to come. That was just one of those cool wins for a group of guys that have been kind of working on this and busting their butt, still adding value to the region, obviously, while we were there. But boy, that was one of the highlights of that entire trip, was being able to go up there, with Jordan and Mike and establish those comms, and it showing up way bigger than we ever thought it would. So pretty cool. Gents, I've been going for 5 hours. If you two would hold down the fort so that I can go go relieve myself real quick here. Yeah, I appreciate it. I'll leave the map up.
Just switch over to the other map real quick that shows the electoral votes, because I wanted to look at that. There we go.
Yeah.
Can I steal the presentation from you? I'll show there's this other site I posted. It's 270.
I think you can hit present and then share whatever you want.
Cool.
Yeah. And I'll stop this one real quick.
It looks like Hawaii was called for Kamala.
No, it's not surprising.
There. Yeah.
All right, so you should be seeing. I don't know if it's working or not. Can you see a Brave tab or no?
No, I don't see anything yet.
Chat, do you see it?
Chat.
Are we not seeing it?
See, this is a
cool site, 270towin.com, in the chat, but I don't see anything on the screen.
No, I'm saying it's not screen sharing though.
No, it's not. Meow.
Sharing this tab. It says it's sharing. All right, let me stop that. I'll try to share the whole. Maybe if I share the whole screen, it'll work.
Yeah, I think it gives you options.
You can share your tab, or you can share your screen.
Yeah, I'll do the whole screen share. That should work. Is that working now?
Can't get it off. No, I don't see it.
Oh wait, am I supposed to click stream this to your audience?
Probably. That would probably be a good button to click. Maybe.
Yeah. Technical difficulties here. Maybe, are you familiar with this platform? Maybe if you want to do it, you could.
Yeah, but the problem is I'm on my phone, and I don't know how. Yeah, I've never tried to share something on my phone. If you're on your computer, it should be pretty.
Yeah, it shows me like a little box in the bottom. It shows that it's sharing, but so I can just kind of narrate it, I guess, in the meantime. Let's see if there's any other thing I can do to get this working.
I'm gonna share.
We failed you miserably, Shane. So I'm trying to share this 270 to win thing. Oh, there it goes. I guess it just lags.
Yeah, you can. No, it. I had to clear it in for some reason, but yeah, you can go ahead and.
Okay, cool.
It's
Shane's fault, not my fault.
Montani Bitcoin said, "I just see a bunch of Pornhub or porn tabs."
Wrong page.
Oh, darn it!
Close. Open.
Close. Fuck.
I need 5 minutes.
All good.
All right. So this site's cool because you can kind of switch these over. So, if I'm looking at the other link that I shared, their decision desk. So it shows like PA is likely up. They got PA marked already on here. So let's say Michigan goes. So you can see Trump then goes to 259. I think Georgia looks good for Trump. So if he wins Georgia, then it's pretty much done, right?
Yeah, and it looks like he's got North Carolina in the bag too.
So let's switch those
two.
two.
I think they already called North Carolina on AP.
Yeah.
I mean, so if he gets Georgia, North Carolina, and PA, then it's done. Game over, man. Game over, man. Game over.
He could get Michigan and Wisconsin.
I mean, that's just to like rub salt in the wound. But judging by the way this looks, like I think so looking at decision desk, they show North Carolina and Georgia locked up for Trump.
Do you have the ability to zoom in on your screen there, Umar?
Yeah.
There, yeah. Keep going.
Yeah.
So much.
I forgot these old Marines that I'm dealing with here. You know. Is that good?
Yeah. So
old timers in the chat see that.
That doesn't count Michigan, Wisconsin, Nevada,
Yeah.
What if you take out Arizona as well?
If we switch Arizona, he's still at 270. So yeah, that's based on PA. If he loses PA, he would need one of these two to win.
Yeah.
But PA right now,
I think he's got Wisconsin.
I'm
Go
seeing
look at the
50 to
stats
48.
on PA. We haven't checked that in a little while. I'd just like to see. It seemed pretty solid before, but
So 50 to 48 right now.
hey, zoom in, young blood.
They're like city like
George's on the phone. It's after midnight. It's getting blurry.
What the fuck? Where am I? Goddamn prostate's acting up again.
So I think what's important here, Philly is 81. No, it's Chester County. Where's Philadelphia? Philadelphia. Okay. They're 80% counted already. So I think that's good.
Yeah.
I'm trying to
as
find
a libertarian, seeing Chase get destroyed by Jill Stein over and over again is
that's awesome.
Oh,
Yeah.
So gratifying.
I mean, like Rechtenwald was so much better. I don't know what was going on there.
And that was still ugh.
Yeah, I still wasn't a big fan of him, but he wasn't.
Rechtenwald's problem was he just.
I heard he did some shenanigans at the convention, but still, I mean, give him a pass for like the better messenger he would have been.
Yeah.
Because I couldn't. There was just too many things with Chase that rubbed me the wrong way that I couldn't vote for him. I wrote in Thomas Massey. In my state, it doesn't matter. But that's who I voted for.
Yeah. I mean, my state didn't matter either. Shane, you makes a little more sense in Georgia, but my state didn't really matter. But I was still like, I just want this. Like, even just thinking of like the overall popular vote, I was like, I just want him to fucking crush it, to just say fuck you.
Yeah, I wanted to show that even guys like myself who are literally anarcho-capitalists, right? Like, hey man, I'm going to go pull the trigger for Trump today, and there's a couple of reasons. One of them obviously being Ross. The other one, adding to the people that are like, no, definitely not Kamala. Like, let's see how broken the rigged voting system is, because if it's guys like me showing up to pull the trigger for Trump, then there's no way on earth Kamala wins.
Yeah, and honestly, like that's kind of the result I would hope for, is that people in the swing states on the fence would go for Trump, just because it's even if he delivers on half the stuff that he's been promising, I think that'll be good for us. And I really like some of the people in his orbit. Like I liked Vivek. I actually switched back from the Libertarian Party to the Republican Party to vote for Vivek in the primary.
He's an outstanding spokesman, man. That guy's white hot when it comes to not a racist joke. But yeah, the guy is absolutely a fireball when it comes to nuking journalists, and he's very possibly a 2028 contender, I think.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see how that plays out with him and Vance, because they're like bros and stuff. So I don't know how that would play out, if they would go against each other, or if he would just accept a VP under Vance and kind of have like a
I think we're past the point of like a VP actually being a stepping stone to the presidency. Like, I think, Vivek as the VP would have been like, oh fuck yeah, like Trump gets it, but it's almost like, no, maybe Trump gets it, and he's like, let's groom Vivek to get all the other like positions and accolades, and like actually do something administratively to build some credibility, and then be the guy. Like, I don't know. I could be reading into it too much, but I feel like the VP spot is like, no, that's not the guy you want.
Yeah, I mean, I could see Vivek doing a lot in like some cabinet position or being in charge. Like, he's the only one that actually came to the table with a plan on how to cut the government. So that was something that I really liked. He wasn't just talking like, oh, we're gonna do this, we're gonna do that. He's like, this is how we're gonna do it, and I really liked that.
He also can like just talk off the cuff. He's the only person that I could see replacing someone like Trump, where he can talk off the cuff, doesn't have to have anything pre-planned, and anybody can ask him any question, and he'll just off the cuff just destroy it. I don't see anybody else really being like that.
He's actually very adversarial when it comes to the media as well, and I think that's people want to see the fighter, man. Like at this point, they want to see people roll up their sleeves and punch these guys right in the proverbial face. Like that's I got it. I mean,
he's a millennial that can do it. It's like, you're of the right age group to actually have like some lasting impact. If anything, the problem would be like he would peak too quickly and have, a lot of life left to then what is he going to do?
I mean, he's successful. He's successful on his own. Like he has a business. I think he's written a few books. I think he just released one too. So like, I don't think that's like a concern, right? Like,
well, I don't think it's a concern for him. My concern is like, okay, you've just like, let's play this out like over the next 10 years. And if he were to like become president or something, like, cool, you've done all that. Now what? You still have a long life to live where you're going to be this presidential figurehead to shape things. Like, what does that look like? Like, we don't know what it looks like because we've had these old fucks for so long.
Yeah. I mean, it could be great, honestly. Like, I mean,
yeah.
If he delivers on like all of his stuff, and then he kind of, it gives them the chance to kind of play kingmaker, like, which could be good, like I think that, I would love to see like Thomas Massey in there. I don't know if he has any aspirations to do it, but like in terms of the people in DC, Thomas Massey is probably the only one I trust. He's replaced Ron Paul as my write-in candidate.
I'll tell you what, with Vivek as a presidential, executive there, and Thomas Massey as Speaker of the House, that would be a huge win. And I think Thomas Massey actually would take the position of Speaker of the House. I think I'd be.
That's where I think Massey would be like most useful. Like he may not want the presidency, which is fine. Like maybe even better, but like there's
Other better positions to be in that world to like actually make some differences.
Well.
Yeah, I think he would crush as Speaker of the House. I think, things are. Oh, this one's got. Or did I switch PA?
Yeah,
I think I might have switched.
Reset your whole map. You fucked everything up.
Yeah, we're still sitting at 210 to 230 right now.
All right, let me switch PA. I think I was fucking around and switch PA. So, if PA. Let's see, at 262, just sitting there. I tried refreshing it, just kept me where I was at. Or maybe they have. I don't know why they're switching. I think they're switching PA.
No way.
No,
yes,
not them. I don't know.
Go to another site.
PA is pretty purple right now.
Yeah, right now, 170,000 vote lead for Trump. That's not bad, Oh, this fucking map sucks. The Fox map is not loading for me for some reason. So Fox might think I'm a fucking spam bot or something.
PA is 85% reporting, and Donald Trump's in the lead with a little over 100,000 extra votes. That's a pretty good stance for PA right now.
I think so, and I think what's important too is Philadelphia, 80% in. So that's. So what, 500?
Okay, this is the question though. What are the states? There were some states that said that it's going to take an extra few days because, like, within their state constitution, they can't start
counting the mail-in ballots.
Arizona,
until
Maricopa County for sure was one of them. Oregon was another. So those don't actually,
I think PA has that too, right? That they can't.
I was going to say, I feel like it was a more important state that could actually really make a difference and could be a potential for fraud.
I'll tell you what, Wisconsin's back up is now 77 reporting, and Trump is ahead by over 100,000 in in Wisconsin. That's huge. You've also got Michigan now reporting, well, almost 50%, but Trump is up almost 200,000. Well, yeah. Trump is way up in Michigan right now.
That's crazy.
200,000 in Michigan.
This map's showing 70. Are you looking at the Google map?
Yeah, I'm looking at Google right now.
Oh yeah, wow.
So
pretty crazy.
Yeah, that's.
I'd like to see what the poly market spread is at now.
It's gotta be absurd.
let me tell you what it's 93.5%. Oh no, I'm sorry, 96% Trump.
96 Trump. That's crazy.
Yeah, 96% Trump. She's down at 3.4%. So now I'm looking at the swing states. 95% Trump wins Georgia. 87% that Trump wins Pennsylvania. 86% he wins Wisconsin. He's 98% North Carolina. 77% Trump wins Michigan. Trump wins Nevada, 82%. Arizona, Donald Trump wins 90%.
What were the odds for PA, Michigan, and Wisconsin again?
So for PA, that is 87% right now for
that
Trump.
Seems pretty good.
Wisconsin, 86%.
That's
and North Carolina, he's already at 98%. Michigan was 77%. So Michigan being the lowest out of all of them.
But 77 isn't bad, dude. That's. I mean, if he wins, if those stay in, 312 to 226.
That's a country ass.
That's a destruction.
Oh.
Don't they have her at, what is she at now? 210?
She's sitting at 210 right now.
They love to make it look close.
So for comparison, this was 2020.
Right. So Biden got Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Michigan.
Yeah. And
he
PA,
also got PA
and
Georgia,
New Mexico, Arizona, Nevada.
Alone switching is huge. But then if you get Georgia, PA, Michigan, and Wisconsin,
it's over.
Yeah, I mean that's.
Well, I think it's pretty safe to say there is not much happening right now. And I think this is where the fuckery begins, honestly. Trump's looking really good. The poly markets are all in his favor. It looks like, even the counties right now in these swing states are heavily moving towards Trump. And boy, I'll tell you what, man, it's going to be one of those nights. If you're out there and you're a poll worker, I hope you got your phones ready. I hope you're watching everything, anything, crazy going on, record all of it. This is it. I mean, in terms of the election. So
I don't know if they have the same leeway they had last time. I think there was just so much with COVID and the shenanigans. They had like so many things that they could point to and cop out on that. I feel like now that they don't have as much, so I feel a little bit better about this one.
Yeah. You've also got X, this time around, which is an open platform, which isn't going to suppress or, well, I should say that it's much less likely. And it's much more likely that the information and intelligence is going to get out to where we're going to see if there's fuckery this time. And
speaking of X, like is Elon or anybody like saying anything?
He's on, last I checked, he was on a space, or not a space, but he was on Tucker Carlson's show. They're hanging out. And
19 minutes ago, Elon posted a picture of Trump and Dana White and Elon just hanging out talking.
The guys from Bitcoin Mag are down there as well. I just a heads up. I want to tell you guys right now. Well, I guess this is not comparable. We're running about 1,800 people right now And this is, like I said, kind of apples and oranges, but Alex Jones has only got 2.6 thousand on his spaces, but that is not the live. That is, I wonder why it's not showing me live right now.
I wonder if he gets more.
I see it, but I'm not going to tell you what it is.
Wait, do you see lives right now? Because I don't see any lives
Yeah.
right now.
Alex Jones live has 2.5 million. Charlie
That's-
Kirk 1.4.
We're close.
We're
We're
close.
close.
Get into some others with
That's great.
a couple thousand, like thousands and stuff. We are on my list. 1, 2, like 6, 7, something like that.
Yeah, I'll take it. For election night?
Yeah, not bad considering our math for Marines here. I never actually finished it, I don't think. So
Right.
These it's not showing up, is it?
What's that? What are you looking at?
I was trying to share a chat on here. Dude, Alex Jones is reporting drunk with his shirt off. I am calling a Trump win.
Yeah, I think that's a fair goal there. I don't know how to like highlight these things. Maybe if I join the chat, is that what I gotta do? I don't know how to do it. I'm gonna leave it. But yeah, I think. I mean, if you're a Trump fan or a Kamala hater, I think you are probably pretty happy right now with the way things look. I think this is my hopeful one. But hold on, Maine is going for.
Whoa! Is Maine
Did you just pick up some?
I mean, Maine was only at like 2% reporting.
They're at
37% now, and this
that would be crazy if Maine.
Portland hasn't started. So
98% out of Florida. Meanwhile, Maine, with their less than 350,000 people up there, like 37%. Give me a break.
3,000, or it's only a 3,000 vote lead, but
Yeah, that's wild.
it's pretty crazy that Jill Stein is actually winning. I don't know who. There's 8 vote counted there. Okay, that makes sense.
I mean, Connecticut's only reporting 47% at the moment. I mean, these at this point is just bad actors. Even New Jersey's at 89%, for God's sakes. Delaware's at 90%. Maryland 78%. Virginia 88%.
Vermin Supreme is still doing shit. I did not know that.
Really?
Yeah.
Or are there people just still willing to vote for him? What state is that? Delaware?
It's, Delaware, yeah.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, Pennsylvania.
Supreme did better than Chase Oliver.
What did Jorgensen get in 2020? She had a couple of percentage points usually.
Yeah, she got, I think, just around 2%.
Yeah.
I think it was a little bit less, but
I mean, I think that's good. Like I said, I wasn't crazy about Chase for a lot of reasons, but I hope that Trump sees that as like his appeal to libertarians at the convention was a success, and I hope that leads to him kind of throwing some more bones towards the libertarian constituents. You know.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, had Dave Smith followed through on this may have been a completely different race.
Oh, if he had actually run, yeah,
for sure.
I mean, yeah, but it also kind of.
Oh, it would have definitely probably resulted in a Harris victory.
Yeah.
I mean, look at the margins there. Imagine if Dave Smith took 2%.
Yeah, I can't. You know, this is the first time that I've seen this many candidates. I mean, I know Robert Kennedy tried to get off, but to try to keep him on to sway the vote a little bit more, right? Like between 3 third-party candidates, it wasn't enough to help Kamala.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I mean, Stein might be the only one that would be stealing votes from Kamala. I don't know. Anybody voting for
it's
Chase
funny
Oliver
that
probably is a Kamala voter.
I was watching Breaking Points earlier, and they were saying that if they take Stein out of the race, a lot of those votes actually end up going to Trump. So it's like a lot of people, like I think it's just a lot of people that are really against the Biden-Harris foreign policy. You know, be it the continued war in
could see
Ukraine
that.
or the ongoing genocide in Gaza.
Yeah.
So they'll take my stance of, at the very least we have to punish Kamala, for the past year plus. So.
It definitely gives it. Oh, what are we?
248 for Trump. Are these?
Yeah, this is the legit one.
That's
This
actual.
is this is Decision Destiny.
Who else did they just?
Yeah, who'd they call? North.
I don't know.
Doesn't look like they added anything.
I don't know what it looked like before. I'm more than 2 whiskeys in now, so.
Yeah, I mean, PA is well. Here's the thing. Donald Trump just gained some ground in PA. 86% in. He's got 3.1 million there. To Kamala's 2.9.
What is Google
showing?
That's
Google
that.
map showing for
That's what I'm looking at right now.
What was the electoral vote?
Sorry, you might have just said it. I'm also more than 2 whiskeys in.
Yeah. The vote count for PA is 3.1 million for Donald Trump. Kamala's got 2.9. So he's got a pretty good lead over there right now with 86% in. You showing the same thing? Yep.
For the vote numbers.
Definitely, the vote totals have definitely jumped up.
I'm just got told by our buddy Obi that 78% probability that Trump now wins Wisconsin.
Oh man, that's
coming from the streets of Wisconsin. I mean,
That's right. Cheddarhead.
I mean,
reporting from the ground.
I think it's pretty. I'm surprised kind of surprised places aren't calling it yet. Like if you just look at the numbers that. Let me check New York Times what they have.
Trump is up by almost
second they
200.
call it, people turn the TV off and they go to bed.
Yeah, that's true.
Trump is up by almost 200,000 in Michigan right now too, with 53% of the vote in.
Yeah.
Well, okay, so go to Michigan. Is that counting the population centers? Because we got screwed over by Minnesota earlier.
92% of Oakland County is reporting. It's only 54 to 44.
Be very interesting. It looks like they're saving. What is that? Bay City? That's not Bay City. Bay City is further north.
So Oakland County last time was 56 to 42. What did you say it was? 54 to 44. So I gained a couple of percentage points.
I'll tell you what's jacked up right now. 93% of Georgia's in. He's got a 120 something thousand lead, and they're not calling it for Trump yet.
They gotta wait till we all go to bed.
Dude.
So this county, Wayne County, I think this is like right outside of Detroit or part of Detroit. 2020 was 68 to 30. Zoom in for you old folks here.
Yeah, buddy.
Appreciate it.
So 68 to 30. Right now it's at 58 to 39. So it'd be like a 10 point gain if it stays that way. Only 29% reporting right now, though, or 25%. So maybe that'll change. Washtenaw County, 84%.
Here's the thing, though, with like these, even the population centers, when they are showing, okay, yeah, we only have 25% reporting so far. That's still like statistically, those numbers should pan out. It's not like the first 25% just happen to lean one way. But those are some of the fuck games that they will try to play.
It's just it's just an anomaly. It was
it just happened to all be Trump people the first 25%, and then the next 75% it all evened out. But that is the fuck games that they'll try to play. But now people are literally looking at it in this minutia of detail because we're like, we don't fucking trust any of you.
That's right.
Got my fucking this cap is lined with tin foil. Okay, so I'm ready.
I mean, like, I think before, like, again, like, I think 2020, like, there was the benefit of the doubt, right? If somebody's like, oh, like, we're gonna stop, like, just go on home, you'd be like, all right, see you tomorrow, you know, and you'd go home. I don't think anybody's gonna do that now. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, nobody. If you're like, oh, just go home, you'll be like,
put on another pot of coffee. Let's
yeah,
go.
it's like it's either that or like I'll walk out with you and like I'm gonna sleep by the door over here. You know, like I don't think they're gonna get away with what they got away with, or what they might have got away with. You know, like,
Allegedly.
Yeah, allegedly.
Oh man.
So
I really appreciate everybody still watching our dumbasses.
We I mean, we 1,800 people. You guys are awesome. 12:30 at night. I mean, there's got to be a lot of West Coast too. I mean, it's the geographic that we haven't picked up before. Sorry, you guys are out there. I don't know why you're still in California, Oregon, or Washington at this point. I mean, I know there's good parts of it, but
I'm in a shitty state, and it's because my wife's family lives here. So one day.
Can you give us a hint? Is it East Coast or West Coast?
I've been training my kids that they're going to go to like University of Montana, and then we'll just have to move out there to support them when they're in college. You know, so
that's it, man.
And listen, I don't want to go there.
Dude, Montana's awesome. I love Montana.
I've never actually been. It's just like, I don't know. When I look at Montana, I'm like, that looks like a safe place away from cities, you know?
It's Joe Biden sniffing Idaho.
Were you here for that, Eomar?
No, I think I missed that one.
Zoom in on Montana and tell me it doesn't look like Joe Biden sniffing Idaho.
Yeah, I can see that.
You can't unsee it now.
Yeah, it's been there. That's all right. I've always seen this group of states as like George Washington. So it's George Washington.
Are you talking about the frying pan cooking up the chicken? We talked about that earlier too.
This is definitely George Washington waving in my brain. So there's his hair, that's his face, this is his body.
Oh, that's his face.
His foot, that's his arm, and that's his hand waving. So that's
wait a minute.
George Washington wearing mittens waving.
Are you left-handed?
I need you to
hold on a second.
I need you to go over this again.
Let's see.
Work your magic. Oh, geez, he's like, I'm pretty sure you could just Google the image. This is more fun though. Like, you don't get this shit on CNN.
Dude.
Doing graphic design live.
Ain't nobody calling nothing from here on out, man. We are screwed.
Yeah, it's George Washington smiling, waving.
Oh, wait a minute. I gotta zoom in. Okay. All right. Oh, that's the hand waving. Okay, that's his. That's a bit of a stretch, but all right.
I don't know, man.
All
That's
right.
what I see, man. That's what I've seen for a long time now. So I'll never unsee it.
Well, I need. All right.
Him and his
Hello.
animal, his slave teeth and red. For everybody who's wondering what I'm talking about, I definitely recommend the second Shane Gill special on Netflix. Fantastic.
Oh, is that the one? Yeah, that was
absolutely fantastic. Yeah, oh well, maybe it was the first one. Maybe it was the YouTube special. I think it was. I don't know.
No, it was it was the Netflix one. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Where he pulls down the mask.
That's right. Oh man, guys, I almost feel like we're getting to the point of futility here for the evening.
Yeah, I don't know how much more analysis and commentary we can really provide at this point. It's just like, we're gonna fucking keep an eye on everything so they don't pull some shit. Like we're gonna do something from our fucking phones and computers.
No. I'll tell you what. If Trump wins tonight, the heroes will be the poll watchers, and I mean that literally. Like, this is gonna now come down to Georgia, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. Does he have it if he has Georgia and PA? Is that
Yo, Ma?
I forgot I was muted.
So
I said something. I said something really smart, and it was
Yeah, I bet it was great.
poetic even. But
so 20.
I mean, these guys are showing Georgia already locked in. PA, I mean, 86% is in.
PA's what, 19? What does he need? He needs.
I think. Let me go back.
22.
Where is it here?
Well, PA and fucking Alaska gets them to.
Let's take Wisconsin.
I'll
Oh,
just-
no, that's bad.
I mean,
give them.
here,
No,
let
give
me-
them
let
PA.
me- Let me take those off. I think he won Arizona, right?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Yeah, it's 50. It's only 51% reporting, and he's up maybe 13,000.
Okay. So that one's unknown. So 251. Oh,
They're tied.
but if PA gets it for him.
All right, so all we need Georgia, PA.
Well, they've called Georgia for him, didn't they? Or no?
Yeah, Decision Desk called it for him already.
Yeah, I don't.
Locked in. 95 greater than 95% of the votes are in.
Don't trust Georgia, man. We've got some of the most crooked politicians down here that are not friends of Trump at all.
Yeah, New York Times has it as very likely Republican.
Yeah. So if we get PA, great.
Leaning Republican.
If we don't get PA, we need both Michigan and Wisconsin.
Yeah, so let's go back.
Possibly Arizona.
Let's say PA flips. You need two of the remaining three that are in play, basically. Because any two or three would win it for you.
Now, are you giving them? Are you giving Kamala Nevada, or has that been called?
Yeah, he gave it to her.
Okay.
Yeah, I gave it to her.
Okay.
I don't know. Do they not count? I don't understand what Nevada does.
Nevada's always just. They want to be special. They're like, we're out here in the middle of fucking nowhere. Let's make a big deal about ourselves.
With no population.
It's fucking wild. Nothing is counted. I don't understand.
Most inhospitable state ever.
Yeah.
They're just out there taking bets.
Yeah, it's basically it.
That's literally, yeah. They're just trying to get some more money in, so we got to stay open as late as possible.
Yeah. Last, let's see. Market. We are sitting at 96.8% Donald Trump right now. Still.
Fine. So this is what I'm. Look, we're all here. We're very peaceful. We don't want anything to get out of hand. But when we. And not but when we end this, I'm gonna go make sure my rifle's nice and clean and magazines are nice and loaded. Because if I wake up to some fuck games, I just want to be ready. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. Boy.
I'm kidding, everybody. Come on. But seriously, you always should be prepared.
Yeah.
For anything.
Most dangerous time in American history, no matter who wins right now.
I think, assuming Trump wins this, I think that it'd be good messaging to point out the fact that, like, if he actually follows through and reduces the size of the federal government, it'll matter less even to the people that were, wringing their hands and terrified of him winning. It should matter less if he actually follows through, because the way our government was designed was that the president shouldn't matter, right? They're supposed to be a diplomat. That's their primary purpose, is to be a diplomat. They're not supposed to have reign over our fellow Americans. And if he follows through and he destroys the bureaucracy that is destroying this country, then even those that didn't get Kamala elected, I think that they're not going to be oppressed, right? The worst case scenario is they're going to have to actually work for the things that they want. They're not going to be handed to them by the government, via theft of other Americans. So, I think that's some good messaging to carry forward. Don't worry, because if he falls through, the government will have less power over your life, and you can kind of do what you want. And I think for the Trump voters, if he wins, don't think like job's done. There's definitely like not necessarily polling, but they canvas. That's what I'm looking for. They canvas like different like social media and stuff to see like the tone of things and what's popular and what's not. You saw it at the Bitcoin conference when he mentioned he's going to fire Gary Gensler, and the crowd went wild, and you could see him literally processing that information and storing it away and saying, he literally said like, oh, like this is popular. They hate this guy. That's great. So you got to keep that energy to keep him on task, so that's what I would say to take going forward from this. Try to ease the wounds. We can laugh tomorrow. I am very much looking forward to watching the crying videos again and stuff, because they're hilarious. I hope we'll get them. I think we will at this point. But then after we get our laughs in, remind them that smaller federal government is better for everybody. And then the follow through is to make sure that we do whatever we can to hold Trump to his promises. The easy ones we should see very early on. That's freeing Ross. That should be like day one. He should be out. And if he's not, we should be on Twitter.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Like,
Yeah.
motherfucker, we put you in office. Where the fuck is Ross?
Yeah.
Exactly. And I think
lawn.
I think we can back that up again. The low libertarian votes this election versus last election, I think it shows that a lot of libertarians, bought into his promises. They gave him the benefit of the doubt. You promised us these things, we're going to give you the vote. So make sure you hold him to it, and make sure that he pays us out for what we gave him. We can't accept we can't accept the 2016 to 2020 Trump. We need what we were promised this election. And, like I said, be vocal, join spaces, tweet about it, go on Facebook, whatever you do, all those things get canvassed by these like political action groups and stuff. And, it'll hopefully trickle up if we're in enough numbers. So,
yeah.
Well said, Omar. That was awesome.
Omar, you are a hell of an asset to this crew, man, and we really appreciate you coming in, weighing in, and spending time with us. This I wanted to show you or to tell you guys one more time. Polymarket actually has better odds again now for all of these states. Georgia's 98%, Pennsylvania is 96% for Trump, Michigan 91%, Wisconsin is 95%, North Carolina 98%, Nevada 87%. Arizona's at 80%, which is up 3 points. So, don't let this be. If you're a poll watcher and you're hearing this, dude, stick around. Don't do it. Like, and to Torup's, how is it even this close? Cheating, rigged, friggin' voting and cheating. That's why it's this close. It's not close in reality. We know it's not close. Torup wants the outro for tonight. Jordan, I think you'll appreciate the outro for tonight, man. Great spending time with you guys. Almost 1,900 of you guys killer. I mean, 12:45 at night. I think we're going to call it for Bitcoin veterans here tonight, guys. Thanks for doing this with us. Stay vigilant, and we will see you soon. Peace. Good night, everybody. Peace.